Hello.
Smelling nice, tobacco rapani. Mama, what's in my prayer, my Europani? Why see? That on my allergy, way that I be balling on my woman, when me chagapan. Chagapan. They thought I was a foreigner, I'm a Bay Rabani. I'm waving out these sessions like a Donnie. Understand that China got me, cause anybody feel it got me, huh? Working and I'm waiting on that big spit. Ain't telling my chava like big spit. And them boys steady waiting on that big spit. And I do it nice, so my nigga, I know you mistake. Yeah, I be that new school chagapan. Show me another younger going hard to dance. I'm the type of boy to go on. Smelling nice, tobacco rapani. Mama, what's in my prayer, my Europani? Why see? That on my allergy, way that I be balling on my woman, when me chagapan. Chagapan. They thought I was a foreigner, I'm a Bay Rabani. I'm waving out these sessions like a Donnie. Understand that China got me, cause anybody feel it got me, huh? Working and I'm waiting on that big spit. Ain't telling my chava like big spit. And them boys steady waiting on that big spit. And I do it nice, so my nigga, I know you mistake. Yeah, I be that new school chagapan. Show me another younger going hard to dance. I'm the type of boy to go and knock a gama dama. Make your daughter want to run away with Chagakadama. This is real life, homie, this is real life. When I'm there, just put me on. You know what I feel like? I love, but this one of the highlight. Pussy nigga, I be taking all of your nightlife. Smelling nice, tobacco rapani. Mama, what's in my prayer, my Europani? Why see? That on my allergy, way that I be balling on my woman, when me chagapan. Chagapan. They thought I was a foreigner, I'm a Bay Rabani. I'm waving out these sessions like a Donnie. Understand that China got me, cause anybody feel it got me, huh? Working and I'm waiting on that big spit. Ain't telling my chava like big spit. And them boys steady waiting on that big spit. And I do it nice, so my nigga, I know you mistake. Yeah, I be that new school chagapan. Show me another younger going hard to dance. I'm the type of boy to go and knock a gama dama. Make your daughter want to run away with Chagakadama. This is real life, homie, this is real life. When I'm there, just put me on. You know what I feel like?
Ladies and gentlemen, this dance you're about to see now is called Tinubu dance. Are you ready to give me that dance? Oh yeah, everybody go say Tinubu dance. We go the dance. 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 Tinubu dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Say, oh yeah, Baba dance. Wait, oh yeah, Baba dance. Listen, Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance.
Azun, I feel good when money enter my house. Don't go the kind of feeling. Give us no de lack, let it give us alumanjiri kind of feeling. Ìjàlódé lórin dòwe, owó tán ní àṣà àmì wòye. Tọ́lárin ò ṣàmọ̀jù kan kú bọ̀, wá búra tó bá láìkì jọ kú bọ̀. Jẹ́ ń fowó gbá àwọn ọmọ tó lẹ́ran, tán ní fúrọ̀ ìkàlẹ́yìn tó ń lé wọn. Kíbíkíbi náà ń dáná alẹ́, tó bá rọmọ tó ṣan ẹjọ́ gbafẹ́. Tó bá rí dúdú, pupa, ọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀, lẹ́pa, ṣúdọ̀tà, tẹ̀sí. Ṣáà make sure pé ló rọ́bà tó bá rí dúdú, pupa, ọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀, lẹ́pa, ṣúdọ̀tà.
Fasiliti yan kasa cikar sirri. Jirgin ceton kasar mu yayi lodi. Sheshen da ta ci kwal uban yadi. Kankara mai can uwar uban rodi. Ga wani sako da gabbala wurfi. Don wakar shi ya so ta ɗau saiti. Kudin wakar ya biya a duk minti. Bauchi kira ɗai suke taho wunti. Mu sai bola Tinubu sai wunti. Kuma an sami kifi kifi. Mama remi. Mata 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 mata. Mata 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 mata. Ku tattafa. Dan taka. Ku dan juya. Budar dangi nan mota sai ya bani mamaki direbobi dole sai da kutuki sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki ashe morewar kudi a kai banki idan za ka aje ruwa ka sai tanki ashe gona za ta so a kai taki kuna ku daban ne
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now.
To pese we feel my pen.
I see.
Asi pada wata lo weni forget me o.
Okay.
Papa yelo ke feel. Ande iriganya. Mama mo si na nwa metogo kwa. Aka na nwa mo jelomba. O we butike. Aka nilu ne butilo wane mo. Ata me wanke ya di kwa ya jomba.
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́ mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wàá dẹ̀ wọlé nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré ó dẹ̀ gbà àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract. Mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ àṣà Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn.
Ẹni bàbá ilé bọ́lábọ́lá ọmọ òṣèlú ojú ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù báyìí lábì lúdi báwọn lábì lúdi ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù àtọ́jú lúdi àtọ́jú létí àtọ́jú mẹ́ta àtọ́jú mẹ́rin àtọ́jú báyìí àtọ́jú kẹta àtọ́jú gbogbo àtọ́jú kẹjọ àtọ́jú kẹsàn àtọ́jú kẹrẹ wàhálà wúwúwú ẹlẹ́yìn òkọ́ àbẹ̀mọ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀ ẹlẹ́yìn òkọ́ àtọ́jú sílẹ̀ àbúgbẹ̀rù ní àtọ́jú aláàbàrà dábìlárì ohun bẹ́ẹ̀ tó yóò fún iná ìwà ẹ̀rù ló ń ta nílẹ̀ yìí àrùndìsí wí àrùndìsí tán.
Tinubu Bola Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you.
Tinubu Bola Ahmed of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody will pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go drop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the Betty, we be Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, let me get her.
And there it is right there. So there it is absolutely right there. So there it is right there. Pardon me. Um, There it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are where you are. And here we go. So here we go again. Another day, another session. Regular, not so regular, well, regular as a broken clock. We have to say now, not so much as a Swiss clock, but as a broken clock, because of course, the consistency completely abandoned. It's now just when the mood takes. So the mood takes today, and I hope I find you in good health. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Or that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. How are you? Um, I hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. Cascading, epicing, crescendoing into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man, one man went to more. So I'm here. You are there. So here we go again. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button. Just as I invite you to do so, do so. Do it even if you're watching and watch back. We get a good, healthy viewing on watch back as well. So if you are watching on watch back, please click on the like button. Not already subscribed, please correct that. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come in via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will be the first line item on whichever platform you are joining us from. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, just click on this hyperlink that I'm sending to the comment section now, and then come in and engage in conversation. So like, share, subscribe. Click on that hyperlink to come and join me. Super chat towards the stream and all that. So I usually say 5 things, don't I? Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and super chat towards the stream. Of course, yes. Pardon me. So those are the those are the 5 calls to actions. So sorry, only 4 of those 5 calls to actions do you have to do with any regularity. If you are already subscribed, then you don't have any reason to click on the subscription button again. But you do have every reason to click on the like button. That's a daily chore. Every single time we come out. Yeah, sorry about that, Hassan. So I'm actually going to start off with a clip from Hassan. Let me just learn my opening. There's something I need to tell you that you guys may not be aware of. The quality of the people is just by sheer luck, and I don't know quite how it happened. But the quality of the panelists that we have on this platform is bar none. Not even on channels TV would you see people of such cranial functioning and intuition and instinct and craft of language. But stay there. I'm going to give you an example of the quality of the people we have here first. But like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and of course say hello in the comment section as well. And if you want to say hello in the manner that Hassan is saying hello there, then do that. You can say hello via. Actually, the hellos today it has to be done via a super chat. So anybody that wants to say hello, you have to say that hello via a super chat. So I was just speaking to the quality. I wasn't even intending to start like this, but I see Hassan there. But you see Hassan here. Look at this, and then this tells you the quality of the people we have here. This is Hassan, as you know.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hassan Abdullahi, and I'm a poet. So I was born and bred in Maiduguri, and all through the insurgency, I have been witness to it. So early 2017, I felt very, very inspired to write a poem. It was originally just a written poem, but the inspiration came because serious achievements have been achieved between 2015 after the appointment of the present Chief of Army Staff. And I am humbled to have the opportunity to present this poem here in this place with some of the people who had been instrumental in that achievement. And
today I say thank you to the Nigerian soldier. For blood, life, and limbs have been sacrificed for me to be here. I have seen pure bravery fused with green, white, green colored hearts, widowed women, orphan children, grieving parents. These are the price being paid daily for me and you to live free. If you could listen to the silence of appreciation, you'd have to respect the humility of the Nigerian soldier. Thank you to the Nigerian army, for I have seen the smiles of anarchy thwarted by the frown of the Nigerian army. I have seen bullets, happy and sniggering, vibrant and merry amidst the tears of people in Maiduguri. I have seen these ugly beasts spread through the northeast like a wildfire, encouraged by dry, wicked winds, until the Nigerian army intervened with the confidence of a waterfall and the attitude of a raging storm. Everything was without a form. So thank you to the Nigerian army. For I have seen the Nigerian army in their armor of valor. I have seen them in the spirit of honor. I have seen them with the selflessness of bravery stand between defenseless Nigerians and this Boko Haram fire that is waging. They've been firefighting this horror, wearing their hearts on their sleeves, sweating their blood so we can sleep, risking it all without a bleep, falling to their deaths as we flee, giving it all so me and you can live free to fulfill our dreams. How can we not say thank you to the Nigerian army? They could have also chosen to be civilians and wave flags in fancy, curse and praise on Facebook, use hashtags and emojis of sympathy, but they didn't. Instead, they formed bonds with Maiduguri civilian JTF, patrolling the deserts of Damasak, reclaiming the mountains of Goza, creating a firewall in Kondoga, creating safe zones in Bama. Thank you to the Nigerian army. And when they come blistered and burnt out from war, with their raging and blubbering helicopters landing, I see the eyes of liberated women and children. I can't help but to think, where will Borno be without the Nigerian army? So thank you to the Nigerian army.
So there it is right there. That is absolutely Hassan, of course. The guy that you take for granted every single time he comes here. I tell you about the quality. I'll be bringing you the quality people, and I'll be introducing just how quality they are. So that's Hassan, of course, eulogizing to the Nigerian army right there. So well done, Hassan, for that. We endorse everything you said. We take them for granted. We disparage them, but these are people that are actually giving their lives for our liberty. So well done. You speak on behalf of all of us with that little detail right there. So well done, Hassan. So that's Hassan, of course. So that's Hassan, of course. Like I said, say hello in the comment section. So that's Hassan saying hello. So we acknowledge Hassan. That's Abdul Mumin Adana. So that's Abdul Mumin right there, joining us from Saudi Arabia. And of course, the first comment always being put in place by Agbado Motinobu. So that's Agbado Motinobu right there. And that's Ratel family right there who joins us in this instance, often joins us as well. That's Sheson Fashua right there. So that's Sheson applauding Hassan for that excellent little ode to the Nigerian army. That's Ajani Oribayo right there. Good to see you, Ajani. So that's it right there. So keep saying hello as you are coming in. There's not an abundance in the news, by the way. We're just coming out really just to break the, I didn't want to not come out 3 days in succession. So that's why I'm coming out now. So there's not an abundance in the news cycle, but we'll meander through whatever it is that is available. So let's start it off on a slow tempo as we kick it off with this one. So this one here, sometimes we bring you some of these statistical little vignettes. Let me put it that way. So sometimes we bring you some of these statistical little vignettes. So here is because, and of course, it has to pertain to Nigeria. So here is another statistical vignette, but this one might it would jar your senses a little bit. So this one here, it runs through the data then of just how expensive the internet is globally. So the most expensive space to surf the interweb is the United Arab Emirates. And that really surprised me actually, because I thought it would be a lot cheaper. This is globally, by the way. The second most expensive place to surf the internet is Ghana which is I think they are actually doing this quantum by measure of what's the quantum of measure by measure of megabytes. So median price per megabyte. So in the United Arab Emirates, $4 31 for a megabyte. Ghana £2 58. Switzerland. So the Swiss somewhat surprised me because they're in Europe anyway, which is carpeted with the internet, and you think it is a lot cheaper. But no, in Swiss, I guess it's because it's so rich a space that they can pretty much charge anything. So £2, $2 7 pence. Is it pence or cent? Is it cent they use in America? So $2 7 cent is the going rate in Switzerland. In Kenya is $1.54. In Morocco is $1.16. In Australia is $1.05. In Germany $1.04. And then in Nigeria is 72 cents. So now I think that's too expensive for what it should be. Does it break it down somewhat? I wonder if it does. I think that's too expensive for what it is. Does it break it down? Yes, it breaks down Nigeria somewhat. So is that the breakdown of Nigeria? All right, I'm not quite sure where that's taking me to. But yeah. So I think it's too expensive for what it is because the internet needs to be a lot cheaper in Nigeria so that the jobs that the government cannot provide, these young people can go on the international space and afford their own income. So the cheapest place is Romania, which surprises me somewhat. Is virtually free in Romania is 0.01 cent. That's how much it costs to surf the internet in Romania. And then in Russia and Thailand as well is 0.02 cent, which is to tell you that it's virtually free. But the price of Nigeria to surf the internet per megabyte, which is the standard of measure, is 72 cents. So that's that. So that's just a little something just to start it on an inoffensive pace. So we go on from that to this. Events have since what is Charlie Boy saying? Hi, Otu Nwoke Kagbua. That's Charlie Boy trying to. He's not. He doesn't understand the word of Igbo, by the way. He's an American, but he's gone on Google to find out how hello is being said in. So well done for the effort, Charlie Boy. So, like I said, events have superseded some of the news that we should have done over the last two sessions that we didn't come out. So, but this is a follow through of something that we wanted to do earlier on. So, article came out to say that he will step down for a younger, more vibrant candidate, which of course is Takia. Atiku will never step down for anybody. So the Obedience latched onto that narrative, and Atiku has now felt the need to come out with a correctional addendum. ADC primary. I did not promise to step down for the youth. Atiku cries out. So here it is. A four-time presidential. Is it just 4 times? I thought Atiku had been running 7 times. Actually, let me check that. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's more than 4 times. How many times has Atiku Abubakar contested for president? It's a well, yes, it's more than 4 times. So I'm not quite sure why that article is telling us 4 times. So it says a four-time presidential candidate and former vice president of Nigeria, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, has denied ever promising to step down for younger presidential aspirants in his new presidential party, the ADC. So we continue with that story, but let's just document that Atiku has actually run more than 4 times. So we just did a quick search. Atiku Abubakar ran unsuccessfully for president of Nigeria 6 times. So not 4 times, 6 times. He first ran in 1993. And then he came out again in 2007, 11th, 15th, 19, and 23. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm not quite sure why they are saying it's I mean, they it pretty much since the birthing of democracy in Nigeria that guy has been running. So a four-time presidential candidate and former and former vice president of Nigeria, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, has denied ever promising to step down for younger presidential aspirants in his new political party, the ADC. In a swift press release by the media advisor to the 78-year-old presidential hopeful, Paul Ibe, the media reports of Atiku's comment on BBC Hausa Service interview insinuating that he will step down for and support younger aspirants in ADC to challenge President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 presidential election is false. It has become necessary to clarify certain misrepresentation arising from the reportage of an interview granted by His Excellency Atiku Abubakar to the BBC Hausa service by some sections of the media, Paul Ibe wrote. After a thorough review of both the video and transcript of the interview in the original Hausa and English translation, it is evident that at no point did the former vice president expressly state, suggest, or even imply that he intends to stand down for anyone. So it looks as though that story has been completely made up by the Obedience, as we now know as we now know them for. They just make up random shit. What Atiku Abubakar clearly and unambiguously said was that young people, as well as other prospective presidential aspirants, are free to enter the contest. He further stressed that if a young candidate were to emerge through a competitive primary, he will readily support such a candidate without any hesitation. Whilst interpretative journalism is a legitimate aspect of reporting, stretching interpretation to the point of mischief is unacceptable and must not be encouraged. For the records, therefore, the insinuation attributed to the Waziri of they still continue to call him the Waziri of Adamawa. I thought it was the Waziri of Abu Dhabi. For the records, therefore, the insinuation attributed to the Waziri of Adamawa from his BBC Hausa interview are inaccurate and do not reflect what he actually said, the statement concludes. As the commencement of the 2027 electoral cycle nears, there are growing tension within the ranks of the opposition coalition on who would be the presidential candidate of their adopted political party, the ADC. So far, the battle for the ticket is shaping up to be between former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Anambra State Governor Mr. Peter Obi, and former Rivers State Governor Chibuike Rotimi Amechi. However, Mr. Obi, who was the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 presidential election, is reluctant to fully commit to the ADC unless he is given an automatic ticket to run as the ADC presidential candidate. Atiku Abubakar, on the other hand, sees the coalition as his brainchild and has laid all the groundworks necessary to see his emergence as the ADC presidential candidate without any strong challenge. So there it is right there. You know they call that a Faustian pact. Do you know what that means? A Faustian pact. A Faustian pact is a deal with the devil. So what they want to lock Peter Obi into is essentially a Faustian pact. So if Peter Obi ever dares to step fully into that ADC, is done. Is done. So they will primary him, return Atiku as the candidate, but then Obi, of course, he cannot now leave because it will look like a sore loser and a spoil sport and all that. So if Peter Obi goes into that space and he gets primaried, then he has to surrender his support to the movement, and that is the game they are playing with him. So if they get him to come into that ADC and he goes into a primary, then that's Peter will be done. So that's the game right there. So that's article then coming out to debunk that narrative. We go on from that to the next one. This was going to be the headline for yesterday's session, which I abandoned. Buy AK-47 rifles. Former Lagos State governorship candidate Babatunde Gbadamosi urges Nigerians to arm themselves against Fulani Muslim jihadist terrorists. So he drew no punches, did he? Really? I wonder who he's talking about. Both the ethnicity and the religion he wants you to rage against. But I would always thought that this Gbadamosi name was a Muslim name. Buy AK-47 rifles, former Lagos State governorship candidate Babatunde Gbadamosi urges Nigerians to arm themselves against Fulani jihadists. So let's just leave it as that one. Babatunde Gbadamosi is people call it Gbadamosi, but the actual pronunciation I think is Badamoshi. Babatunde Badamosi or Badamoshi, a businessman, real estate developer, and politician, has urged Nigerians to take up arms to defend themselves against terrorists. He shared the advice on X, sparking divided opinions. He wrote, "Dear Nigerians, arm yourselves, buy crossbows, buy AK-47 rifles, buy GPMGs, buy RPG launchers, buy LAVs. They are made in Nigeria. Buy drones. Learn to use them. Resist any attempt to disarm you. Anybody who tries to disarm you wants you to be quiet. Age is no excuse. Gender is no excuse. Religion is no excuse." So I've always had yes, age is no excuse, gender is no excuse, religion is no excuse. If you refuse, your death at the hands of the Fulani jihadist will be your own fault. Hashtag take your fitness seriously. His followers reacted to his tweet by questioning how regular citizens could be able to afford or access arms and drones. So they are not recoiling from the idea, it's the affordability of it. So this is the tweet right here. Dear Nigerians, arm yourselves, buy crossbows, buy AK-47 rifles, buy GPMGs, buy RPG launchers, buy LAVs, they are made in Nigeria, buy drones, learn to use them, resist any attempt to disarm you. Anybody who tries to disarm you wants you to be quiet. Age is no excuse, gender is no excuse, religion is no excuse. If you refuse, your death is at the hands of the Jamja weeds. Will be your own fault. So this is what people are saying back. It says, all these things require money. That is why this poverty thing is a trap. Nigerians are sitting dogs while they fund the Jamja weeds. Not at all, he responds. Don't leave Embria EMB 314 Super Tucano also. Why stop there? Better to buy an F-35. That will suit somebody as clever as you better. So this one says they should learn to use RPGs as how or more. It will sound funny until they abduct you. Anyway, it's a bit wild actually. Has it reached this point? One asks. No, it's time for tea and biscuits. So I think but a true was spoken in jest. Actually, I've always advocated that Nigerians should be afforded the 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 right to bear arms. I've always advocated that Nigerians just really for a fighting chance because as one of those as that guy actually said, as we stand at the moment, we're just sitting dogs, just to be picked off as these marauders as they will. Um, Naira is overvalued by 30% against the dollar. So this one somewhat it concerned me when I saw it, because I'd always insisted that Naira is undervalued, and I still insist that Naira is undervalued. Is it overvalued or undervalued? It still has a movement of. I think the value of the dollar, the Naira to the dollar, will be in the near future 800 to the dollar. So that's where the economy is really, or will be fairly shortly. Um, Naira is overvalued by 30% against the dollar report. Nigeria's Naira is the most overvalued currency in Africa, according to a new report from Renaissance Capital Africa RENCAP. According to RENCAP, the Naira is overvalued by as much as 30% based on real effective exchange rate model. The analysis is coming at a time where the exchange rate is at one of its strongest level in over a year, and external reserve hitting $41 billion. The report opines that Nigeria has been experiencing food deflation. So actually, it's saying that the movement that Nigeria can still strengthen by about 30% even as we stand now. So that has to be the reading of it. It's not that it's overvalued. What does that? Am I misreading the English, or is that English being badly written? Um, Let's take it from top again, actually. Naira is overvalued by 30% against the dollar. This is the report. Nigeria's Naira is the most overvalued currency in Africa, according to a new report from Renaissance Capital Africa, RENAP. According to RENAP, the Naira is overvalued by as much as 30% based on real effective exchange rate model. The analysis is coming at a time where the exchange rate is at one of its strongest level in over a year, and external reserves hitting $41 billion. The report opines that Nigeria has been experiencing food deflation throughout 2025, suggesting the current headline inflation rate of 20% is overstating the inflation rate. So it's telling us that the improvements in the country is not yet catching up with the currency, because all of these things, we are hearing so many anecdotes of quantum improvements. We are hearing anecdotes of quantum improvements in electricity generation, and then we are hearing that people that were actually buying rice and stockpiling against the price, they are all in trouble now. They've all gone bankrupt. The price of food is dropping at an impressive rate towards the price of food, right, rather the price of a bag of rice is almost now at the same level that it was before the currency was liberalized, which is to tell you then that the economy has really quite aggressively strengthened. Because if they are buying a bag of rice at the same price that they were, it's an imported product. So, and that is usually the standard of measure of the Nigerian space. If they are buying a bag of rice at the same price as they were buying it when the naira was being subsidized by about 60% thereabout, then that is to conversely tell you of the quantum of improvements that economy has experienced. It's just basic logic, isn't it? Um, One more from the top, and we go at speed. Naira is overvalued by 30% against the dollar. That's the report. Nigeria's Naira is the most overvalued currency in Africa, according to a new report by Renaissance Capital Africa RENAP. According to RENAP, the Naira is overvalued by as much as 30% based on real effective exchange rate model RER. The analysis is coming at a time where the exchange rate is at one of its strongest levels in over a year, and external reserves hitting $41 billion. The report opines that Nigeria has been experiencing food price deflation throughout 2025, suggesting the current headline inflation of 20% is overstating the inflation rate. While the National Bureau of Statistics reported inflation above 20% in August, the RENAP report suggests that inflation is closer to 12% in October and 10% by December, and on track for 6% in 2023. Nigeria updated its consumer price index basket in January, assigning new weightings to various items. This led to a drop in inflation rate from 34.8% in December to 24.48% in January. The gap between the official and unofficial inflation data, however, raises credibility issues. RENCAP highlights peculiar anomalies in the consumer price index, which is a measure for inflation rate. So I mean, the upshot of it is that the economy continues to improve. So the economy continues to improve. Global investors on high alert as Nigeria opens $400 million crude export terminal. Pardon me. Right. So is this even worth reading? The terminal developed by Green Energy International Limited are operators of the Atakikpo field in OML 11 at Ikiru Town on Donni local government area, is Nigeria's first wholly indigenous onshore export facility since the Forcados terminal was commissioned in 1971. Top officials, including Minister of State for Oil, Heineken Lekobiri, and River State Governor Fubara, are expected to attend the ceremony. So anyway, another quantum leap within the oil space. That's just what that tells us. So now we go now to the headline piece, which is this one here. Obedient movement condemns NURTW chairman's threat demanding arrest over election remarks. So this is actually let's kick it off with the remarks. So now this remark by this guy is an offshoot of a comment made by the Oba of Lagos about 10 years ago. So we started off with that comment made by the Oba of Lagos 10 years ago, and then we segue into the comment made by this guy sometime this week, and then we go to the consequences of it. So we pick it up from here.
One of you, I swear in the name of God Almighty Allah, goes against my will that Ambode, inshallah, will be the next governor of Lagos State. The best thing to do to die inside this water. I'm not ready to beg, appeal to anybody, and that's why Ajaju and the governor says, that is your own. Even the two of them, they cannot disobey me. But nobody knew how I pick somebody. Jimmy is my blood relation. And I told him in the plain language, he can never be governor in Lagos for now. Future belongs to God. I'm not begging anybody to go, but you must not, I repeat, what you people cannot do in Odisha, what you cannot do in Aba or anywhere. If you do what I want, Lagos will continue to be prosper for you. If you go against this, you will perish in the water. Finish.
So that was the Oba of Lagos right there, threatening to throw the Obidients into the Lagoon if they don't vote his way. So that was as far back as about 10 years ago, actually, when Ambode was still the governor of Lagos State. So fast forward to now, the language has still not changed. Watch this.
Ìwọ́n tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní 2023 akọ̀wé ìdíwọ̀n ẹ̀ ẹ̀ bá ń gbé 2027 ló máa ṣe dé ẹ̀tẹ̀ ọláyé rẹ̀ ṣọwọ́ náà ò ní. Ọba àfẹ́ràn iṣẹ́ ní báyìí á lè wá sí i.
ẹni tó bá ṣe ẹni mistake ní 2027 tó bá lọ sọ́gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ APC lẹ́bà ṣe kí ni lẹ́bà dìbò fún un àbẹ́ tó bá sọ pé òun ò ní gbọ́ àwa náà lè ṣe kí ni àgbà.
orúkọ mi ni Alhaji Mustapha adékúnlẹ́lá iwájú popular leader sí Sego. ṣùgbọ́n wà lọ́dọ̀ TSS látàárọ̀ láti stand for wales. ṣùgbọ́n ṣe ń kó lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ this time ní táìmù náà ní December 7. ṣùgbọ́n release mi ọ̀gbẹ́. ṣùgbọ́n propaganda wọn ni mò ń gbọ́ tọ́pẹ́ náà fáìtì mi fún. ìgbóyà ọ̀kan gbogbo propaganda ìgbóyà mo ń sọ̀tì ọ̀rọ̀ èèyàn pa àbí ìkọ̀kọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní tiẹ̀. So that's a fake rumor. Ní tá à ń sọ́n pa tí kò ń sọ́n pa ẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ iṣẹ́ national union gbogbo alamọ̀ pé iṣẹ́ lórí àìfà lórí àìfà ṣe wà ní ìṣe tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ọmọ mẹkáníìkì náà ní àìfà ṣùgbọ́n àìfà iṣẹ́ union aṣòfin ìgbẹ́rù transport worker tó fẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ tí ń ṣe lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó náà ṣe yọrí yẹ kó ń wá mix tọ́lẹ̀ fi ṣe kíni tọ́lẹ̀ fi dàbàrú ẹ̀ tó fẹ́ dá wàhálà lẹ̀ àwọn àìfà ẹ̀ ló ń bá rí ìmùlẹ̀ pariwo wáyé lóṣù tó bá fẹ́ jẹ́ bí ti lẹ̀ àwọn DSS àtàwọn ọlọ́pàá wọn lè mọ̀ pé national union kò sí dà ń bẹ̀ àwọn alátakò kan lọ́wọ́ máa ṣe géèmù lọ́fẹ́ máa dá nǹkan tí ò ṣẹlẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n táwọn DSS pè mí lọ́yìn ìfáìsì mi fún látàárọ̀ kò ṣe nǹkan tí ó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o lọ́sọ̀ náà propaganda ni o ṣòro mọ̀ ní gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ ṣẹ́ ti tiwa lèmi pọ́sẹ́sẹ́sì ọ̀rọ̀ ṣẹ́ tiwa lè là ń sọ́n pa ìdé by day so ẹgbẹ́ tó bá wù ẹ̀ lè belong sí ṣẹ̀dá sáà so àwọn alamọ pàtì tí ó wù wá láti ṣe so ìtọ́ sọ́npa yẹn àtàárọ̀ báyìí tó yẹ kí wà lọ́fíìsì mi ọ̀dọ̀ DSS fún wa ń bẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe ìrírí sí náà gbé yín sí látàárọ̀ rẹ̀ so propaganda ní gbogbo ìtọ́ sọ ọ̀rọ̀ paṣẹ wa àwọn ráìfà lórí iṣẹ́ títí wa ó jẹ́ national union road transport worker ní Lagos State chapter so òun lè mú sọ́npa ẹ̀ tó lè lọ́ọ́ ní kí ṣe gbé mi ìbí lọ́ọ́ ní kí n jẹ lídà lé lórí àwọn èèyàn ní wá síbẹ̀ láti wá dàrú.
All right. So that character then is an element known as Adekunle Mustafa. Yes, that is right. So that character then, that element that you just saw on the screen is a character known as Adekunle Mustafa. And if you look at the trajectory of those sort of commentaries, by the way, they often come out on Lagos State. We heard it like we saw with the Oba, who told us that, or didn't even tell us, or he told the Obidients that if they don't vote his way, he will throw them into the Lagoon. And then we also heard it in the last cycle of election when MC Oluoma came out and told the now fabled Mama Chukudi, Mama Chukudi, that they should just not come out on the day of the elections, otherwise they'll be thrown in the Lagoon. So fast forward now to the elections coming out 2027, and it's rinse and repeat. So the guy, of course, Adekunle Mustafa, he made those commentaries. He was summarily invited by the DSS, and then it was a case of catch and release. So because that clip that I played you, it was in two halves. The first half was him making the threatening commentaries, and then the second half was when he came out of the DSS invitation something to then come and try and rebrand his commentary. So that's that. But what we do see coming out of Lagos is this sort of language. But the obedient space, they're not at all satisfied, and this is how they come. This is where they come in. Obedient movement condemns NURTW chairman's threat, demands arrest over election remarks. The Obedient movement has raised concerns over a viral video showing Adekunle Mustafa, popularly known as Sego, the Lagos State chairman of the National Union of Road Transport Workers (NURTW), allegedly threatening voters ahead of the 2027 general elections. In the video, Sego was heard speaking in Yoruba, warning that anyone who votes against the All Progressive Congress (APC) in the coming elections will be dealt with. His comments have sparked widespread outrage amongst Nigerians, particularly members of the Obedient movement, who view the remarks as a dangerous sign of potential election violence. Anyone who makes mistakes in 2027 will be dealt with. Let them know that the APC is the party you will vote for. Anyone who refuses to do so will meet us, Sego said in the video. Reacting to the clip, the national coordinator of the Obedient movement, Dr. Yanusa Tanko, condemned Shego's remarks and urged, and by the way, you can be certain that Obi will be coming out very soon with his now famous infamous tweets. Uh, Reacting to the clip, the national coordinator of the Obedient movement, Dr. Yanusa Tanko, condemned Shego's remarks and urged authorities to take immediate action. Tanko recalled that similar threats and acts of violence occurred during the 2023 elections in Lagos, especially against supporters of Peter Obi, the Labour Party's presidential candidate. According to him, members of the NURTW and political thugs allegedly attacked voters during the 2023 elections, particularly in areas where Peter Obi enjoyed massive support. We remember with sadness the violence unleashed by these same NURTW members and other thugs in 2023. Many of our supporters were beaten, injured, and even pied just for exercising their right to vote, Tanko said. In a statement released on Friday, the Obedient movement accused the ruling All Progressive Congress of using intimidation tactics to suppress voters and retain power. The group said the party had resorted to threats and violence because it had failed to deliver good governance that could win the people's trust. The APC realizes it cannot win free and fair due to its failure to deliver good governance, the statement reads. What we are seeing now is a continuation of the same old pattern of using fear to control the electorate. The group also demanded that President Bola Tinubu, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and security agencies immediately arrest and prosecute Mustafa for his remarks, which they described as incitement to violence. The NURTW is a registered trade union, but it has for years now been used as a tool of intimidation, violence, and political manipulation, Tanko said. We are calling on President Tinubu, Governor Sanwo-Olu, the police, DSS, and the military even, maybe they should send it to Kano jets to his house and just end it once and for all. The military even. This is the hyperbolic sort of, is this need to over embellish and expand everything? It's the same narrative that led them to telling lies that Atiku had stepped down. Maybe Atiku just he made some whatever remark in the course of addressing a specific question, and then they've headlined this like stepping down for Peter Obi. So is that hyperbolic sense to over embellish everything and over just expansiveness of language when it can just be condensed into a little a little speech. The NURTW is a trade union but has for years now been used as a tool of intimidation, violence, and political manipulation, Tanko said. We are calling on President Tinubu, Governor Sanwo-Olu, just because some random Agbero made a remark, Tinubu should fly immediately from Aso Rock and knock on the guy's door with handcuffs, accompanied by Sanwo-Olu, the police, the DSS, and the military. This cannot continue. Lagosians and Nigerians must be free to vote for whoever they choose without fear. Tanko further appealed to the international community to pay attention to the situation in Nigeria, warning that continued silence could lead to unrest. If the government fails to protect its citizens, people may be forced to defend themselves, and that would lead to anarchy, he cautioned. So it's the same dog whistle that they've been whistling that Obi took to Lagos to go and rally them up, to rile them up, so that they can march on the streets and all that. Following public outrage, the Department of State Services (DSS) reportedly invited Mustafa for questioning. He was later released on bail after making a statement to security officials. In response to the controversy, Mustafa denied threatening anyone, insisting that his words were taken out of context. He said his remarks were directed only to union members and not the general public. This afternoon, I was invited by the DSS over false allegations that I insulted some groups whilst addressing our members, he said in a statement after his release. These rumors are baseless. These rumors are baseless. I have always been a man of peace, and my message are directed only to our members. Everyone has the right to associate freely and choose their affiliations, and I fully respect that. He also claims that some people are trying to use the situation to discredit him and the NURTW in Lagos. This is clearly an attempt to destabilize me and the NURTW. I remain committed to peace, unity, and the progress of our organization, he said. Mustafa urged media outlets and bloggers to be fair in their reporting and to verify information before publishing. I appreciate online bloggers for informing the public, but I strongly warn you should not be biased. Verify information before posting about me or the NURTW. Meanwhile, the Obedient movement has maintained its call for accountability, insisting that such statements cannot be ignored, especially given Nigeria's fragile democracy and history of electoral violence. So they are really pushing hard for blood, as they often do. Actually, they always push hard for blood. So that's that. I think we now go on to the last one. So this is the last readout now. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, come in. It's entirely up to you. So that's not the link I want to send, but I can send that anyway. But let me send the link that actually brings you into the studio. Let's send the link that actually brings you into the studio. So yes, we go now to this now next one. So this is again a case of a statement and then rebuttal. So they make the statement and then they very quickly deny it. This seems to be the form of politics in Nigeria. I never accused Buhari of links to Boko Haram. This is the man from the creeks, Goodluck Jonathan. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has denied reports claiming he accused the late President Muhammadu Buhari of having links with Boko Haram, saying his statements were misconstrued. In a statement issued by his media aide, Ikechukwu Eze, on October the 4th, Jonathan said he never suggested or implied that Buhari had any connection with the terrorist group or supported it in any way. On Friday, while speaking at the public presentation of Scars, a book written by Lucky Irabor, former Chief of Defense Staff CDS, Jonathan said Boko Haram once nominated Buhari, his successor, to negotiate on their behalf with the federal government. Jonathan, who served as president from 2010 to 2015, said the insurgents mentioned Buhari after his administration set up committees to explore dialogue with the group. However, Garba Shehu, former spokesperson to Buhari, refuted the claim as false and politically motivated. It said Jonathan's comments were part of a broader reflection on Nigeria's security challenges and were meant to highlight the deceptive tactics employed by Boko Haram in its early years. The attention of the office of former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan has been drawn to misleading reports circulating in sections of the media suggesting that Dr. Jonathan alleged that Boko Haram nominated the late President Muhammadu Buhari GCFR to represent them in dialogues with the federal government and therefore made him somehow complicit in the Boko Haram crisis. We wish to make it abundantly clear that the former president's comments were grossly misrepresented. At no time did Dr. Jonathan suggest, imply, or it's almost verbatim, suggest, imply, or insinuate. Where do we even just read those exact words now? Suggest, imply, or insinuate. That was the article storyline. Suggest, imply, or insinuate. That seems to be the standardized political pushback in Nigeria. We wish to make it abundantly clear that the former president's comments were grossly misrepresented. At no time did Dr. Jonathan suggest, imply, or insinuate that President Buhari had any connection with Boko Haram or that he supported the group in any form. Dr. Jonathan's remarks, made in the course of a broader discussion on Nigeria's security challenges, were meant to illustrate the deviousness and manipulative strategies employed by Boko Haram in their early years. His reference was to a well documented episode when various individuals and factions falsely claimed to represent the terror group and purported to name prominent Nigerians as possible mediators without those individuals' knowledge or consent. The point Dr. Jonathan sought to make was that Boko Haram, in its characteristic deceit, often invoked names of respected public figures to sow confusion, exploit political divisions, and undermine public confidence in governance. His comments were therefore an illustration of the group's duplicity, not an accusation against the late former president or any individual for that matter. The former president's position was that if indeed Buhari was their choice negotiator, why did Boko Haram uh, why did Boko Haram not expeditiously bring their evil agenda to an end when the retired general became president? For the avoidance of doubt, Dr. Jonathan recognizes that President Buhari, like every patriotic Nigerian, stood firmly against terrorism and was himself a target of violence. Both men, during their respective tenures, shared a common commitment to restoring peace and stability to Nigeria. Eze asked Nigerians to disregard any misrepresentation remarks, adding that the former president remains committed to peace, unity, and the strengthening of democratic values in Nigeria. So another catch and release sort of a statement from Goodluck Jonathan right there. He of course made those comments and is now trying to dance his way back from it. So that's his way back from it. So that's the sum of it. So that's the sum of it. So let's now go to the clips. So we kick it off here. So the National Theatre in Igomu, the one that they call the Colonel's Cap. That National Theatre, they are saying, I think that was actually built under the Babangida administration, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I am. They call it the Colonel's Cap because it's somewhat shaped like a military cap, the National Theatre. I think that's been handed over to Lagos State and they've now done it up. And then there was a gala night then to open it. And these are clips from that gala night. So we see then first as not Obasanjo, as Tinubu runs into Soyinka, and this was the exchange that took place. This is just a lovely little clip. Let me call it that. Let me describe. Yeah, a lovely. Yeah, just watch this. Just watch this.
No, this one is not the final one. The major one is down there. So, but you are not going I took it well anyway. Well, otherwise.
So that was I had a super chat on the screen. I hope you saw that. Anyways, that was Tinubu running into. Uh, um. By the way, the National Theatre was actually built under Obasanjo in 1977 when we held the Festac festivals, as has been corrected in the comment section. So thank you first for that. So still staying within that reopening of the newly renovated, Lagos State is just taking, so there's the Randall Gallery, there's the National Theatre, there's the O2, the Nigerian version of O2, almost near completion. The rail service are close to 80%. The networking of it all almost complete. They are carpeting the whole of the roads in Lagos. By the time we get to, the second 30 December is coming. They are fast internationalizing Lagos State, just with all of these trinkets. So still staying within that space. This is Abike Dabiri Arewa, spending your dollars on a good time. All right, so that was Abike Dabri Arewa jollificating right there. I'll play you one more clip from that space and then we move on.
Welcome to Happy Independence Day. The grand one is President. Dear President. Happy Independence Excellency. How are you? How are you? Hello. How are you know, Robbie Lowo. Sorry. I don't know, this one is not the final one. The major one is down there. No, but you are not going well anyway. Well, otherwise.
All right, so that was the reopening of the National Theatre right there, as we've already seen. So even the Obidients are now jumping. I've always said that the one thing that will re-elect Tinubu will be achievements. The one thing. Quantifiable, visible achievement is what will re-elect Tinubu, and it looks as though quantifiable, visible achievement is what is already getting a lot of people to jump on board on his train. So here is an erstwhile Obedient who is now going to tell us now how he is going to politic in 2027. Watch this.
Asiwaju, you bring Miami to Lagos, yeah. The way we see for Miami and so, yeah. Miami. Hey, Dave Umahi, God bless you. See on that boat. Siana. It is Siana. You see. Eko Luwa Oyibo. Hey, if you travel go Banana Island, you go love Lagos. Oh no. Siana, Costa Highway. Pressa. Calabar 5 hours. Hey, gonna beg. See, we are see on the altitude. See, Now go to see, come on body for high tension. I see what you dey come 2027, May months.
Baba, I don't follow your brother.
May months. Now they do obedience. No road for them. Nah, cha. Wrong statistician. But we know they do Egypt, we know they do Singapore. We are talking live. We did that for Lagos. See, Grandmaster, Siwaju, a proven. He fought the Atlantic. See, he fought the Atlantic. He pushed them, go back. See Lagos now. Tell me now, Miami. Hey, God, I beg. Miami. See the road.
So I've often said it actually, by the time we get to 2027, the achievements will be so visible that even Peter Obi, when he gets into the quietness and the singularity of that polling booth, or of that polling booth rather, when he gets into the aloneness of that polling booth, he will find himself voting for Tinubu. He will not be able. Even Peter Obi in Article 2, he will vote for Peter. What did I say? He will vote for Tinubu. That's what I meant to say. So it's just the achieve. It's not becoming so. People are actually driving. The guy said he would do it just barely 2 years ago. He would put one of the world's most remarkable coastline roads all the way from Lagos to Calabar, and they were saying, no, Ibede, is that what is still money? They did not tender the contract. Are they still talking about tendering the contracts? These were the same people doing tendering the contract. So he's now enjoying the coastal highway, comparing it to Miami, and telling us that anybody that comes up against Tinubu from Oka in 2027 go chop bullet. So it's the achievement that will return Tinubu in 2027. But hopefully nothing will ever return this now next guy that I'm about to play you now. Here is there's there are two scales, there are two lists of measures that we are counting within the Nigerian governorship space in terms of performance. So there is the good, there's the bad and the ugly. So the bad and the ugly come under the same category. So there are the performance and the clowns. That's what we have in terms of governorship in Nigeria. So when we're talking about the performers, we're talking about people like Governor Bago of Niger State, who is a performer. We're talking about people like Governor Zulum of Borno State, who's somewhat of a performer. We're talking about Dr. Abiodun in Ogun State, who is a performer, and of course, everybody knows Sanwo-Olu is performing. So if we are talking about performers and achievers at the state level, you are really looking at that short list. But if you are talking about the clowns, we have an abundance of those. The governor of Ekiti has just been exposed now by Isaac Fayose. Is just a clown. The governor of Osun State is just a clown. But who is the bigger clown between the governor of Ekiti State, the governor of Osun State, or the governor of Edo State, or Okpobolo, the one that cannot even speak English, the one that can't read figures? So who is the biggest clown? Okay, watch this clip to help you make that decision.
Governor with the enter gutter, checking the project. Oh God, Akbako rescue. He has come to rescue Saple Road. Oh God, Akbako. The light of Edo, the light of Edo State, the light of Edo. Akbako rescue. Governor where they enter gutter. Oh God. Governor where they enter gutter. Governor where they check project for weekend. Oh God. Governor where no they tired to work. Mr. Project. Uncommon governor. Uncommon project. Governor where no they tired to work. He's moving today Saturday weekend. Wait for rest. You see they work. He's walking. See, and governor where they enter gutter.
So there it is right there. So the governor of Edo State that cannot speak English is governing Edo State from the gutters. So I cannot think of anything more apt than that. So that is very much in tandem with expectations. The governor of Edo State that cannot read figures or speak English or say anything coherent is governing Edo State from the gutters. So that about sums it up. So we go on from that to the next one. Here is, I think this was during Tinubu's um this was during Tinubu's visit to Imo State, and of course, the Obidients tried to sneak in a surprise attack on him. So here is the Obidients launching at Tinubu in Imo State.
I want to thank you as Abians for what you are doing in our state through our governor and what you are doing around the southeast. But I must say, it's about time, Mr. President, that we have another port in the southeast. Southeast are traders. We need a port so that our trading will be enhanced. Mr. President, I also want to say that the destruction, demolition of the houses, of the offices of our brothers in Lagos makes our heart bleed. Mr. President, for some of them who has not gotten the right document, my plea to you is to appeal to the governor of Lagos State to keep accommodating our brothers and please allow them to rectify their document instead of destruction.
So that sounds just about right. It's inviting Tinubu to build a seaport within the landlocked southeast, the dot in the circle that is the southeast, and it's inviting Sanwo-Olu to look the other way regarding illegal structures put up by people of his own ethnic stock. So that is their own understanding of how things should be done. So that just I don't even need to add more to that. So I was saying that Tinubu will be re-elected solely on achievement, and to just to nail that even further down. Let's watch this.
I just had an excellent meeting with Mr. President, where we talked about the fundamental transformation that has happened in the last 2 years. Think about it: removal of subsidy, tax reform. We have a refinery that's operating and exporting aviation fuel, unification of the road ownership system. And so the next step is, how do we encourage international investment in Nigeria to drive economic growth? And I had a wonderful meeting with Mr. President, talking about exchanging ideas about how we can do that, how we can put Nigeria front and center on the map for international investments. And we had some very good suggestions and discussions about that.
Apart from the suggestions, personally, what are you bringing on board?
We're making investments in Nigeria. We explored additional opportunities. I'm not going to tell you what they are. You just wait, watch this space, you will see them. But look, Nigeria is now a place that is exciting to invest in, and that's what we talked to Mr. President about. And of course, as you would expect, he was very encouraging of international investments in Nigeria.
Okay, I'm not expecting you to tell me how you told the president, but what sector particularly are you interested in?
No, but you think about all the sectors that we invest in. Energy. So we invest in energy. We're building LNG plants in Texas. We're building LNG plants in Australia. There's gas in Nigeria. Nigeria is a huge gas province. People describe me as the guy who bought Gatwick Airport. I didn't personally buy Gatwick Airport, but the aviation sector is also an area of interest to us. I confess to Mr. President that one of our companies has ports in Cotonou, and it has a port in Lomé, none in Nigeria. So I asked for his forgiveness and understanding, and being the gentleman that he was, he forgave me, but said, you have to bring port investment to Nigeria. So that's another area we're looking at. Renewables, that's another area. So lots of investment opportunities in Nigeria. You just have to be serious about making the right moves.
I think when Nigerians in Nigeria and when Nigerians in the diaspora invest in Nigeria, it can only be a great signal for the international community to invest in us and make our country greater. We thank President Tinubu for his policies. They have made Nigeria investable. We wish him all the very best, and we give every assurance to the president and every assurance to the Nigerian people that we will do our very best, and it will create a fast-growing Nigeria which will achieve its objectives.
Our president has done fundamental reform, and that reform on its own invited all these people that you are saying. We've done the fundamental. The next thing for us is to lead export-led economy, which is why you see these are great Nigeria. And they have committed. Mr. President has given them go ahead. And the only thing I can say is the hope is very on rise.
So there it is right there. As that guy was speaking, the Ogunlesi guy, that's the guy that owned Gatwick Airport in the UK. I think he sold his farm to BlackRock for about, was it $20 billion or thereabout. So if you don't get, it's probably only Dangote that is richer than that guy in Nigeria. If even Dangote is richer than him, you know, they'll be telling you about some Kotaris that sells spare parts that is a billionaire. That's what a billionaire looks like right there. But if you are putting a price tag, as that guy was speaking, I counted at least $10 billion in investment just on the areas that he's admitting he's going to put money into. So, like I said, the enabling environment, the conduciveness of it, you know, the policies. When I tell you that Tinubu's policies are starting to compound, that is exactly what I mean. So that's the compounding of policies right there, bringing international. He told us that he has ports in Lome, etc., but none in Nigeria. But the environment now right, because the policies compound, they are compounding to create the environment for these things to happen. So we'll see you in 2027. It's going to be a cakewalk. If Tinubu will just be laughing, I think the campaigning for 2027 will just be people pointing at the Obidients and laughing. That's the totality of the campaign for 20. Just point at the Obidients and laugh. Oteniwo, I think this music should actually come in at this point. Where is that one? This is the music. This is going to be the backdrop to 2027. Where's that backdrop to 2027? We had it in our library. So this will be the backdrop to. This will be the backdrop to 2027. So that song right there, it tells us that Okpe ni won o won mo nkankan, Okpe ni won o won mo nkankan. The closest to a translation is that they are slow-witted people and they don't know anything. So that's what that song tells us. They are slow-witted people who don't know anything. Okpe ni won o won mo nkankan. So that's the. Do I have anything else to play you? I think that might be sufficient enough to be going with. I think I've played you the Asan clip, haven't I? So yes. So that's sufficient enough to be. Oh, let me play you this one. This is that little spat between Dangote and the senior gas professionals or whatever it is, some trade union organization that was threatening to shut down the economy. So here is them positioning themselves in the media.
Remember, we've tried it. Look at even this Pengasan. In a way, they should be ashamed of themselves. How come, in all this agitation, how come the 3 Nigerian refineries, they weren't able to agitate them into production? Are their workers not the ones, are their members not the ones manning Port Harcourt, Warri and Kaduna refineries? How come in the last 60 years or however many years, since the 70s, that those Pengasan has not been able to agitate those refineries into production? Why didn't they hold government to ransom when those refineries were not working? Because their members were collecting salary, despite the fact that one single drop of oil or diesel was not coming out of this place. Their workers were collecting salary. And when the workers collect salary, the union, guess what? Check off dues. As long as the union is getting its own, the workers are getting their own. Yeah, with Nigerians, if we don't get any petrol out of it, who cares? So that's a very selfish point of view. So it won't be a very good precedent. If see, at the end of the way, nobody wins it all in any contention. There has to be give and take. So Pengassan cannot have his way fully. Dangote too cannot have his way fully. There's got to be a middle of the road solution.
So they are trying to squeeze Dangote for some money, but Dangote has now got his crude for Naira deal, so you can tell them to F off. So we play the Kegite music. I'll send the link one more time. If you want the conversation, you hop on the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water, 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 water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agwesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So you heard him in poetry. Now you get to hear him in prose. The excellent Hassan. There's Hassan right there. And you hear him in prose, but you wish you heard him in poetry. That's Tony Africa right there as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. Still more spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. We started off, kick it off with Tony. Tony, what's up? What's going on?
Man. Yeah, very nice day. It's windy and very cold, and then I'm very happy. Good evening. Yes.
Have you got your heater on? Have you got the heating on?
No. I don't need it. I went to the shop today to buy some light pullovers. Because I cannot withstand the heat. Also, I just like it cold.
You know what I do during winter? I put the heating on, and then I put the fan on as well, because I always find it difficult to sleep without a fan. So yeah, that's what I do. I put the heating on and then I put the fan on. So that the yin and yang.
But I would recommend that when it's so cold, then it just on your heater. After 2 hours, you then switch it off. You know what I'm saying? Like you can open your window also half. I don't know how the windows are like over there. Here we have a different style of opening our windows, three style. So we have you can teach it, or you can sideways.
If you are not genetically made for such an environment, that's
but no. Let me tell you something. Okay, right on. Yes. Germany. Hold on, sir. Germany is a very special country. Hold on. If you look, it was in Germany that I got to know that you are, once you ring the bell, they can open the door from you right from the top, wherever they are living. It doesn't have to be a house with with a lift or whatever. But the system is. Do you know what is called Germany? All they are something isolated. Hold on.
Tony, hold on. So slow down.
Yeah.
He's trying to engage with you now. You don't have to just be hitting. He's just trying to engage with you. So
Okay.
let's just engage.
Right on. Okay.
Not all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
What did they
just
call
trying
my friend?
to have
Yes.
fun with you.
Alaji, right on.
No be matter of ride on. Adapting to environments like that after years and years and years and years, you still are doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that. But people who are meant for that environment, you will see them dressing casually sometimes in such it's not even like winter now in Marseille.
Yeah, you know that.
Just to add to what you're saying, Hassan, there's this YouTuber, very 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 big YouTuber. She's called Soma Aku. She lives somewhere in Ireland. So she's lived there for years and years, and then suddenly she decided to go back home. And then when she went back to Nigeria, within the first week, all of the medications that in this country, you always have one thing. They will lift you up
Or
and
the
the
other.
uppers and downers. You are on
Yes.
all manners of med. She just found that she didn't need.
Sertraline, all those things.
Yes, she didn't find. She just found that she didn't need any of those medications anymore. She was eating organic food. The sun was on her back every single day. That day, she was, the breeze, the air, the comfort, the comfortability of being amongst your own type. She just found that she wasn't needing those pills anymore. And then when she went back to Ireland, she was back on the pills very quickly, and then she moved permanently back,
Credit.
and she's never looked back since.
Yes,
So
now
yeah,
she prioritized
the
her
weather.
happiness.
This weather is not this. Europe is not suited for the African. I can just tell you.
It's not.
And
It's
I'm
not.
not
It's
even
not.
talking about
It's
racism.
not
The
even funny. It's not
the
even
food is
funny at
bad.
all.
The weather is bad. The
Still,
people are nasty. There's just it's not suited for. It's not conducive for human living. Europe.
and some people take it as achievement that they are living there. What out of economic necessity? Yes, I can understand. But somehow, and when they come back to Nigeria, they begin to foam and looking at us as if we are some form of hot dwelling. Hunter gatherers in the jungle. Now, wow. But the attitude is beginning to change because the economy of these Western countries are beginning to really shake. Very soon, we go dey hear better talk. They come out from the mouth of people where they degrade and downgrade Nigeria as if say people where they Nigeria no get access to happiness any longer. Make I leave the floor for Ogatoni. Ogatoni continue. Me, I will talk about Jonathan and Buhari later.
Okay, thank you. What I was trying to say is like Germany. They are kind of a unique country. That's why we pray that that among the future ministers, because to be a president or governor is not it's not my mind. So then, if you have somebody from Germany, Nigeria can be regulated within 12 months because the system here is just too crazy. They are too intelligent.
Just the way they regulated Namibia, and
no, their system. Hold on. As where you cut me off was a point. Let me hold on now. Oh, let me look. It's a school. It's a school. It's a training. Hold on. Now, let me speak now. It's a training ground. You know that. Look, hello, my brother. I'm from Edo State too, and Ibadan also. So when I'm speaking, hold on. You don't know anything about technology or whatever. You are you are a dictator. Sorry. You learn by dictation, by dictating. They tell you A+1 is B. But me, I'm telling you that. Do you know what it's called Ibadan? So we brought up in Ibadan, and they're from Edo State. So whenever I'm speaking. I was living, look, hold on. I was having a diplomatic passport. I went to many countries, as a student.
You know
what I'm saying?
Okay,
hold on. I was sponsored.
Yeah.
You don't let me speak. You don't let me speak. I was sponsored to South Korea by the federal government. Hold on. To Brazil
Let me tell
to
you
go
something
into
now.
recycling plants.
I understand, oh God.
Pipeline,
Listen
hold
to
on,
me
hold on.
now.
Pipeline technology. Only Patrick knows me a little bit here. Patrick, you know what I say? Hold on. Pipeline technology. You see that? You see that? You guys, you don't. Okay, right on.
All right. One of you have to let the other one speak. Otherwise,
Yes.
we
Okay.
won't
I
hear
was a man. Right on now. You know, I know they bring us back. Continue to speak now. It was Babangida that caught us.
I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. Now we own the keys to the padlock where they open
You see
hellfire.
what one man was doing just now? One man was just kind of.
Just listen. Do you know what happened in Berlin in in
But
1859?
I know that it was in Berlin that they shared our continent. I know that.
Do you know
And then hold on. The Germans also hold on. The Germans also started experimenting with black people in their zoos. Hold on. I know everything. Hold on, sir.
Let you talk now. We could discuss now. I know one more.
Yeah, but we're trying to take the good things out of Germany. The two, you see, they are good. They are good side. They are good side.
Oh God.
Do you know that? Do you know that? Do you know that? Hold on, Hassan.
Hello, woman.
I have an opportunity to speak with you today. Hold on. You don't have to run away.
Yes.
Hold on.
Hold on. Hassan, it's
Yes,
often
woman.
difficult to conversate with Tony, so just let him flow. Patrick,
Yeah.
yes.
Woman.
Yeah.
Woman, sorry. Can you allow me to speak? So maybe I'll set the pace. Then we can
Yes,
realign it.
yes.
The way it's going. Yeah.
Let Pastor kick it off, because all we were just hearing is just we were hearing sound, but we weren't
Hold
hearing
on.
words. Yes.
Yeah. So let's. I'm going to speak about the performance of the governors, which was, I saw you that video those things that I sent to you. One thing I noticed generally in this life, people are born to complain. Why? Because social science said that human need is unlimited. No matter the level that we are, we always think that, we are suffering. But most of the time, as individuals now, let's forget about maybe Nigeria. If you look at yourself when you were young and where you are now, you might be dissatisfied with yourself now. But if you look at where you are coming from, you will discover that you have made some progress. Maybe 10 years ago, you were just single. Now you are married, you have children. That's progress. And then 10 years ago, you probably had only maybe secondary school, or 15 years ago, you had secondary school certificate. Now you have a postgraduate degree. That's some progress. You might not have that job that you want, but you have made progress. And that's the way I want us to look at Nigeria. Because in the midst of that progress, people will always complain. Even that time, that like 10, 15 years ago that you think was better than today, people were complaining. But those who took time to read the signs of the season and see the opportunities that is available in that season are the ones that took it and that built the current future that they are enjoying now. 10 years ago, people were complaining about 15 years ago, so they were complaining about Jonathan's, this and that. But some of these big businesses that you are seeing now, some of them were started that time by those who were not busy complaining, those who were looking for opportunities and taking advantage of it. The same thing now. As we speak now, people are complaining, Tinubu is this, Tinubu is that. There are some governors that are looking for the opportunities for their state, and they are keen into it, and they are taking advantage of it. There are some individuals like Oyema, there are some other businesses that are looking at, okay, in the midst of this chaos, there's some light, there's some opportunities, there's some stuff that they are taking advantage. I'll give you a good example. This recent Naira appreciation. Do you know that if you had like $1 million investment in Nigeria just before last week, that your $1 million had automatic, assuming you just put it there, you have not even invested, it's just there. That $1 million had acquired nothing less than maybe $75,000 just by within a week with this current Naira appreciation. If you put in $1 million Canadian dollar, that $1 million Canadian dollar had grown by maybe about $60,000. If you had $1 billion, you are looking at about $5 million just by appreciation of naira. $5 million profit just by appreciation of naira. So $5 million in any economy is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So people will say, this and that, this Nigeria, what is happening? People are taking opportunities. People are positioning. Be busy there. Abuse Tinubu, abuse your governor, abuse Nigeria. Call them hell. If you call them hell, it will be hell for you. It will be hell for you. I know some businesses now that are in Nigeria that were not there. Flutterways was not in Nigeria during Jonathan. All those big fintech were not there during Jonathan. There are some banks that were not there during Jonathan that are in Nigeria now. We have new banks. Those new banks started in this period that we are complaining. Oh, he's and that. Nigeria, look at it. You know who is smart. You are there. Make you they waste your life. They go. That's how life is. Opportunities, nobody will come and carry opportunity and put it on your laps. There are a lot of people, you look for opportunity and you take it. The opportunities that are obvious will not give you good return because it will be open to everybody and everybody will take it. There are some opportunities that you need to sit down, remove the hatred from your brain. Let fresh air and sound reasoning. Open yourself to friends across region. Talk to an Igbo man. Yoruba man should talk to Igbo man. Igbo man should talk to Hausa man. Let's brainstorm and see ideas. And look at how you can take it. There are opportunities you don't have to be okay, look at supermarkets springing up. Look at some farms springing up now. Look, I've seen there's a farm in Abeokuta now that one of my friends told me about. Greenhouse farming is becoming something big in Nigeria now. It is happening now. During the same Buhari time where people they complain and now that's when it has started. And this guy is producing around the year, making money. I'm talking to the guy, they are bringing their products to Canada, to Europe, and they are growing it around the year. And you say Nigeria is not working. There are some Nigerian doctors who are building clinics in Nigeria now. Those clinics are working on people. People are coming from other West African countries to get treated in those clinics. Some treatment, I have a friend whose wife had a renal problem that ordinarily would have gone to India, was taken to a clinic in Abuja. That clinic was not there 15 years ago. So during this complaint time, that was when that clinic came. Those are the things that people should start looking at. The quality, the age, if I look at the age bracket of people that are come on this platform and talk about Jonathan, those are the people in the age bracket that should be doing proper reasoning. Their brain should be top notch. Thinking of how to create the future that all of us, even some of us that are old, can even be part of. But irony is that we hate negativity will destroy anybody. It's not only the country you are destroying yourself. If you look at it, okay, now look at your age. Since you have been complaining, what has happened to you? Since we have been complaining now, since when you don't complain, 10, 15, 20, what has happened to you? Nothing. Some people are building futures. Some people are Nigerian fintech owner is buying club in Europe from businesses in Nigeria. Are you not surprised? Are you not surprised? I saw a northern guy building cars now. I saw one girl, the girl finished from Ibadan Poly. Then went to learn mechanic. The guy did mechanical engineering in Ibadan Poly, automobile, went to learn mechanic. This guy now, this girl, they reconstruct cars for Formula One in Nigeria. They reconstruct cars for car race, rather. Do you understand what I'm saying? The girl, that's what the girl does. I saw the document. I will send that to you.
In Borno State, there is a PPP with an indigenous Borno guy who is building taxis and buses that are electric. And do you know people still pay 15 naira to go a distance of roughly 4 or 5 kilometers in Maiduguri. 15
My
naira.
brother.
Let me share you a link.
You know, a woman, do you know one thing that Tinubu did recently? I said, look, you can't, I'm not saying this guy is holy, but you can't beat some ideas. Do you know that they said that that Nigeria has 47,000 assets? Did you see that link that I sent to you? Or maybe I didn't send it. Nigeria has
No, but this
47
is not
assets.
a completely Tinubu thing. It's what
No, I know
Tinubu,
that one. That one where
actually.
they talk. I know that guy now. But there's one that I'm even talking about, the woman. They say Nigeria has 47,000 assets in military and agricultural assets that are been abandoned, but that are repairable, like tractors, equipment that are repairable. This Nigeria Science and Clinical NITIDA, what do they call that agency? Manned by one northerner like that. See intelligent people from all across the country. Do you know what that guy is doing? They say Nigeria, they will revive, they will repair all those assets and make them serviceable, and they are going to save Nigeria over 10 trillion naira. They started with Maiduguri, 470 something tractors have been brought back functional. Those tractors were affected by that flooding that time they opened the dam in Cameroon that time. The vice president just went to commission those assets, those tractors. You know what that is? About almost 300, yes, 400 and something. One man, I would look for that. I think it was part of one of those things that I sent to you earlier.
It is on the
That is
screen right
law.
now. It is Nasini, isn't it? Was it not
Nothing
Nasini?
exactly.
Yeah.
So tell me, what do you want? When we talk of Europe, Germany, do you know the evolution, event, sequence of events that led to German innovation? 2 world wars contributed to that creativity that you are seeing there. 2 world wars. Whether you like it or not, that's what wars also do. Put away with Suna that eventually became a personal computer and business instrument. Was it not originally to decode German signals? And you can't say, oh, it was war, sequence, systems. Some systems, circumstances, like they build down. Nobody say, let's sit down, let's build a system. There are instances where you do that. But all those systems that are they are points. Just like we have had series of events in our own national life that have led to this current system that we're having. And we are still evolving, we are still growing. We are still growing. If you like, continue to complain. Continue to say, oh, your country is bad. Your country is this. Leave them. People will be doing well. Do you know how many private universities have been
Sorry,
built?
Patrick.
And not be politician build them up.
Just on that abandoned assets, are you aware of some British science fiction program called Doctor Who?
Yeah, that time now one old movie like
Yeah,
that.
he has his run
Yes.
in the 90s now.
There
Before
was a
he lost
time.
them.
There was a time they found one missing, very old episode of Doctor Who that they don't have in the archives on the BBC anymore. They found it in an NTA archive somewhere in the north of Nigeria. Just some of the assets that
Okay.
we just abandoned, you know.
Exactly. You see, some of these things, this guy that say they are going to do it nationwide. I used to see some military vehicles. Like say we used to have one military vehicle stronger than most of these armored car vehicles that we are seeing now. In those days when I was in secondary school, my brother was in military. It's called Stair Push. Nigeria Army Stair Push. Those cars, those vehicles, there's no way it would not be functional now. So I was surprised to say, why are we not seeing them again? They are going to revive those things. We had so many of them. Boats, gunboats, different things where Nigeria get. Somebody saying no. We can change things, we can make things work, and we are saying, look at Germany, they are crazy. Nigeria. What do they talk? Tony, you said
Yeah,
recently that
you
Nigeria
see,
invested so much in you. Sorry, now I finished with Tony said.
to
Nigeria
add to your
invested so
point,
much in
to add to your point,
you.
you see, the
Yeah, I'm listening.
Nigerian arms industry is developing at a very geometric fast rate that is giving some people heart attack in the West. And that is why the last time I was advocating that Nigeria needs to build up military strength, because we are being looked at as threats. Because the moment Nigeria has enough weaponry to defend itself, then we are no longer susceptible to this gross, the way our sovereignty is just the Chinese, the people who come here to mine and do all sorts of things. If we can get there and we are on the right trajectory, I'm telling you, right now we are not buying bullets. We are not buying AK-47s. We are doing our own armored personnel carriers. We are making progress. We are doing our own drones, and they are made for our own environment. Man, we are making progress. So, especially on that military front, I'm very, 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 very proud of that.
My brother, when I saw that Nigeria,
Can I interject a little bit, Patrick? Patrick, can I just, I want to tell you something that, I'm not expecting, or rather, I was not even expecting Tinubu to come and make things, anything good in economic wise. Okay, but what he's doing right now, that I've scored Tinubu already 70%. You know what I'm saying? Positively, I'm very happy and proud to have such a president since the so-called independent. Nobody has performed like this guy. I want to tell you one thing: all what you are all those goodies can only be achieved if you have structures on ground, government structures on ground, and the established governmental institutions for that matter. So right now, so we don't need to be going to the president or go to the governors. There should be local government that are functioning. These things are off the point. So you know what I'm saying? So we don't have anything like educational board. We don't have anything like a student union. Everything just gone. And then if we're to be like that before at the beginning, then I don't have an issue with that. But why is it that things were functioning or to the point where this Babangida came in to take the capital to the north? You know what I'm saying? And then I see one man also praising him just now that he built the National Theatre. No, you know how old I am.
I corrected myself. It was about
I know you corrected yourself, but I was still very angry because because you like to always praise the Northerners, even though that you know from the deep down of your heart that these are people that have killed that country. You know that that Abuja project was expected to cost to take 30 years to develop. Hold on, please, sir. The 30. Look. This is for educational purpose right now. I read the book.
Hold on, Tony. Sorry, Patrick. Hold on, Tony. We now have all of us speaking at the same time.
Okay.
You know that Abuja project. And there are what they did in Abuja is not unique. There are about 30 countries that have been trying the same thing to move their historic capital to a new capital. Nigeria is probably one of about 3 countries that have been able to successfully do that. That's number one.
The first to do it.
Yeah,
That's an important metric.
Hold on, Hassan. So that's number one. Nigeria, the success of Abuja is universally acknowledged. That's number one. And then Abuja also is the first African, certainly Black African, indigenously built capital city. Every other capital, especially in Black Africa, they are relics of our colonial vestiges. Nigeria is the first country that has successfully built a capital city indigenously by its own people. So forget the North, just as a Black achievement.
Yamoussoukro, Ivory Coast. Yamoussoukro.
It's not even Babangida. It's not even Babangida. It's a Murtala initiative.
It was even Gowon. It was Gowon that first muted the idea.
Shagari did not even.
I let you finish. So one man, please.
Sorry, hold on, everybody. No, hold on. Let's not do this for the rest of the session with three
Okay.
voices at the same time. So if
Okay.
somebody is insistent on speaking, just allow the window and then we carry on.
Oh,
So
okay,
whoever
please,
has
sir.
Yes,
Please,
I
sir.
want to make a point. I want to make a point. Then I will
Okay.
let him talk.
Okay.
This rosy description of Tinubu that you have scored him 70%, blah 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 blah, and all the problem of Nigeria is the north, blah 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 blah. Yeah, you see, while Tinubu may have done well, is because he's standing on the shoulders of other giants. The reason why some of Tinubu's policies are working is because he is continuing with policies that are good. One thing that Buhari did that was good was he strengthened the TSA and continued with it. Tinubu took it further. Now, most of the time, what we have is that when governments come, they completely abandon what their predecessors started and start something completely new. This keep resetting the country. But building up on what the last person stopped, as far as policies that have you have gotten good feedback from, that is good policy making. That is the way policy is being made. You base it on fact and not what you imagine or what you emotionally feel like. The reason why Tinubu is succeeding is not because he's Yoruba or anything. It's because now this manufacturing of arms that you are talking about, who started it? Who do you think started? Who do you think gave it
Buhari now.
a room to? It's Buhari now. But
You see, but your interjection is always too long. Okay, right on.
No. You keep talking about the Northerners anyhow.
No, let me say something. Let me say something. I'm not.
Hold on,
Look.
Tony. Hassan,
let me just come in a bit, and you come back.
Everybody, hold on. Hassan, can you hear me? Sorry, let me mute you. So, because I'm not sure people are hearing me, and I did say let's not cascade over each other. But Hassan, if you want to do a northern argument with Tony, you can never win it. We just allow Tony to say what he wants. If you want to go, the northerners are not as bad. Tony he would never accept anything.
We are not fighting. No, we are not fighting. We are just trying to speak to the fact, sir. To the fact that what I'm saying is like, hold on, Hassan. You wouldn't get me now. You know when you. But why are you struggling? Why are you struggling? You don't have to struggle.
Guys, I did say now.
Let's have a friendship conversation.
That is on a spectrum. You sound like somebody who is autistic.
No, hold on. Let me just put it in. Let me just put this one in. Let me just put it, please, sir. I will give you more chance. Hold on, Patrick.
No, you guys. Patrick.
You know that this is my time now. Oh my God.
I'm trying to control it, but they won't let
Yes,
me.
but easy. Please. I wouldn't take more time. I will just be quick. So I want to clear that. Make some clarification. I'm not saying that Tinubu is performing. Economically, that's why I'm giving. So the reason why I'm giving him that accolade is because that he's addressing the fundamentals, of all the root causes of all our problems. Like you see, he started to set up his institution or whatever, and then the fact that. The only so what I the place you cut me off was that when I said that what Abuja has cost us, because we are suffering today because all this were predicted about 30-something years ago that we are going to find ourselves in this kind of round box, that we are going to suffer for it because the way that this Abuja project was being rushed. You know what I'm saying? So, and then if you look, I want to give you what General Buhari said. Major General Buhari said. He said that Abuja is the way they are rushing it, that it was meant to unite us, but this time around the way that they are doing it is wrong. So, and then
it's because of the Shagari corruption. That's
no, hold on. Yeah. Something like that. Yes, sir. Something like that, sir. You are right. You are read a lot of books.
Listen. No, it's not about reading a lot of books. It's about understanding things in context, the way they are.
Yes.
He's not emotionally
Then,
blabbing about.
then he said he will return the capital back to Lagos. Hold on, sir. I will give you 2 minutes also. So then he said, okay,
Don't give me
that
2 minutes.
Abuja
It's
could be
not your
anything,
time again.
that is causing us a lot of problems. And then you know that when Babangida came in, so he was trying to achieve
Tony, you said you
Amadou
wanted
Bello's
to
agenda.
interject.
Hold on,
And for the past
Hold on.
30 minutes you have been
Hold on,
talking.
please, sir.
Now I'm not ready to follow you
Amadou
again.
Bello's agenda
Please step it
is
down,
never
step
to
it down, step
legislate.
it down.
No,
Let me finish my
you
thought.
are trying to distort it.
No. You said you wanted to interject. This is not how to interject. That's very uncivilized now.
It's
How can you
overwhelming.
interject for
I just
20
feel
minutes?
overwhelmed already, and we've just started.
And now, Tony, how can you interject for 30 minutes? You people were not having a discussion. I came in to step things down. Let us have a discussion. And you wanted to interject, and then you spiraled into
He started
that
by
again.
calling me brother, then maligning me. How can you call me brother and malign me, and call me brother and malign me?
Okay, I'm sorry,
Look,
everybody.
are you my brother?
I'm listening.
Asan, you just have to surrender to Tony. We've all surrendered to Tony. You just suspend disbelief when you're engaging with Tony, and then you have fun. Just have fun with him, rather than don't take it. Patrick, has anybody ever won against Tony? You can never win against
we don't need to win, but we have.
Noted. Thank you, one man. Noted. That is
We
noted.
don't
That
need
is
to
noted.
win,
Thank you.
but we can correct him. Let me tell you
He won't
something.
take corrections now. Just let him do his thing, and then you move on.
Let me make one statement that all Nigerians must find out and must understand. To think that the other person is your problem, even at individual level, that is a sign of an irresponsible person. You as an individual now, forget about nation. As an individual, I think my life is like this because of one person. Because it's my people in the village, or because my father is not rich, or because my father no send me go school, or because I couldn't. You are seeing the problem. You are seeing others as the problem. Then you are obviously an irresponsible man. Because in that situation that you are complaining, that I've seen other people, you will see people who are worse than you, that have come out of that environment, that have gone out to become doctors, that have gone out to become. Look at that guy that is IFRS this thing today. That guy went to Ede, schooled in Ede, from Ede to Ife. That was how the guy was growing, had his icon while he was in school. He was already working P&G as a student. Became VP, West Africa. Now he's IFRS chairman. That guy almost become governor for your state. You will think that you had opportunity, you had sponsors, you had this, you had that, and you are complaining. Somebody from scratch, from Rofo. So if you do that as individual, you will not make progress.
Okay,
And
can
now
I
we have.
interject on this case?
No, let me just finish and I'll go off the minute. I get him message. We now have at regional level a group of people in a particular region collectively thinking that the other region is their problem. That's the issue. And to think that in this generation, to think that we have people who are living outside the country, that means there's no civilization. Even if you go to, that means this, you have only entered into civilization in those Western countries. Their civilization has not gone inside, it has not gotten inside you. You know the way they say you went to the university but the university didn't go through you. That's what's happening. To think that somebody this particular level of age, not archaic old age, or not an uncivilized person, somebody say he has traveled to Korea, he has traveled to Japan, he has traveled to this one, you still think that one region is your problem, then you must be joking. You must be joking. So that Awusama is not my own problem. Iboma is not my problem. Yorubama is not my problem. The problem of Nigeria is fundamentally their leaders and their followers.
We need to tell them the truth so that they can make the correction.
Hold on. The leaders are not bracing up to do enough. The followers are very irresponsible. Sorry to say, I'm one of them. We fail to take responsibility. And that's why some people are the way they are. That's why some people are still the way they are. We fail to take responsibility. That is the issue. So to me, so far, so good. The government is gradually creating an enabling environment for any serious-minded person to take advantage. I was talking yesterday to a businesswoman. I'll close with this. I was talking yesterday to a friend of mine who happened to be a businesswoman during Obasanjo, Jonathan Yar'Adua's regime. The woman was just having a pharmacy, just gradually growing. And now recently she's complaining. Look at what is happening. Look at Kiniko. I say, what is your problem? He said, oh, I wanted to build an extension of my factory. And I asked her, I said, during that 10 years ago, do you even get factory? You get one small shop. Now you have factory, you are producing, you are selling to Abeokuta, you are selling outside Abeokuta, you are selling to other states. You are now starting new line of products. You are starting new line of products. And then because you want to build an extension, you say, because I want to build an extension, I'm spending so much. Are you supposed to build it for free? Now you have products. Is that not progress? That's why ingratitude will make some people not grow. If you look at yourself, you were just running one small pharmaceutical store in 2003. Now you are still running that pharmacy. Now you have factory. You are producing one product which is doing well. You have just trying to introduce two new products.
All right, bring it on,
What is
Patrick.
so?
So moving on.
What I'm trying to say is that from what I've showed you, the government is trying its best now. But what I want us to put our mind as we continue to progress through 2027 is this: let us put sentiment aside. And anybody that comes to me and say he has an alternative, I'll say, okay, this is the alternative that you are bringing. Let's leave sentiment. Corruption, leave that one, because all of them are corrupt. All of them are corrupt. Don't come and tell me your own is a lie. Even the Nigerian that is not in power is corrupt. Even some people that have never stolen money are corrupt. It's not that they have never had the opportunity to steal.
Abba, Patrick, small now.
Yes,
No. Let him land. Let him land.
so
Let him land.
the question you should be asking anybody.
I'm agreeing, but
No, so
land
that
it,
they don't
Pastor.
say we are excluding
Yeah, land it.
ourselves. So the question I will ask anybody is that this person that you are proposing, is there anything that this government is currently doing that when the person gets there, he will reverse? Maybe he will reverse the student loan, maybe he will reverse the subsidy, maybe he will reverse the unification of exchange rate, maybe he will reverse PIB, Petroleum Industry Act, maybe he will reverse. Is there anything that this government is doing that he will reverse, or is there anything that this government is doing that he?
You know what Obi is going to campaign on? He's going to campaign on wastages and excesses in government, because
Wastage
it
where?
doesn't have, it will speak about his campaign will be about the presidential jet and the villa, the vice
So
president, the vice.
I will ask them, okay, is there anything that this president is doing that you will reverse? Or is there anything that this president is supposed to do that is not doing that you will now do? Let's talk it that way. Not like you just talk and put sentiment in everything. If you're able to do that, you are convincing somebody like me who's very open-minded, then let's go. But don't come here and say rubbish and just talk and abuse people and say people are corrupt, people are mad, people are this one. This stuff I never do you. Nigeria will happen to you. That is nonsense. It shows that the person does not have brain to make constructive argument. One man, please let us chat these discussions. I'm listening in the bar. I'm listening, but may we know to argue over one another. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Pato. Boya Waloma carry home. Stay with us, Pato. So thank you, Pato, for breaking up that. So now we're now going to do 5 minutes monologues. We'll moderate the interjections just to manage it. Because the room is now starting to populate somewhat. We kick off the 5 minutes with Tony, who was about to kick it off, but then got into a little bit of a funk with Hassan. So Tony, Hassan, and then we go to Prince Daddy. Larry joins us after a period away. So I thought the floor is yours. Speak to us.
Thank you, sir. So my brother, I still call you my brother. Okay, we black people, we are all brothers. Okay, no matter our religions or whatever ideology, we are still one. After all, we're also brothers to people from Sudan and then all this Guinea, you know, Ethiopia, Somalia, and so on. Even the woman that helped me here when I go to Germany, she's from Somalia. She was a very good woman, so no problem. I don't hate your people. What I'm trying to say is is that we need to, to reflect, make some reflection to see where we got it wrong or what actually happened. That's what I'm trying to portray here. So what I'm trying to say is all these things that we are passing through today were all predicted. And then, you know what I'm saying? People say that this is going to happen. We have some political scientists and social scientists, like, for example, Mr. BC Ogubadejo. You know what I'm saying? So he predicted all what we are passing through today. He said that Abuja was to take 30 years to build, but the way they politicalize it and then sectionalize it, so then the rushing. So at the end of the day, he said that it could have been better if they are choosing one of the existing cities in the northern part of Nigeria, so long they were so desperate to have it there, because Amadou Bello did promise us that he will never legislate in the South again when Chief Attorney Nahuru sponsored the self-rule motion. So, and then there was a scuffle at the so-called, the previous National Assembly called Council, Nigeria Council. So, and then they fought, physical fight took place because they said they don't want independence. Then the Awolowo group, so they said that they want it. And then, so the Ahmad Bello said, okay, he left Lagos out of annoyance. And then he said that we never come to the South again. Talk less of coming to legislate in the South again. And then when Murtala Muhammad came in, Murtala Muhammad is also very, he was a fundamentalist. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that actually killed Nigeria. So according to that book that I read, he overthrew Yakubu Gowon because Yakubu Gowon was not key into Amadou Bello's agenda of Islamization. You know that when Babangida came in, also the same thing, after they removed that guy, they took that guy out. Things were moving up again positively. You can see all the new airport, many things that Obasanjo did, and all this national theater now. We're talking about national stadium. Do you know how mad I am when I see the national stadium in Lagos looking looking so tattered, and then they are going to build something in the north. That one, they give me sleepless night now. And they run mad, and they crazy when they take all our, and then people talking about Temelan Bridge. What the hell? Jakande already set up most of the plan for Lagos, all this railway project and everything. All those and Bruce Ali, the Seto University, a Pioneer State University, Awolowo's disciples. They didn't allow that guy to be a president to be able to do this. So then all these things must come into play. And then since then, Babangida came in and put us to the OIC.
Two more minutes, Tony. 2 more minutes.
Yes, sir. Then he started all this problem. Russian Abuja project, they say, why should you take it to a virgin forest? And at the end of the day, they said that, okay, that place is a federal capital territory, and you see here all those names like Gwangwalada, all these Buhari, all those names, Islamic names, and they call that a federal city. Go to the Washington, D.C. You see District 1, District 2, you name many states. You can say Edo Street, or you say Oyo Road. You see our road, not all these northern names. And at the end of the day, they say that, the citizens, the indigenous want to claim me back. You know what I'm saying? That place is not our place. And that is what is causing trouble. That's why I'm happy that Tinubu is systematically and unknowingly restructuring the country. And then, I don't give a damn if he land into separation so that we can live together as a fellow African countries. You know what I'm saying? So that, this system is bad. We have no local government system that is functioning. They have captured the system because Babangida killed it. He killed it with structural adjustment programs. You know what I'm saying? All those kind of stuff. Many things. That's why the country is not moving forward. So we don't start from top, bottom. You have to look at it from the bottom up and then see where we can make the adjustment, where we failed. and then when we need some adjustment, and then we can be able to move ahead. All this one try to pamper each other. You have Sharia law in one side, the other law in the other side. The other one is boasting, bragging about born to do all those kind of stuff. That's what Tinubu is attacking right now. I don't give a damn. But he loved power. He loved using 200 cars, motorcade. It's okay. Let it dismantle the country for us. Then we will run our regional, respective regional level later on, like the way we are, like we have it in our dreams. Thank you, woman. I'm still standing by. Okay.
All right, thank you, Tony. So, in all of that, I think half the panel has dropped. So you're up next, Hassan. So, to the conversation, wherever you want to come at it from.
I'd wanted to start explaining strategic military objectives and the functions of developing a city like in a vulnerable country, and during the years in which Abuja was conceived, those years were Cold War years where there was a lot of uncertainty and how vulnerable Lagos was. But I don't think he has that capacity to. So I'm not going to. Let me just talk about the Buhari and Jonathan thing. I think then that more. Let me start from there. I'm more interested in that angle. You see, what actually happened during.
I can listen to you. I've got the capacity. I want to know, sir. Please, sir.
No. Sorry. I don't. It will become argument. You won't allow me to explain it to you the way I would want to. You keep arguing and your tone, your cadence, the way you shout and interrupt and keep. Just like a broken record, it's not going to work. Let's just.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry then. Next time. So I'm sorry.
Next time, not next time, but not today. Please let me know. Let me talk about something else. One man, and look at if you remember what really happened to Jonathan was the fact that and the reason let me start with this the reason why Tinubu is going to has a very high chance of winning in 2027 is a combination of factors, not based on his performance and the way you said. No, not that. And I will tell you the biggest factor is external factors. He has the backing of the French, so he's covered, and so he becomes he maintains his presidency. And as far as things are going right now, everything is okay. So that settles it. Hardly would you become Nigeria's president without you having some form of international backing. All this complaint that Jonathan was complaining and his political circle, they were dealing with a successful military coupist, and they thought they could just smear him with Boko Haram and smear his name with Boko Haram, so that he would be unelected. But people saw right through it, and he himself, navigated and anticipated everything. So some random guy claiming to be Boko Haram, probably a DSS plan, came to the radio and said that they wanted to negotiate, and that he's nominating Buhari at random to intercede between them and the Nigerian government. What do you think? Do you think it is just one day that you just become a general without having some form of understanding of what it means to attain power and to be like the raw power where it's a matter of life and death as a coupist. So Jonathan was dealing with something beyond him, and the fact of the matter is, nobody becomes the president of Nigeria without international backing and continue. If Tinubu were to lose that international backing in 2027, he may also lose because they can work against him and they have the capacity to internally work against him. that is why I'm still saying that while he's maintaining a posture of servitude to them, let him continue building our local capacity for arms, because there is somehow right now a form of conspiracy. Right now, you're hearing in the news the talk of genocide in Nigeria of Christians, and trying to divert the attention of the world from what is happening in Gaza.
Did you hear about the bill that Ted Cruz is proposing in the United States to put some sort of restrictions on Nigerian politicians that they deem are participating in the genociding of Christians?
I even went through it because I follow Breaking Point and the Young Turks. Yes. So and I follow some right wing channels that kind of always discuss that.
Yeah, in Cuba, and that and Kasparian, or yeah,
I'm a Casparian, yes. Like, that
yeah.
girl, that woman is so intelligent and morally principled to the core. Oh my God, she's fearless. Oh my, she's Armenian, I think, by
I
origin,
saw
but
her
now
fighting Piers Morgan the other day. She's always fighting anyway.
and you have to be very, like, there are some people that I admire because they are morally sound and they are quick witted. Like somebody like Norman Frankenstein. You see, he articulates his words, but he's
Do
kind
do
of
you
slow.
do you
Actually,
find
started.
Do you find Norman Frankenstein? How do you pronounce his last name? I've always found him a bit disingenuous. I see him taking on the Israeli hawks on panel shows. You know he's
Mhm.
Jewish. Do you know he's Jewish himself?
Of course, of course.
Yeah.
That even makes that even gives him more.
I always see him as
But
a
that validates
three-dimensional
that.
gent. Yeah.
No,
Go on. Sorry.
no. uh, Look at his academic records. Like, this is somebody who always deal with facts. Hardly would Norman talk about something that he wouldn't prove it to you factually. And that is the way of the world. That is the way to carry this argument along. Okay, talk about somebody like Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan is one of them too. Mehdi Hassan is one of those, like I call the dying journalism. This is the journalism of the 80s and the 70s, where, like, power is being held. But right now it's about narratives. People only go to journalists that will talk about their viewpoints, that they align with them and give them conducive. Kamala Harris used to go to Joe Rogan. Trump went, and that probably made a difference. Like, these things, a lot of things have changed. Like, the world that was what was normal in the 2000s is archaic now. And let me tell you, the world will still change in the next 5, 10 years to a degree that a lot of us will find surprising. And that is why it is important for us to build our internal military capacity. Now, you see all this
No,
talk
no,
about
but
Nigeria.
hold on, Hassan. You keep talking about this change, but that change actually is not. It might not be in the direction that you're thinking. I agree with you that the world will change completely within the next 5 years or so, but that is going to be a technology change rather than a world order change. The world order
Displacements.
the world order will still be the same, but how the word is administered will
No,
change
no,
according to
no, no,
technology. Yeah.
no. I don't think. I think the world order will be different, and there will not. It's not going to be unipolar. It's going to be multipolar. Because that's already the foundations have already been laid.
It's
Yeah.
already no. No. It's going to be a duopoly rather than a multipolaric world. It's going to be a duopoly, and what you'll
Okay.
find is sorry, let me just. What you'll find is it's still going to be a left-right divide, just like we had under the Soviet Western inflection. So it be a reimagining of that, a reworkings of that. So you're already seeing the alignment. The alignment will go China, Russia, and people aligned to that mindset. And then you have the European Union, the United States, people aligned with that mindset. And then that's still going to be
Australia,
it's still the
not those.
historical it's still the historical fault lines. So that's why I'm saying the world order is
Well,
not going to change.
yeah, yes, but then this time around, the eastern side, it doesn't. It has teeth. It has teeth to bite. Do you know that at the rate at which the world is going, um, China is a country that would rather hug you, than put a bullet to your skull. And it's a completely different philosophy of understanding the world. Just consider how the Vikings behaved, and how bloodthirsty and how brutal they were, and consider the philosophy that the art of war of Sun Tzu, and compare the manner of approach, the manner in which the philosophy of war, the philosophy of engagement. China is going to conquer through trade, but where China holds monopoly is the technologies that would matter in the next few years. China has a monopoly of pushing those technologies at scale, to the point that
There's only one technology that matters, Hassan, and that's the technology of warfare. Whoever controls the guns, whoever controls the guns controls everything. Yeah.
telling you guys about our arms, and you guys still selling economy, and that
Yeah.
it is not
Is your arms industry sufficient enough to take on the Americans? Can even take on the J? You can't even bring
If the
the
Chinese
J to
had this
order. Never mind.
mentality, if the Chinese had this mentality, they wouldn't have gotten to where they were now, because that is a defeatist mentality, to think that just because somebody is far ahead, that you can never catch up. Yeah, it makes. Sorry, I'm joking. I'm actually eating something.
7
What
minutes
are
don't
you?
pass
What,
to Prince
what are
Daddy
you
the
eating?
So
Kuli?
it may actually take some time. It may actually take some time. It's not kuli, it's farah.
What para?
Grasshopper.
God.
Yes. I like it.
Is it roasted or is it in a
Yeah.
vegetable?
It's roasted, and then peppered too. And there is some kind of fruit that we call guli. It is a local cucumber like. So it's a mixture of all those.
Wow.
You know that. Let me tell you something about diets. That the best form of protein, the best form of protein is the one that you find in insects. That's the best. It's the best. Nothing beats it. Just that people don't know that. But anyway, let me continue. So the problem with China dominating is that China is going to be already is a surveillance state. Your cars cannot, if they want, will not cross a border. You cannot cross one state. It will just turn off. They can control you. You are being, anywhere you go, anything you do, you are being seen. So if the government wants, and like biometrics will be everything. So if they have your biometrics, like now you cannot sign in into your computer or on this show without like scanning your eyes or something like that. So when they want to punish you, if you don't align, they just restrict you to your money, to everything. So when the world becomes that, digital, and unfortunately, America is also towing that part with their planter, and what the CIA have been doing, and the NSA, which Snowden has exposed. So one way or the other, the world is going to be quite dystopian. That is why I say let us protect ourselves, because this talk about a genocide happening in Nigeria of Christians. It's, that it's a narrative to build a narrative, so that they can, and because we refuse to
It's
taking
not a
Venezuela.
narrative, or it's not a narrative, but it's an old story. It's not an immediate urgency. It's a long-standing urgency. All of the indicators are that the Christians are being genocided in Nigeria, especially in your part of the country.
Well, I won't say that they are not murdered. They are unfortunately murdered. But those who murder them still murder Muslims too.
Yeah,
And
but is that not as a matter of a deliberate position to? It's somewhat like a religious cleansing going on there.
no, you guys ignore basic like facts that like it doesn't like life is not black and white. There are a lot of colors and different shades of gray. Competition over resources, global warming. I keep coming back to these things. A changing world, a changing world order. Certain narratives that politicians put into the hearts of people, arms proliferation, and a lot of these things, like the government of Nigeria has certain control, but is incapacitated to a large degree because it doesn't have its own. Okay, for a country of 250 million people, being policed by less than a million, where is that done? Uh, our problems are not like the genocide is not like it's a systemic problem that the government has not addressed, that has caused these things to continue to happen and to spiral. Now, the amount of people who have died who are Muslims is probably more than those of Christians. But of course, the Northerners are not tech savvy. They are, if anything happens, we have the notion of qadr, that okay, it is time, Allah de qadara, and they don't go on social media and do hashtags and shout hallelujah to and sing to the world that this is our world. Even the Chibok girls thing, the reason why it went viral is because of this woman, this Igbo woman that does that cuts her hair. What's her name? Obi Ezekwesili. She was the one that took it upon herself, like to put it out there, and those are one of the reasons why Obama started let me come back to Jonathan and and Buhari. One man, don't you see it uh, as weird and that John Kerry, like John Kerry, who was the state secretary of the State Department of the United States of America, actually came to Nigeria, like to 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 prove a point that this is their preferred candidate. So all these things that people are saying, Buhari sponsored Boko Haram, Buhari sponsored Boko Haram, is just a southern propaganda. If you were to say anything, who sponsored Boko Haram, is if you have the guts, say it's America. But because you think we are simpletons and we don't understand anything, you just say anything you like, and because there is no pushback, a lot of Northerners don't really engage on social media like that and do all those things. So these narratives are allowed to continue because there is no pushback. But I tell you,
All right, start to bring it home, Hassan. Hold on, Hassan. Start to bring it home because Larry's here as well.
Okay, so Buhari got that backing. Tinubu has that backing, and as far as I'm concerned, he still has that backing. So it's a multitude of things. Some of the policies that he's doing that are working, that backing, and political savviness, and so it's going to be all those things. But they are talking about that 70% and 90% and there no corruption. No, all those things are not true. People are still suffering, but then it is what it is. We have to deal with the world as it is, not as we imagine it to be. Let me just keep quiet.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellently put. So, and that last point right there, I endorse the world as it is, not as we imagine it to be. Larry, do you live in an imaginary world or in reality, as Hassan is inviting you? Say, ìjà wa ti tán àbí?
No. Oh man, I'm fine though. I've been in and out. I've been in and out. Business none. But it's good.
Well, that billion must land in the account. That billion
Mm,
dollars,
yeah, yeah.
no, not naira or dollars.
No. I've even have I think I do more of Naira now, right? I have things in Nigeria. I've been in and out of Nigeria for some time now. But it's good.
Before you get into the politics of it, if you've been in and out of Nigeria, what's your assessment of the state of play there? So start from there and then give us the conversation.
No. So basically, right? So I think Nigeria business is good in Nigeria now. So now it now depends on the people I interact with, right? So most of my conversation have been with the business class, right? And business is booming in Nigeria. There are a lot of things going on in Nigeria. And you know, for me, now coming to people, yeah, I think there are still a lot that still needs to be done. You know, not just the leaders, right? The people too. There are still a lot of things that needs to be done. And I think the government is doing it. Hopefully we'll get there. You know, it's just things have been it's been a long time that a lot of things are actually spoiled, and I think we're beginning to redirect. It's more like, yeah, we've got to a point that we're now beginning to redirect ourselves to the right path. It's a little bit difficult, but I think people are now beginning to see that it takes time, but it's the right thing to do. That's what I just say about what's happening in Nigeria now.
And the Ebing power narrative, how much of that are you picking up, and how authentic, how honest is it? The Ebing power narrative.
No, I don't really see that. Right? I think it's a lot of propaganda, right? This is a big power of it. I think people are beginning to get used to the normal thing, right? And people are beginning to re-strategize.
Sorry to interject. It got better. At a point, it was bad, but now it's good. So even the malams, that the sheikhs that are preaching in the north, they are now saying, "Wow, that if this is what it takes for food prices to become low, then they will support it." That is what is happening. So there was a time that like it was really really hard for people. Like in the let me say in the like first year and 2 months, it was really really hard, but now it's better.
Yeah. So basically, I think for me, I think people are now beginning to get used to it. And another thing I saw in Nigeria is power, right? At least for me, on my stay, right? At least they were basically using, you know, the normal government power at least like 23, 22, 23 hours a day, which I think is something that really needs to be appreciated. For where I am, I don't know about other spaces, right? But for Lagos, right, at least 22, 23 hours a day, which I think is really key. You know, things are, proud to me going to Nigeria, right? At least I've been in Nigeria for like flown in and out of Nigeria in the last 2 weeks. 2, 3 weeks, I've been in Nigeria like 3 times. So, I see how it is, and prior to that time, it's been a long while that I've been to Nigeria before this recent thing. A lot of things that people say, so I was expecting a lot of all those things, but I just got to see that people are getting used to things and people are re-strategizing, looking for better ways for them to really meet up with things. I think Nigerians are more of well-pampered people, right? And people are now beginning to see the reality of things that we can't keep living being pampered, at every point you expect things to be done for you. You expect everything, you want power, right? You don't want to pay for it. So and I think it's gotten to that point that people are now beginning to see the reality and they are facing it. That's what I see all around. So one man, that's just my assessment of Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. And that assessment is consistent with, I was especially paying attention when you were talking about power, because that's the report that we've been hearing. Apart from where the Obedience live, every other space in Nigeria seems to be, they are recording uh, more. I'm going to play you a clip in a moment. I think I may well have deleted it. They are reporting it right across the country that the power generation has improved astronomically. People are talking about 24 hours electricity consistently, that they cannot even remember when NEPA last took light. So that's what they are reporting in Nigeria, apart from where the Obedients live. But take us to the politics, Larry.
Yeah, so
Did you see the Ogunlesi clip that I played earlier on? He's
um,
now he's bringing his billions back
no,
home.
no, one man.
Yeah.
I told you now. Everybody's going to Nigeria now. I'm telling you, as everybody's going to Nigeria now, because the basic thing is what would
Sorry, Mabino Larry, I want to show you something as well. Let me show you. Actually, I'll let it play in the background as you're talking. When I saw this, do you follow motor racing, Formula One?
yeah, should be the E1, right?
Do you know that the water version of Formula One is taking place in Lagos as we
Oh
speak?
man, I've been following this thing live, so don't tell me. I've been following live all through.
People are
Team
still they are
Rafa,
still
Team Dogba,
doing
Team Rafa,
they
Team
are still
Dogba.
talking about presidential jet and
One
Kasim
man,
Shettima's
one man. Can I say something?
yes, but Larry has the floor, but I
I
don't
know.
think
Just
he
for
loves
one
it.
second. This video you are showing, I've also seen it, and I'm extremely happy. I was asking myself, is this Nigeria? This is Lagos compared to like 10, 15 years ago. Is this Nigeria? Look at what you are showing. And anybody telling you that country is not improving, it's a joke or a joke. I don't know what to say. Larry, please, you can continue.
Lagos is now firmly on the international calendar. They are having River Formula One in Lagos, the first one ever in the history of that sport. And then as the sport grows, the reference point will then be the history started in Lagos. And then just as soon as they finish this, the whole of the young people all over the world, they come and spend Christmas in Lagos like they did last year, and you're still doing. He brought presidential jet. This is your country. Well, stay there now. Stay there. Sorry, Larry. Continue.
Oh man, you're funny. But like I said, right? Everybody's going to Nigeria now because it's what everybody has actually been waiting for, and I think I've told you at the point. People were really waiting for that stability, and the stability is here, right? So now it's more of growth for Nigeria because it makes more sense, right? There are a lot of instruments that that you can always invest in Nigeria that makes more sense. So for me, I think so seeing Ogunlesi, lot of not just Ogunlesi, a lot of guys, right? A lot of guys are really looking at that direction now. And I think it's something that is really key. It's really key for that economy.
Yes, let me just interject just a minute, please, about Ogulesi and while I give Tinubu the credit somewhat, you guys still have to give Dangote a very big credit because Dangote is a pioneer who has the risk like investing in Nigeria, showing people that, especially that refinery, that level of investment, it's showing the world that look, this can be done here. Don't be afraid of anything. Come and do it. And mix Dangote and Tinubu, and the initial friction that was happening could have scuttled a lot of things. But when things now became smoother, of course, things will only get better from here. And there's another thing too that we need to talk about. If the economy is looking good for the people at the top, if you have money to invest, especially this tax bill that is coming into place, of course, if you have a company or a farm, you are going to be better off. But a lot of people are not going to find it funny in the beginning. Let's just say that there will be a chance for social mobility that it's that we will see it probably come in the next 3-4 years. But as it is right now, there's a lot of struggle in the lower classes, and that is the majority of Nigeria. But as far as you are worth maybe 50, 100 million naira, no, it's good time. Everything is booming. Like that's the status quo.
No, Azan, you have to look it from this way. Who are those people that are going to bring in the big the investment? Is it the poor people or the rich people? When you bring
It
a
is
lot
true.
of incentive,
It is true. It is true.
when
It is
when
true.
you
It is
bring
true.
it, let me quickly finish so that I
But
can
how does
continue.
our rich people behave
Let
now?
me finish. You can continue. So when you bring a lot of incentive for investors, whether local or international investor, and then you create a very good business environment, it will start to trickle down to the masses in terms of job opportunities and in terms of middle or lower income. And like I said before, 67% of Nigerians are entrepreneurs. And that's why you see them selling this, selling that. Or even maybe they have office work, they still have other business they are doing. So when we factor all of this into consideration, you will see that we have not really seen the real depth and strength of that Nigeria economy. It's as from next year, if they continue to capture more people into the tax base.
Yes, and yes, yeah, I
Oh,
understand.
oh,
I
oh, all
understand
right.
that.
Let's get back to Larry, who's waited. Land that point, and then we get back to Larry.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Larry, for interjecting me. Sorry, Larry, for interjecting. I understand that. I just want to point out something again about the Nigerian economy, which is quite disturbing. Um, there's this wallet OP that almost everybody has on his phone, and it's a serious national security risk. It's owned by one Chinese businessman, and that guy controls. I saw a report recently that 66% of online transactions that was done. He is now worth more than First Bank, Zenith Bank, GT Bank, and Fidelity Bank put together. He is controlling almost 6 trillion naira of Nigerian money. That should not be allowed to continue somehow.
No, Azan.
Oh,
It's just
no. Let's get back to Larry. Sorry, it's just to manage the time. He waited to speak. So sorry. Back to you, Larry.
Okay. No, it's good. It's the conversation.
Although that will pay something, it's a real concern, no, because anybody now that, especially the young people, it's just OP. And I'm on
No,
TikTok these days. They are all sending money OP, and it's owned by Zu Yahi. Zu Yahi is not an Oyo name now.
No. OPay is not OPay is not really a concern. Let's leave that, right?
No, we have to protect ourselves, not
But
today, but
that's
tomorrow.
also
You never know
capital
what will
flight,
happen
though.
now.
No,
That's also capital flight.
One man. You know I'm in the fintech space. You know I'm in
yeah,
the fintech space. So
yeah,
when I
carry
tell
on,
you
Larry.
that something is not a problem, it's not a problem. Right. Forget about probably who owns OPay, right? It's just like you talking about money points, Tosin's money points now. You're telling me, oh, money point is a problem. The bottom line is, see, the traditional banks in Nigeria need to learn that people are now beginning to leave that traditional way of banking, right? Everybody needs things that are seamless. And another problem that a lot of people are having, right, with banking in Nigeria is the charges. At least,
Larry, let me say this, please, about this OP stuff. Are you hearing me?
Oh, all right, that will be the last interjection, though. Good to see you, Kenny, by the way, long time. But that's the last interjection, because Larry doesn't
No,
like interjection much.
the reason why many Nigerian banks are losing their customers to open Money Point and Pampe and all that. Nigerian banks thinks they own then see the seamless transaction with OPay cannot be compared with Nigerian bank. You just even before you do your transfer, you have already got your alert. And if you save money on OPay, it's 50 I think 15%, no 8% interest. Why Nigerian banks continue to take away from Nigeria? When you, let's say you save 1 million naira a year at Nigerian bank, you can come back and be taking maybe 980,000 80,000 naira. But you see this OPay, their interest is their interest. When they tell you 8% interest or 7% interest on your savings, when you save for a year, you are taking that your 8% or 10% interest. And you see dropping in your account as well as the savings are dropping. So it's a very it's very, very different. Not just like UB your first bank or all those banks that when they tell you to save money, it's all about collect. They will be taking charges on top of savings. And the OPay loan is very easy. Very easy. So it's not it's CBN recognized. It's CBN recognized them, and they are doing perfectly well. You understand? So very, very safe and reliable. OPay is not just like when your phone is lost now, you want to recover your money from OPay, you can pick up another person's phone and log in your phone number. But just like all these banks, the Nigerian bank, when you lost your phone, before you go to the bank, write a letter, do this, they would have stolen your money. You understand? So, but with OPay, you can just pick up another person's phone and log in your number and recover your bank app there. So there are a lot of differences that all these commercial banks need to go and learn from them before they can be talking about bringing down OPay or Money Point or PalmPay. That's what I want to say.
It's not even possible to bring down OPay. See, the thing is this, a lot of people do not really understand that OPay. They use a very strict, very big strategy. I was talking to some friends and we're analyzing OPay recently. The strategy they use in entering the Nigerian market, very good strategy. They didn't start with OPay. They had a lot of things they started with. At the point they had O-Ride, they had different, all those something you say. They
It's
use that to
Opera
enter
Mini.
the
They
space.
started with Opera Mini. Since the Symbian phones that were using
Asan, let him have the floor for a moment. Yeah, carry on, Larry.
So they had a lot of things, right? They use in entering the market. And another thing that I need you to understand is OPay is a registered PSP. So if you go to CBN today, look for all the registered payment gateway, OPay is actually there. So forget about the fact that it's owned by a Chinese, and the fact that it's owned by a Chinese doesn't mean that there are no Nigerians on the management board of that company. So probably they will take your data and all those things, and no, that is not how it works. The only thing why Nigeria really love that is the fact that it's just like Ekene said, it's seamless, and everybody wants something that is seamless. It's just like using any other payment gateway. People use aside OPay. I saw a lot of people in Nigeria using Money Point, and I think the digital space in Nigeria has really, really expanded. Almost everywhere you go to, they have a POS. They have, most of the things I do in Nigeria, I hardly use cash. At every point, even buying a simple thing, they have POS to use, which I think is actually good. And I think the normal conventional banks really need to learn. And there are a lot of unnecessary charges, but I don't know. Like, take for instance now, okay, all through the Naira card I use Access Bank, and every transfer that you do with Access Bank, there is always a charge of 53 naira. If you do like 10 a day, 53 naira at every point. 50 naira goes to, they say 50 naira goes to federal government, and 5.3 goes to VAT. And which I'm not even sure that OPay actually charges all those things, right? Because the basic thing is people are beginning to move away from all those things. And even aside that, people get money from POS because it's kind of like faster. I entered the bank and I saw, You hardly see people in the bank, like how it used to be those days, right? That you hardly see people in the bank now, right? Probably you just see like 2 or 3 people, which the banks too. And that's why I'm even happy for this recapitalization that they want to do. We don't need all of them, right? Some of them can just come together and be stronger. Probably they should start looking at more innovative way of really doing banking. Banking has gone beyond the normal. You want to do something, right? You go into a bank and they give you like 1,000 forms to fill, right? People are tired of some of all those things. So, which I think some of the banks are beginning to now see ways to get into that space. You can't keep you can't keep running after Money Point, running after OP, Piazza and the likes of them. Those guys are doing big, and those are really the key thing that is really holding the Nigerian financial sector. So that's that. And I want to say something. I know a lot of people have you guys have talked about the economy and everything. For me, I think Tinubu is doing what he's supposed to do. And I like the fact that he believes in what he wants to do and he's doing it. So if we still continue doing the same thing, Nigeria, things will still keep appreciating, right? The economy will still keep appreciating. And if he still believes in the people that he's using, they are really doing a great job. And he has 1 or 2 things in line. Like, January, right? They are going to start the implementation of the tax bill, tax hacks, right? And a little bit is going to be a little bit because a lot of people that are not really used to paying tax in
But
Nigeria.
Larry, please, before you continue, I want to ask you:
Yeah.
have you seen Nigerian talking about that task, and do you see the problem it's going to cause for this government in January?
See,
Are you seeing it?
Ekene, that's why I said Tinubu, if he wants to do something, he wants to do it. It's not going to cause any problem. The only thing is just that people that previously are not really used to paying tax are going to be
No,
paying.
no. The discussion around the Nigerian space is that you want to task what you are not giving. People are not.
See.
It's just like I was when I was in the bank a few weeks ago. These are banks officials talking about it, saying that this
Okay,
man
when you
doesn't know
mean,
what he's doing.
let's start like this.
You
You
just
said what you are not
no.
giving. Give
Let
an
me give you
example of
let me just give you a clue so that you know what to say. So they are saying that this country is not doing anything to improve the life of the people, especially in roads, in education, in electricity. As in, they're giving examples. So even one woman that came from abroad, I was in the bank, was shouting, "What did they want to task? They want to compare ourselves with the Americans or the Egypt."
I think you should understand the tax law. Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. Let me finish. You cannot give the Europe standard of life, of road, of electricity, of hospital, of whatever, and you want to task that. Nigerians will not accept it. It's when government is, so these are the discussion. That government is when you give, then you take. You cannot come and start to be taking when you have not given anything. So nobody's against the task. But the problem is the standard of living and what you are giving as a government. So they are saying this man is always taxing. All his
How
life is
would
all
the
about
standard
tax.
of living be improved if people are not paying taxes? What would they use to? Let Larry continue, and then you come in after him, just to manage the Larry. Go ahead.
Ekene, see, all these things you said, right? It's the normal rhetorics. And I'm telling you something. Tinubu, that tax, it's a law now, right? We are not supposed to even be arguing it, right? It's a law. It's just the implementation. And the thing is this. Even that woman that you said came from abroad that is saying, what are they taxing? What are they taxing? That woman, I'm very sure, probably, I don't know the abroad the woman is coming from. Because the bottom line is, there is no way you earn, right? And you won't pay. And give it to the public servants. They've been paying their fair share since the beginning of Nigeria. The only people paying tax in that country are probably the public servants, the civil servants and the public servants. Every other person is just looking for one way or the other of not really paying anything. So it's just more like you're bringing those people that have not been paying tax, bringing them into the tax nets. Why, the public, the civil servant is just the normal thing because that's what they've always been doing, right? Because they collect their tax at source. So people will complain, a lot of, take for instance now, people that work in Nigeria, people that work remotely, right? They don't pay tax. Now they have to pay. Aside that, people that have businesses, right? You have businesses, and I'm sure even you, Ekene, you don't pay. But now you have to pay. So it's this issue of, oh, what are they doing for us? No, that's not an argument. That's not an argument, because as a citizen, right, it's your duty to pay tax. So now, for you to holding your government accountable is another thing. As a citizen, you have the right to hold your government accountable. But before you hold your government accountable, you also have to do what is your duty, which is your paying tax. Not paying tax is a criminal offense. So the government is going to do it. So, people can, I know people will talk, oh, is this, is that. Yeah, it's just the thing. So I think what people should just need to do now is to try and understand the tax law, understand the benefits that they will get from it, understand how to, do a little bit of tax avoidance. If they have, probably if you have a business, if there's a way you can talk to there are a lot of accountants around, talk to them, look for ways that you can actually get some benefit from it. There are a lot of things that as a business guy that you can actually get from that tax, right? A lot of things,
Gary, please let me ask you something. Let me ask
Yeah.
you something.
You
Do you know
have
that
been speaking for the past
businessmen
1 hour.
we start avoiding people sending money into their bank because of this tax?
When you pay tax, you need to have good
It's
roads.
just like when you
You
want
need
to
to
do
have
a
water
transaction of
supply.
10 million, 5 million naira. Do you know
There's nothing in Africa to
a
be
lot
paid
of
tax for.
businessmen will be asked,
Tony,
what
let's
am I going to
hear
do?
Ekene. I can't hear the two of you at the same time. Seriously.
Okay, are you hearing me now?
Okay, I can hear Ekene now.
I said, do you know that business people will start avoiding people sending money in their banks? They as in, it's like, is there not another way you can send me this 5 million naira business deal or 10 million naira business deal? Is there not a way, instead of just giving a number, you just send them money? Don't you see the
So okay,
inefficiency?
now let me ask you something. As a business guy, you see, there are some things that we'll talk about. Oh, probably you as a business guy, do you think it's safe for you, right? Because I know what you will probably say is probably you want to do cash, right? So as a business guy, let's say for instance now you have a business deal of probably like 100 million, right? Will you want to do cash for that? As a business guy.
See, let me tell you.
No, I'm just asking you a question, right? Because
if there is every possibility to do cash,
will
people
you
will do it.
no.
I will do it. If there is a possibility or you have it.
So you want to evade tax? That's what you want to do.
Yes, I will do it because let me
Let me tell you something. You might not necessarily pay nothing if you are under your profit is under 50 million in a year. You might not pay nothing, but you have to provide document and expenses that you have to file in. Because remember, you have been doing banking transaction with your bank before. The tax, the NRS, they will look at your record. You cannot just say, okay, because they are introducing tax in 2026, they are off ground, I'm going to be doing tax. It's just not done that way. Everybody have a record. You have an NIN number. You have everything. They can look at your record for the past 2 or 3 years.
Okay, Remy, let me ask you this.
Don't think about
How do they count my profit?
Okay, if you want me,
let me give you a clue now so you answer me now. It's just
let
like
me
a
answer
question.
you quickly so
You
that you
are
can listen.
Let me try and educate you a little bit.
You are hijacking Larry.
Let me try and educate you a little bit, right? You see, in Nigerian tax system, there's something we call self-assessment. Now, self-assessment is more like, yeah, you're a business guy. You kind of like assess yourself and you kind of like tell the government that, oh, this is how much I think I make, right? This is the profit. And with that, it makes more sense for you. But if you don't do that, the government has the right, right, to now assess you themselves. Oh, Ekene, this is Ekene's business, right? Ordinarily, if you assess yourself, do your normal self-assessment and you file in and you say, oh, probably I make a profit of like 10 million, right? And in that 10 million, let me just tell you something. That's why I said you need to sit down with some of your accountants. You might not even pay anything because there are a lot of benefits there are a lot of things, right? Your normal cost of running your business, that are deductible. There are a lot of things that are deductible, that plus or minus, you might not even pay anything. But in a case where the government itself looks at your business, right, and they kind of like assess your business, probably if you've gone to government, you say, oh, probably I make a profit of like 10 million, right? They look at things plus or minus. Okay, what are the costs of running your business, right? Do you have things that are deductible? They just deduct those things. At the end of the day, you might not really be paying anything. And in some cases, right, you might have 1 or 2 holidays from even paying some of those taxes. But in a situation where you're trying to evade that tax, the government comes to you. They look at your business on their own and say, okay, probably this business, they look at you and say, okay, probably you're making a profit of like 100 million. And at that point, they slam you that tax. And you kind of like, oh, no, this is not how much I paid. They say, okay, fine. Go to the tax appeal panel, right? To kind of like, have 1 or 2 things with the government. And at that point, right, you don't have, if you go to that, I can tell you that if you go to that panel, you can't come out, without coughing a lot. So basic thing, right? As a business guy, what I will advise you, because
Can you let me respond to him when he finishes, okay? Can you let me respond to this guy when he finishes? Let her talk for you. Make her talk for you. Okay, make him finish.
Tony,
let it continue.
Tony,
Minister for tax.
I'm just talking to Ekene. Ekene is a businessman. I'm not talking about this is.
Hold on.
I don't have.
You don't need to. Look.
I don't have.
Hold on, sir. Taxpayers need motivation. Hold on, sir. I don't say you travel around the world. Very. Hold on, sir. You have been speaking for 1 hour. I slept off and I just woke up. Please, sir. Hold on, sir.
Tony, your connection is not. It's a bit wavy, but make the point and then.
Okay, let me see. Let me change. I'm changing now. Is it okay now? Is it better now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, sir. So taxpayers need some kind of motivation. Like a Kenya is there now. No regular power supply. That's okay. No problem. Okay. They were talking about school. Sending his kids to school. No, there's no government school. You have to send the children to private school. You know what I'm saying? Then the road leading to his house. I mean, this one. Or you have no even police 112. Or you can have the number, but no police is available. Hold on. No, hold on. Has some measure to that a country of 220 million people with 1 million policemen and women, and at the end of the day, they will share among themselves this so-called wicked and satanic political class.
No, just forget all that. How is all these things paid for? This policing, all of these things. How is it paid for?
Yeah, it's paid for by the tax means. But what we are saying is like those services are not available in Nigeria.
Yeah, so how will they be available?
They will be available first for the government to provide them, and in order to keep maintaining
with
them.
With what?
No. There's enough money. The money they have collected for the companies, self-employed people.
No. One voice, guys.
Yeah, one voice. Let me finish. Let me face one man together now, and me and you will do for abroad. So one man.
You are not facing anybody. We're having a conversation. Please.
Yeah. You're my brother now. So okay, like today now, I just got a letter. Hold on.
Tony, don't forget the letter. Just bring this tone down a bit.
Okay, sir, my tune. Okay, sir. Sorry, sir, because it's a little bit.
Just hold it now.
Easy. Yes.
Just hold. Okay, carry on.
No.
Okay. I say something or you say something.
Yeah, I will try to say something like, let me tone down. I don't want to use a loud voice right now. I want to speak slowly now. Okay, hello, my brothers and sisters listening. So, make now click the like button first. So
Okay,
what
so
I've
that,
said,
all right. Just
uh,
make the point and let's move on.
so the point is that this guy is speaking for 1 man. Sorry, for 1 man went to move for the past 1 hour or 40 minutes. It's okay, but what we are saying is like everybody will be happy to pay tax when you know that you can send your children to school. There's security. I mean, you can't tell me to go and grade my street. You can't tell me to go and make borehole in my house. You can't tell me that there's no police to call that will come to you in the next 10 minutes or let's say 20 minutes.
All right. You made that point already, but you don't seem to be getting the point. You so Nigeria has been the way it has been for all of this time. So you say, oh, you have oil, but what has that done? You
It
say
has
you,
never been like that, my friend,
all right,
my
no,
brother.
okay.
That my uncle was a police.
Back to you, Larry. Back to you,
One
Larry.
man, can I speak? I want
You don't seem to
to.
be a ridiculous.
Can I speak?
You know.
I want to bail out in some minutes. Can I speak?
Yes, let Larry just land his point, but I didn't want I wanted a more nuanced conversation than they should go and build everything first before you pay tax. What does that even mean? About
No, it means a lot. Even if you don't want it, people have to say it. If you don't want
no,
it,
but it doesn't. No. The point I'm making is the body. You say, oh, they should go and cut corruption. It's just nonsense now. We've
it's
been
not
going for.
nonsense. One man not
Oh
say
no,
it's nonsense. I don't like
no,
the way you say things
no,
sometimes.
no. We've been going
Why is
for.
it nonsense?
We've been
Calculate
going
our
for.
loan from even
All right. Okay.
calculate the money Nigeria has borrowed from 1999 to date, and even calculate
Right.
the one Tinubu has borrowed.
Right.
What have they used it for?
We all know
So
what
don't
they've
say
used
it's nonsense.
we
Ekene,
all know what they've used it for,
Ekene,
but
Ekene,
if you want the services, you have to pay taxes. It's a
Ekene.
basic
One
norm.
man, the government had to give us ambulances,
One man.
that will run on the street. People see the ambulances run on the street, they will pay. You have dispensary where you can take your children.
All right, carry on, Larry.
See, no matter how much we will, number one, the tax law is a law now, and it's going to start by January. So the government has not done this. See, you have a duty, which is you have to pay tax. Now, holding government accountable to do those things that you want them to do is also your right. But that right comes after your duty has been done. So, which means that by January, you need to start thinking, if you're a business guy, if you've not really paid tax before, you need to start thinking about what you need to do, because you can't run away from it, except you do not want to do business in Nigeria. So, and Ekene, another misconception is probably, oh, it's only when you do your transaction through banks. No, it's not only when you do your transactions through banks. There are several ways in which the government can always give you your bill. There are several ways. It's not just your transaction through the bank. So if you've probably been hearing some people telling you, oh, it's probably if you do your transaction through the bank, it's not right. So what I will advise you as a business guy, if you do not have a tax consultant, or if you do not, there are a lot of pro bono, right? A lot of some of all those guys that just got chartered in CIT and chartered in ICANN, and all of them are doing pro bono now. Take some time, sit down with one of them, let them understand your business, and they'll be able to advise you properly on what you can actually benefit and how you can, some things that are deductible in your business, so that peradventure, if some of all those things come, you take better advantage of the tax law to your own benefit, to your business benefit. So that's what I would just tell you.
Larry, in this tax law now, because when government is doing something, you cannot only be thinking about the government, what the government is going to take. Because it's just like, since I know Nigerian, it's always what government is going to take from the people. Okay, now, what is the benefit attached to this tax law to Nigerian people? Because these are what will motivate the Nigerians to say, okay, let me pay this tax. Maybe, and that benefit has to have a timeline, not just on papers, just like what they used to say to us. You're in Nigeria, you know what happens in our government. They tell you they will do this. At the end of the day, they will not do it.
That is why I
So,
said,
that benefit, if the government really wants to be transparent and not just to collect from the people, what are the benefits attached to this tax law that has a timeline? A timeline, very important.
Ekene.
Because your tax law has a timeline. So the benefit has to have a timeline. Also,
Ekene. Now, this is it. What is the implication of government getting that money? The implication of government getting that money is more money is going to go into that federation account, right? And when more money goes into that federation account, that money is still going to be shared across all the,
if
across, right?
that is the see, let me tell you, Lally, if that is what you want to roll out to me, then we Nigerians will not accept it. You cannot tell me that money will go to the federation account.
Ekene, let me tell you something.
So
You see,
it's
this
still
your
the
we
same.
Nigeria.
It's still the same
You will
rhetoric
not
from South
accept it,
Africa.
not Nigerians.
Yeah,
Ekene,
Nigerians will not
problem.
accept it.
Sorry, Larry. I kind of you don't seem to understand what's been said. It's not a special purpose tax now. That they're taxing you for a specific project or a specific thing. It's a generalized tax to raise income for the country, for the administration of the country, and all generalized income goes into a central pool, which is then divided. But did you think it was targeted at a specific
No.
project?
One more, let me tell you. See, if Tinubu wants to do a tax law in a different manner, then he has to do the sharing and the benefit in a more different and transparent manner. Because now you want to tax Nigerians.
Yes.
And it's not as if Nigerians are not paying tax
But
before.
that's not done anywhere in the world. So what
Okay,
will be?
no, it's done everywhere in the world. You must be transparent with the people's resources.
Yeah, but
You
that's the
understand?
transparency now. Look, you're not paying attention. The transparency, the taxation is no more different from the money that the country gets from um um royalties from natural resources, value added tax, importation duties, all of these things. All of those money condenses into one central pool. There's no facilitation in the constitution to ring fence taxation, and then what are the states going to say? You know that the federal system is a consensus of agreement between the states. It's not like they have the fear to just
What about the federal projects?
well,
Let's
yes. What
forget
about the
about the state
yeah? No,
projects.
the
What
federal
about the
projects.
federal
Look,
projects?
when they share the money, whatever goes to the federal government then goes towards those federal projects. That's how it's always been now.
Okay.
Let me help
If
you.
what goes to the federal project, we want to have as Nigerians, what will be the direct impact to the citizens, especially in the federal project, to the common man. When you talk about the federal project, you talk about the federal hospitals, the federal schools, the federal roads, and all that.
So can I
What
come
will
in
be
quickly here so that I
what
can
will
tell
now
you what
be
you
the
for the
benefit that
normal
has a
people?
timeline?
Okay, that
Because
is not the kind. Listen first. First, government is a continuum, and the benefit of all this federal government spend, I will tell you. One, the student loan is benefit for the lower end of the people. The what do you call it? The technical college that you don't need to pay for tuition fee when you are in federal government technical school, and they also give you stipend every month. The kidney dialysis is also part of the federal government is doing in most of the health center across the country. The road intervention, whether repair or reconstruction of new road, is also part of what the federal government is doing. It's not going to benefit the rich alone; it's benefiting everybody. So what you are trying to talk here is immaterial, to be frank, because at the end of the day, the money that the government get, they also give to the state government, and that's why you see some governors they are doing their best. Some are performing, some
one
are
more,
not really performing.
can I have a time to talk? I want to
But you
bail out.
okay, go ahead.
So
No problem. Go ahead.
whether what I'm saying is immaterial or not immaterial, the government is all about the people. And when government is not for the people knows that this government is not for them. You cannot expect me as a Nigerian, after buying my petrols, providing my security, building buy my waters or building my boreholes and all that. Then a lot of things I do for myself as a Nigerian, then you want to come and task me. You want to tell me, let me finish. You want to tell me how
What
I'm
you
going
just said
to.
now, is there anywhere in the world that people do not pay for the water they drink? Is there anywhere in the world
That
that
is,
people
let
do
me
not pay for
finish
power?
now. Let me finish now. These are the things you pay tax for in abroad. That's what I'm saying. So if you want me to off those things out of myself, and you want me to give you the money as a government, then provide it for me. It's as simple as that. Then I'll off those things myself. I know that now I am now paying government to provide me water. I'm now paying government to provide me 24 hours electricity. I'm now paying government to provide me good roads. I will not be going to the mechanics every now and then to repair my cars. I spend a lot of money to go buy shock observers and all that, to repair your cars and all that, because of bad roads. You understand? You just need to enter our road this time around. Forget about all these pictures you're seeing. I think you were in Nigeria a few days ago. Have you entered the remote areas of this, even especially in this Lagos? Have you entered the remote areas of this Lagos? In Ojo, in many of the remote areas, even in Festac. That junction in Festac, you cannot, no motor pass there anymore. At that Apple junction. So, but that's by the way, you want Nigerians to be suffering that kind of bad roads, and you want to collect tax from them. After applying those bad roads, you go for car maintenance, and you still want the person not only suffer. People sadly suffer for this country. When are they going to enjoy the benefit of good governance?
Ekene, I understand you, but the thing is this: you can't change this thing, right? It's already a law. So
I'm not saying that I'm going to change it, right? But definitely, the way it is in the heart of Nigeria, Nigerians are going to respond in a very different manner, and we are very optimistic about it. I'm not even somebody like me. I'm very optimistic about it. The Nigerians are going to respond.
Okay.
So in a very different manner.
The Nigerians that are going to respond are basically non-Nigerians that have been paying tax before.
No, it's right. See, Rally, when you want even if you don't want to understand it or you want to twist it because you want to defend your government, it's none of my business.
No, you know what?
It's none of my business. You can defend your government to collect tax whatever you want to collect.
A lot of sorry, Larry. A lot of these taxes, Kene, they are not even new taxes. They are harmonization of existing taxes. You may well even find that at the end of the process, you're probably paying lesser in tax than like all those duplicitous taxes that you pay at the local level. That's harmonized. All these. Everything
that
is
will
being
not even.
harmonized and digitized.
I don't see this one. I don't see this one taking away those tax paid at the local levels and all that stuff.
So Ekene, let me
you understand me? Because the system is not even. Let me finish, right? The system is. I don't see the system being organized to collect the tax in a more organized manner. The system is not even organized. It's still that aboro. It's still that aboro. One day you will be walking at the street, you see aboros stopping you to pay your tax. That's what I'm seeing.
Yes, but then you wait till January then to see how they run it. So you can't say it's not organized when it's not yet in play now.
So let me help you. I think let me help you a little bit so that you understand tax. Right. Let me do a little bit of taxation 101 for you. It's not like, just like Moman said, it's not like they're introducing any new tax. It's still the same thing. Personal income tax, which is tax that people pay on their salaries, right? I don't know where you live. I don't know if you live in Ogun State or probably you live in Lagos. So if you still work take for instance now, somebody that lives in probably Sego, right? That still works in Lagos and collects salary and tax is being charged on that. That tax being charged on that does not go to federal government. That tax goes to Ogun State government. You have a business, fine, your company income tax can actually go to the federation account. But people that work with you, which is expected that you have to charge tax, right? If you're paying them their salary, tax has to be charged on it. If they live in Lagos, that tax still goes to Lagos state governments. And some local levies, right? I think they are trying to consolidate some local levies too. Those will still go to where they are supposed to go to. So it's not everything. I think what you have on your head is that, oh, probably they just take everything and probably it goes to the federation account. No, it doesn't go to the federation account.
Larry, let me whether it goes to the federal account or it goes to the state or local, it's still
Okay.
government. So I don't care where it goes to. What concerns me is the service they're going to render to the people. That's
The
what
service.
concerns me.
Okay, now let me ask you something. Wait,
let
okay,
me
let me ask
okay.
you something. Now, you as a Nigerian, do you know that you are cheating some people now by taking those service, right? That some people are paying for and you are not paying for it. You are basically cheating those people now. Yes or no?
See,
No,
let
I'm
me tell
asking
you.
you a question. Some people pay tax every day. You don't pay, right?
See, let me tell you. You cannot tell me I don't pay tax because I know
No,
I
you
know
don't
that
pay.
I
You
pay
told me
tax.
before. Now, do you pay? You do not pay
Okay,
now.
whether
You start paying from January.
whether I pay indirectly or indirectly, I pay tax as a Nigerian. So it depends on the government to do things in a more formal
Me,
way.
I'm even
To be
I'm
able
not even
to
talking about government. I'm
to be
advocating for
able
people that
to
have
be
been
able to
paying.
collect. Let me finish. To be able to collect what they're supposed to be collecting as a task, instead they're misusing it because of their lack of incompetence
Yeah,
and all
but they
that.
are not misusing your
So
own tax now.
So
They are
let me
misusing
that why I say
tax
that
of
is
people
this.
that have been
Why I
paying.
say that is this. Why I say that is this. It's very easy to collect tax from the people when you do things right. It's just like when you want to say, when you that lives abroad, it's very easy to collect tax for you for electricity, for water, because every tax you are collecting there has the purpose why you collect it. Either electricity tax, water tax, data tax, all
Nothing
those
like
stuff.
electricity tax, water tax will be there for you.
But let me finish. But that you pay for those stuff in abroad, and you are paying for it. Those things are tax. You understand? So when your government are not giving out those things, how can they collect tax?
Okay, now let's look at it like this. Government provides you as you are now, right? Government just decides like, okay, fine. They want to provide you water. And you have
All
to
right.
use.
Start to bring it home, though, Larry. We've got Oriola still and Remy and Adewale.
Yeah. I will just round up now. I'll round up now. So everything you've said, oh, government should provide this, government should provide that. See, number one thing that me and you know, it's that is certain. There is a law that its implementation is going to start in January. Whether you like it or you don't like it, you can't stop it. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to you saying, oh, government should do this, you do your own duty first. And then you have, if you do your duty, you have the right to hold the government
I'm not
accountable.
hearing your this thing is breaking.
Okay.
Oh no, we can hear him perfectly. Also, maybe it's your
So,
device.
Okene, you have the duty to hold your government, hold Lagos State accountable, hold federal government accountable. It is your right as a citizen. But before you are able to do that, morally, you have to do your own duty. And if you don't do your own duty, it's one or two things, right? It's either you want to do business, because when you do business, you're making profit from people, which invariably, take for instance, if you're making profit, the expectation is that you're supposed to charge VAT on it, right? If you sell things,
Lally, it's not only businessmen. Asha will go pay tax.
Yeah, of course. Now, yeah, of course.
Finish. You will still pay tax.
Why?
You never hear him.
And now that one they vex you pass, baby. Now that one they vex.
How is Ashewo going to pay tax? Is Ashewo recognized as a profession?
No. The taxman actually told us that the runs girls will pay tax.
How would they pay tax? Under what?
Because it's a service. Because they are rendering a service.
Database. How much
No,
goes into?
I think the
No,
issue
what
is
he's
trying
trying
to
to
talk
say is
about
that you can't differentiate. I think what he's trying to say is not like he's saying, oh, all Ashewo, they'll just go. No, that's not what he's trying to say. He's trying to say everybody's going to pay tax because you can't differentiate what is moral from what is not moral. Right? So by that, everybody, even if you're doing things that are immoral, right? But because you have an economic activity,
please. Larry, please. There are things you differ. You see, let me tell you. There is no way explaining it more than the tax man. The tax man has already told you that Asha will pay tax.
I heard him
So
now.
you don't want to explain it. Yeah, they ask him again. You mean
I'm
Asha
still
will
trying
pay
to
tax?
figure out how would Ashewo pay tax.
Larry, can I help you?
Tell me another thing. I don't want to
Larry,
have your
Larry,
explanation.
Larry, what the guy is saying is
I'm
very
not
simple.
clear. That's why I want Larry to explain. How would Ashewo pay tax?
So
What
that
would be
is
the
what I
service?
want to explain to you is this. Now, if everybody, like you have to have a kind of a projected tax for the year, you can go to the tax office and tell them your projected income for the year. If you have a job, but you don't have job, you claim you're unemployed. But by the time they go through your books, they find 100,000 coming in, 500,000 coming in, 50,000 coming in. Then you have to explain to the tax office how does that money come to being. So if you are doing Olosho or whatever, and clients are paying you per night, 50,000, 100,000, 20,000, then you have to explain what sort of job are you doing. And if you now say, okay, this is my job, then it is the tax law. They will now have to factor your income per year. Is it up to
What
800,000?
is your work?
Remy,
Let me tell you,
Then
Remy.
Remy,
you are not able to pay tax.
Remy,
It's not
Remy, I
easy.
have a question
Remy,
for you.
what is
Do
what
they
remains
get
of
paid in
Ashawo?
cash or through transfer?
Whatever you do, whatever
I'm
get
asking
transferred,
you. I'm asking you. Do the show
yeah,
get paid in cash or in transfer?
now transfer they collect. Who they
How do you
collect
take
in
no?
Nigeria now? Now transfer now.
How you take
Most
no?
time is transfer now. This is not how you take
But
know
that's
now.
not a question for Remy now. That's a question for Ekene. Ekene,
And
I'm
that's a
waiting,
question
waiting.
for even
That's a
Oh, okay.
question for Ekene now.
that's also a question for Adewale too. He knows that they always do by transfer. So why are you not
No, one man,
saying?
they do transfer. They do transfer.
How much do they charge these days, Ekene?
Ashawo they collect the tax zero. Remy,
Go that side
Ashawo
though.
get money. That's past many businessmen. No, Ashawo get money.
Those
Most of
girls,
our
Now let's look at let's do that.
the cheapest day break now na 20K. Cheapest day break.
is it that
20K.
is it that cheap? I thought they were charging 100,000 like that.
Now level by level
No,
now.
Agor is level by level. I'm telling you the cheapest. When you go to Agor, where you see all these high class, some they go for 500,
So
200.
that one that 20,000. So then your doctor will collect 50,000 the next morning, Abi, to flush out whatever it is that the extras that the girl. eh? Anyway,
No, no.
Okay.
all right. Let me play you this. Let me play you this, and then after this, Larry landed. We go to Ekene. Ekene, you only get about 3-5 minutes because Remy and Oriola and Prince Daddy, everybody's here now.
So you end.
Yes, here as well after a long time away. But this is what they were referencing.
So you earn a certain amount of money and you have to send upkeep to your cousin, your brother, or even a stranger. It doesn't really matter. If the amount you're sending to someone is money you are giving to them for, how do I explain it? It's not because they have done something for you, right? Yeah, so it's a gift. Yeah, thank you. Like a gift. We say non-exchange transaction. You gave someone not because they did something for you, then that's not taxable. It is you that should have paid tax before giving them a gift. But if the person is rendering a service, and there's this, extreme example that you probably should not even say in a church, but just to bring it home. If you are doing, not you, if somebody is doing wrong girls, right? They go and look for men to sleep with. That's a service. They will pay tax on it. See why I did not want to use the example before. One thing about the tax law is it does not separate.
So there it is. Olosho will pay tax and then get arrested by the police still. So what would be that argument at the police station? I'm a taxpayer. How dare you? I mean, how does that even
What
work?
is your work? What do you
So
do?
they're gonna start demanding cash. And also that works in a strip club, right? Get paid, right? If a girl works in a strip club, she get paid. She gets paid. Yes or no?
Yeah, she gets
point,
paid.
man.
Yeah, but
That's the point,
it's
man.
a cash. It's very difficult for them to tax cash businesses, though. It's just because even in this country, all right. When I was having my conservatory done, the guy gave me two quotations. He gave me a quotation on the books, and then he gave me a quotation off the books, and the difference was near £10,000. So the ones that run through, because he will run his books, but then he'll probably make 80% extra outside of the books. That's how people usually run it.
No, basically, right? Government is not even telling you that they are sure that they are not even going to get everything, because I know people will do more of cash transactions, right? Like even here in the US, a lot of people want to, some of all those small things, right? They quickly want to do cash transaction so as not to go through the books, which is normal. But government will still get their cut. If you have an hotel, probably you have a strip club, right? Who are those people that comes to those strip club? You have strippers, and each of those strippers that you have, you're paying them.
Okay,
Fine, there are
Larry,
thieves. There are thieves.
for
So,
example, would the Olosho be able to file for unemployment and get government benefits?
I don't know. I don't know. That's for Zach to tell us, right? So some of all those things, I know the implementation will be a little bit rough when they start in January. It will be a little bit rough. They will get some, they will not get some. But I think with time, they will be able to harmonize things.
I think it's a mistake, Larry, for them to bring it in at this point. After they've shaken that country with so many policies, and then on the eve of the elections, they are going to bring in another policy that will agitate the space again.
One man.
And then is the muscle memories of
One man.
that people
Yeah.
will take into.
No, one man. See, you're thinking as probably a politician. I understand your bias, or probably even actually affecting. The bottom line is this: let them bring it, because you can't run away from this thing. See, part of why I liked Numbu, right, is the fact that he's bringing some of all those things on board, and he want to stand by it. He's not chicken out. They should bring it. Let people pay what they are supposed to pay.
Larry, you remember this guy? This guy will.
All right. So sorry. Is that Dewale? All right.
Yes,
Make that
actually,
point.
I actually
and then
have
land, Larry, and then we move it around. Yeah.
Larry, before you go, maybe you help me factor this. It's a question, okay? Do you know if this is included in this new tax policy? You mean those corporate or individuals donation to charity? That's a loophole. Do you think it's part of this?
Everything is covered now.
Even bricklayer.
Everything.
Even barrow pusher.
Because that's the loophole the rich people get through, so that they won't pay.
Everything is covered now. So I think by January, I think the major thing is people. Take for instance, it's Nigeria that you see that somebody has like 4, 5, 7 Rolls Royce, which you hardly see here in America or even in the UK, right? You have like 7, 5, 10 Rolls Royce. The garage is packed and everything. You're not paying anything on those.
That's denominator for you, though.
You're not the government official. Did the government official include?
Larry, can I come in?
Yes,
I think you guys are doing some misconception here. Actually, the taxman said by January, if you don't have a tax identification number, through your NIN or BVN, or you can go to the tax office to create your own tax identification. Actually, the implementation of the tax will start at the first quarter of 2026. And everybody have a right, when you file for your tax with the tax office, either to pay your tax annually or you want to split it to monthly. So it's not that, for example, most of the traders or whatever, they are not even troubling you. But this kind of what they introduce will bring accountability to Nigerian space. If you're a trader, let me finish. If you're a trader and then you register a company, so it's the onus now on you to continue to get the right document for your businesses so that it will help you to file for your tax return and to get a refund on your tax if you are making more than 50
at the end of the day. What is the benefit?
All right, if Larry doesn't land, then we don't get to you. So he has to land at some point.
Man, I was supposed to go before Larry, but I'm not going to take much time. If I could get like 2 minutes, I just have a question after Larry.
All right, you can come after Larry. Kenny, apologies, but Prince Daddy has been in and out pretty much since the start. So Larry land, and then we'll move it around.
Let me just say something to Remy. Remy, tax system in Nigeria uses preceding tax basis, right? So the fact that they tell you that it's going to start in January does not mean that probably it's going to be progressive, right? It starts in January means that they are going to look at your tax in 2025.
Yeah, I understand that one. I know what you're talking about. I
Yeah.
know. What I'm trying to say, basically, that people should not be afraid.
No,
What they are trying
nobody needs to be afraid now. It's
nobody
only
should be
Ekene that is
afraid.
afraid.
Just make sure that everything you are doing now, if you are issuing your invoices, get it ready, file it. Get an accountant to help you, especially for traders or some people like that. So
all of those people collect tax. Let me give you an example. I was in Ileyon. I went to Ileyon 2 times, right? And every time I was in that Ileyon, do you know that those people collect 3 types of tax on every Iyon that I eat? 3.
But Larry,
those people collect on the wrap of Iyon.
Are the government going to try and make sure that they dish out those old system of collecting tax?
No, now there are better
because
ways
when
now.
so if they're not, are they going to dish out that old system so that people will concentrate
now, why do you think they are bringing more of tech?
Going to dish out the old system, then the law makes no sense to me. They will really need to dish out the old system.
That's precisely the point. Now, Zach has been saying that for a good 1 year. But Larry, let's move it on. And by the way, good to see you too, Niger. I've been seeing you on the main streets of TikTok. You're a brave man. No, that place is not conducive for human living. What are you doing on TikTok, to Niger, all over there? All right, it's come here to doze off. All right, Larry, let's go to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, floor is yours.
No, I'm here. Sorry about that. I thought I unmuted myself.
No, I was just saying, you've discovered TikTok. It's quite addictive, isn't it? All those spaces. I've been spending time there as well.
The same way you were being attacked on the Kodamiti show earlier too.
I mean, to Niger, what's your handle on TikTok? Drop it on the comment section, please. Let me.
You are not following me on TikTok. Why you want to follow to Niger? Are you following me on TikTok? Can I?
I
don't think I'm following you. Larry, drop your this thing, your handle on
it's the same. I didn't change it. It's just Niger still, really. I am
okay, just Niger.
Yeah. And yeah, greetings everyone. Adewale and all. I didn't think I would hear your voice again.
You are becoming more dangerous now, to Niger.
What did I do?
Becoming more notorious.
What? I'm a very, very innocent man. I'm managing myself in the UK.
You'll be frequenting all those dark room, all those God knows where TikTok shows and even one man too. God knows what you're looking for in all those places.
I discovered something. Sorry, Prince Daddy, you go now. But I discovered something on that. There's so many portals within that TikTok. I discovered a culture that they call Faja. Faja, Faajah, Faja, tear it up, stretch it till it breaks. And these are young people that gather and it's not even roasting. Oh God, I'll send you some links. You see it. Just
one I sent you something recently this evening too.
They'll abuse you to the point that you almost want to. Some of the things that they say to each other is just, I'm just aghast. It's quite. It's a culture there.
On TikTok, you will not be able to sit on YouTube.
No, it's impossible. It's a lunatic asylum. It's just unbelievable. But Prince Daddy, floor is yours.
But just before he goes quickly, do you guys support that this taxing people that earn about 70,000 per month in Nigeria?
Don't you pay tax where you reside?
Oh my! This one is not following the tax. Does not know about it.
Don't you pay tax where you live at?
70,000 per month is a bit.
My brother,
is that the threshold?
A McDonald server pay tax as well. So what are you talking about?
I see. Before, when the tax bill for businesses is good in terms of you have to earn 100 million before you start getting taxed.
No, 100 million.
But for individuals, 100 million for businesses. But for individuals, it's 800,000 per annum.
It's the bracket you should look at. Man, are you not paying tax where you live?
No, but 70,000 is barely enough for anybody to get around in Nigeria.
You are learning. Go and read the tax law by yourself.
He's taxing some of the poorest people.
You shall find something to criticize. We're talking about hate on how many people earn that in a year? Almost 60-something thousand every month. What are you talking about, man?
A lot of people earn up to 100,000 now. Minimum wage in public sector is 70,000 now. So you can see that almost everybody is coming under tax. They hardly exempt anybody anymore.
That means if you're
Gallery, what is the penalty for not paying tax? Maybe we should remind the two
fine
Nigerians.
and fine and jail time
Eh?
together.
Not paying.
What?
Okay, what's the penalty for doing a crime, right?
It's
Not paying
Kirikiri
tax
now.
You
is
go
a,
to
is a
prison now.
criminal offense.
Not
So
paying tax is a serious offense in any country now.
yeah, it's a
So
criminal
and
offense.
that is really putting a lot of
All
Nigerians
right, guys, let me come in.
in the
Yeah, I know you guys
process.
not let me. Anyways,
All right. Oh yeah. Carry on, Prince.
yeah, I was just gonna talk briefly on the video you played last time it came online. One man, the Bill Maher's video about Christians being killed in Nigeria, up to 100,000 or so or more Christians killed. And when you brought up the topic of the video, there comes Adewale from the left side, pretty much minimizing the video that it's a non-issue, like it doesn't happen that Christians are killed in Nigeria. And today, if I'm not mistaken, I thought I heard Hassan also may have minimized the same notion about Christians being killed. And last time Adewale talked, he never presented any numbers to counter Bill Maher's number about over 100,000 Christians being killed over a decade or so. And I'd like to submit that it is a reality that Christians are being killed in Nigeria. It is a thing. But I'm not going to dispute that the individuals or people of Muslim background too are killed in the process. But the main point here is that Christians are being targeted and killed. That's a fact. I don't think anybody's going to deny that. And I don't like the people that lose their lives and people that die. You know, you may live in the South and it doesn't touch you. You don't have a clue about what is going on in the North or other parts of the country. But nonetheless, people are being killed. Christians are being killed. So we have to stand up for the Christians that are being killed, regardless of if Muslims are killed also in the process. There's one thing to go to a village and kill people who are fine, they be Christians or Muslims, but to go deliberately and target a church or a community or an area whereby Christians live, that is terrible. It needs to be talked about. So I don't like people like Adewale and others when they come sure and like, well, everybody gets killed. Christians are not being targeted. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal. It is a big damn deal that Christians are being killed. Just for the record.
Can I quickly ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, please, Daddy?
Go ahead.
Okay. What about all these stories we heard that a lot of people were by in the mosques, especially in most of the northeast and northwest? So don't you think this is not a matter of buying Christian or Muslim? They don't care who they buy. So many Muslims were being slaughtered. In fact, to be frank, when you look at the northern part of Nigeria, predominantly they have more Muslims than Christians. So what would you say about them too? If you are justifying Christians that they buy in churches, what about those they buy in mosques too? That's my question. How would you
we are to the point. See, now your argument would be sound if you're telling me that Christians were the one buying the Muslims. Then I'm like, okay, you have a point here. But if the point is that terrorists that are Muslims or Islamists killing their own people, well, it is what it is. I'm not for anybody being killed. But if you want to pie your own people, go ahead and pie them. Good luck. But don't kill Christians. Unless you're making an argument that Christians are killing Muslims and vice versa, then that is fine.
I think the way you are channeling your submission today look to me a little bit biased. That means you don't care if they buy Muslim, but you do care if they buy Christian. I see a little bit of unfairness in that. This is not everybody know that everybody that have a religious ideology to the extreme. These are not truly people that are worshiping God, if we must say the truth, whether in Christianity or in Islam. We cannot say, because Christians also do their own. Maybe the way they pie people is not directly like that. Maybe it's another way. So I think when you marshal your submission, you must also have, if you are putting an iman angle to it, then I don't see any reason why you are unnecessary bias, like the way you are doing this submission. You can go ahead.
Well,
please.
just like I said, I'm not for anybody being killed.
May I just respond?
One second. Sure.
You called
Hold
my
on.
name.
I'm not for anybody
You
being killed.
protected what I said. No, I have to correct you. You see, just the way you said, I minimized it. Okay. you forget the intersection, like Nigeria and the way we live, especially in that northern Nigeria, and it's not the way you guys live in the United States. Okay, it can be instantly changed to be say Nupe kill Gwari. Okay, okay, northerner kill southerner. Okay, southerner kill northerner. Different things can happen, and there are so much things that are happening that the narrative is not that so much. And where is the origins of this? Where did this even start? Where did this narrative even start? And where is it leading to? What would you propose to be the solution to fight a religious war? To do another crusade, for United States to come and do a crusade?
No, Hassan. Yeah, I said I didn't hear you earlier clearly. That's what I said. So you might have minimized. I know for sure Adewale did. I said you might have. I didn't hear you clearly, but I know you tried to justify that also that Muslim people are being killed also. No religious war.
Yes, it is true. It is true. That is the reality. Everybody is being killed, not only Christians, Muslims too. And yes, sometimes the Christians do the killing. There are videos, horrible ones, of Christians eating raw Muslim meats, like raw or like cannibals on the streets of Jos. You guys don't want to go into this and just like start painting
Well,
this and
no,
black and
okay,
white.
I hear
It's
you,
not
Hassan.
more complex than that.
That may be retaliatory for the most part because for many years the Islamists,
People
I
fight
don't even like to
over
call them.
water resources. People fight over land. People fight over. But when the West want to create a narrative so that they can invade a country or create a distraction or a false flag, like now, probably there is something about the Gaza genocide that they are trying to divert attention to now say, okay, I did not Bill Maher that actually started, emphasizing this. Who is Bill Maher? Bill Maher is some leftist Jew in the United States that is the boring. What do I say? Is it a podcast that he does or an interview? And you guys just swallow these things hook, line, and sinker. You see this photo that you have of Trump on your status. It gives me a sense of somebody who accepts conspiracies quite easily. It's not a good look. That is just what I would just say.
Hassan, can I just come in and say, it's rather hard that Nigerians would even say this. I think I can remember sometimes in 2000, between 2014 and 2017, let's say, there was a spate of revenge attacks between Taraba, especially Taraba, I think was an Adamawa notorious, where a lot of there was a particular attack where some Fulani women and children and elderly were slaughtered. I think it's over 60 in Taraba.
Plenty of that.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, it was just women, some elderly men and women and children. For whatever reason, the men were absent, and some people, some vigilante from some community nearby, they came to where they weren't settled, but where they'd laid camp, and they killed all the women and the children.
Do you know why?
And so that happens a lot. But let me even say, okay, in Nigeria, if a Christian is killed in the north, it can be guaranteed that at least 3 or 4 Muslims have been killed for that one Christian. Because when you look at Zamfara, when you look at Katsina, when you look at Kebi,
I think what Prince Daddy is talking about is intent. So if you're saying
there's a misrepresentation. One man, don't let us misrepresent facts. Okay, these Americans have their intention.
In law there are 2 standards in law. Hold on a second.
How do you establish that intent?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are 2 standards.
Propagandizing.
No, it's not propagandizing now. There are 2 standards in law.
It is propagandizing now.
If the intention
one man, it's a dangerous propagandization. Okay, because when you look at Zamfara,
Go ahead.
They still went to a mosque last week. One man, okay. They still went to a mosque. What state was it? It wasn't Zamfara. Was a north central state, I think. They still
It's
went to a
Katsina.
mosque
I
last
think
week, killed the imam, killed about 4 or 5 people, and literally almost busted and almost destroyed the place. Just this last week. And I'm sure even that last week, people are being
do you know
killed in
what
the
is
north.
happening?
One man, people are being killed in the north, most of them Muslims, and they are being killed in their hundreds every day.
Azan,
Northerners are not as tech savvy
Azan,
and as educated and are more likely to put things on the internet and shout to the world like this. Then it seems as if it is only happening only to the south.
Azan.
Or I'm sorry to the Christians, but haba. Well,
You
if
people
you are
should not disturb.
living in
See, you
Nigeria,
people should not disturb yourself.
I think
This is
it's actually
all
unjust
those
of us
things
as
are
Nigerians
conspiracy.
because
No,
a lot of fellow Nigerians are being killed in
Aro,
the interlands. A lot,
Aro,
to be frank.
Aro.
It's
The thing is
disturbing.
this: smart people should know that all those things are propaganda towards 2027. Because if you're telling me that Christians are being killed in Nigeria, Boko Haram today is not just ravaging Nigeria. Almost every country across the Sahara, there's Boko Haram killing people. Boko Haram those guys are killing those guys are killing people in Cameroon. They're killing people in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Niger. So why is it that
all Muslim countries.
So why is it that Nigeria is now the target, right? Why is anybody not talking about Boko Haram is killing people across those places? So all those things, let's not deceive ourselves. We know where all those things is coming from, right? Let's not deceive ourselves. The target has always been, it's been more of foreign policy. And if you look at Nigeria's foreign policy at this present moment, we
rejected
are not
carrying
tilting
their
towards,
Venezuelans or whatever they
we are not
wanted to bring to
tilting,
our shores.
we are
And
not
then but all of a
tilting.
sudden they want to do a crusade.
So basically, Tinubu doesn't care. And he basically said it, right? He doesn't care whatever Trump does, right? And Nigeria is not tilting towards the US with our foreign policies, with our everything. So it's normal, right? Let's not deceive ourselves. We that are Nigerians know the truth. If people outside Nigeria are basically telling us that this is exactly what's happening in Nigeria, we have the duty to tell them that we know what is happening in Nigeria. Basically, we have criminals.
Okay, all right.
That
You know,
people.
but you make an assumption that we all don't know. But again,
No. Me as
if
a
people
Nigerian,
are
see, Prince Daddy,
okay,
wait.
let me okay.
Me as a Nigerian, Ted Cruz or whatsoever is not a Nigerian, right? I know that there are criminals in Nigeria that do not even think about whatsoever religion you belong to, right? They do kidnapping in Nigeria all because of, ransom. They kill people without even looking at their religion. We know that. So if they
Larry,
are now
I know
coming
that
to tell
I
us,
know that too. Most of the killing that
if
happen in the South
wait
is done
now,
by Southerners
wait,
themselves. Okay.
wait. If outsiders are now coming to tell you something different, we have the duty to tell them that we are Nigerians and we know Nigeria. We know what
Larry, I don't buy that logic. You're making a lot of assumptions. You're assuming that every
not.
Nigerian knows their left and right, which is not true.
All right. So sorry, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy still has the floor. So let him flow on. The super chatter. That's Hassan right there. That's Hassan still. That's Hassan still. Guess who it is? It's still Hassan. So that's Hassan still. So, and that is still Hassan. So the I was going to say super chatters, but I've removed the S and say the super chatter. So we'll all go to Maiduguri for our fortune from tomorrow going forward. So thank you, Hassan. Others can join Hassan as well. Our bailout to Nigeria brings it home. Oriola after Prince Daddy, Remy, and then Dewale. But to Nigeria, you know how to run the
No,
room
I'm
anyway.
not after Prince Daddy because I've been here before Oriola and the rest.
All right then. You then, and then Oriola. I don't think Oriola is fully with us. It's not yet said the word. So after Prince Daddy, you and then Tunaja will navigate it just as is expertly able to. Maybe do about 3-4 minutes monologue Tunaja just to bring because people have been waiting for so long. Sorry Sorry for the long wait, everyone. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Let me bail out. Tonight, floor is yours.
Okay, thanks so much. So let me just wrap up. I mean, I don't have a session. I just want the question answered. Larry, you may have a very good knowledge base and know a lot of things. Making an assumption that because you're Nigerian and you live in Nigeria, you know any better, you know what is going on. That's a false logical conclusion. I don't buy into that. But again, uh, at the end of the day, who knows? Maybe like a million Muslims have been killed compared to like 100,000 Christians. I'm not making that argument of the ratio. All I'm saying is that I know there are targeted killings of Christians in the north, and I think that that's incontrovertible. That's the end of that. The other point I'm trying to make, I wish
By
Patoski was
whom? By whom exactly? For to what purpose, please, study? By whom and to what purpose?
I don't know, maybe your Islamist brothers. I don't know. The killers. They are the people killing, right? Right?
Prince
Okay.
Daddy, there's two things I'm certain of. I don't think you've ever crossed anything not of Quara, because your statement already that's the problem in Nigeria, and that's the problem we have in security, and that's the problem reason the insecurity will continue to persist, because we have all been chasing the wrong shadows. I wouldn't. I think it's a discussion not to be had flippantly, so I wouldn't even indulge it. But it's a laughable. It's very
No,
laughable.
of course it is laughable, but you know the one your family members are being pied left and right. It's a reality. I don't like it to be minimized. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Don't minimize
You
the
are the
killings
one
of the suffering of
minimizing
other
it.
people.
You are the one minimizing it.
Um,
It's because of people like you who minimize it that some of these killings continue to continue,
I don't
because
understand that.
both the victims themselves have never come to address the truth. That's the problem.
Well, also
Especially,
they
and
are.
that's
So you
and that's
agree
the
they are
problem
victims,
in
huh?
and
You
that's the
agree that they
problem.
are victims. Okay.
That's a problem in places like Benue. It continues and it continues.
We heard about the indiscriminate killing
I know one
of the
day
Southern Kaduna
Prince
people.
Daddy, Prince Daddy, I'm certain that one day, when the truth comes to be addressed, and when we have a national security advisor, okay, I think the current guy is doing a decent job. But I think when Nigerians and the leaders in those localities themselves, and the governors most especially, when they come to address the facts, okay, and when they come to hold people accountable, I know that a lot of this matter would stop. It'll be
Okay, fine.
impossible for some militias to be employed by
Mm,
locals to carry out dastardly acts on their behalf. But I know we'll get to the bottom of it soon.
okay,
But
fine.
I think the main problem is we as Nigerians don't even want to address the truth. Locals are actually avenging themselves and have continued a vengeance mission on themselves, and they are doing so using militias, because those militias can be paid, and those guys can then wipe their hands clean of the blood, and that is really what is happening in a lot of places. In southern Kaduna, they've been killing themselves. I don't know if you know this, since as far back as 1980s, probably even before that. I know you might not know, you might not. I'm not particularly older than you, but one thing I've done very well is to go and read very well. Um, in fact, there was what's his name? This General Lekwot. I think you should go and research who General Lekwot is. Uh, and go and research the happenings from 90 in the 1992s, in the late 80s. I think, Prince Daddy, you do yourself a very good, you do yourself well to especially Southern Kaduna. Go and read about Southern Kaduna, and I want you to take this name, General Lekwot. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Well, um, briefly, soon I guess. So earlier, I don't know, Patoski is not on the show if anymore, I guess. But earlier, Patoski talked about um, an agency in Nigeria that's identified 46,000 or so assets that can be refurbished or bring back online. That Nigeria is going to save about 10 trillion I don't know, I guess Naira over. It didn't even tell us how long over. I mean, what period that was going to happen. He just threw the number out there, and I was going to ask him, all those assets he's talking about that were abandoned or they are abandoned. How come about them? How come about those assets? Um, and also, how much would it cost to refurbish all these assets and bring them back to par for operations? So it sounds to me like same old thing being regurgitated. There's nothing. I don't think that's even news, anyways. Because you're gonna spend a bunch of money to refurbish old assets for that's been around for so long. Where are you gonna get the parts? I mean, where's the labor or the expertise is gonna come from to get all those machineries, those farm machineries and whatnot back online? It sounds to me like another dubious thing. That sounds good on paper. I mean, it sounds good to the ears, but in reality, it is not well thought out, I would say. Perhaps we can save a lot of money, buying new stuff and scrapping all those old assets and buying more efficient machineries that can get the job done, that have more latest uh, um, capabilities and features that can actually go a long way than trying to spend a bunch of money to refurbish some old assets. So, I mean, it doesn't
Uh,
even make sense. I
Praise
wish I
Daddy.
can understand more.
Praise Daddy. Did Patosi say that's more of a policy of the government? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure that is exactly what they intend
I
to
think
do.
what Patosi was trying to put forth is because we have a lot of mechanic or technician that can work on this thing and they can bring them back to life. He does not talk about gunboat alone. He talk about tractors for agriculture farmland. And he said a good example was in Borno, where about 460 tractors were put into work again. It's not all about guns and gunboat. It's about a lot of this land that belong to the military. They use it for agricultural farmland. And the reason why they are not doing it because most of the tractors they are using, they are no more working or something like that. So it's through Naseni. And they said they are going to spend about 10 trillion naira. But I don't think they are going to spend 10 trillion in the space of 1 or 2 years. Maybe it's a continual basis. That's what he's trying to look from that angle, not necessarily.
Well, yeah, they're going to spend. So, me, I was thinking now the
Does
reason why
no,
were this asset abandoned in the first place? Okay,
no, no.
I mean,
Are
Obviously,
it's
you?
not the same.
Sometimes you
It's
talk
not the
like you are
same
not
way
from
our
that
government
country.
works.
Remy,
Yeah, you
Remy,
talk like you are not from Nigeria
Remy.
sometimes.
Let's not deceive ourselves.
Yes,
Deceive
I know
ourselves.
that one cannot be feasible in the long
Let's
run.
let's not deceive ourselves. If the one pay, if Naseni or whatsoever is telling you that they want to budget like so amount to bring some things back to not to life. Basically, it's just a way to siphon money.
There you go.
Nothing.
Now you're making sense.
It's
That's
just a
that's the
way
point I'm
to
trying to get across there.
let's not deceive ourselves. It's just
I
a
know,
way.
yeah, of course. But the major point what Patrick is trying to put across is that there are some technicians, some people that can still bring this thing to work, especially
Yeah,
the
that is
tractor for
probably
No, no,
farmland.
see,
That is
no, Remy, no, no. See, listen to what I said earlier. See, only if you knew that they're going to train our local workers, right? And we're gonna we're gonna fabricate the parts for
mhm.
these machines and whatnot, and build an economy around it. I'm all for it, but it's all nonsense. Everything's going to come from China, and you're going to import some damn Chinese and Indian workers to come do all these damn things.
No,
We know how the game works. So don't play around like we
Remy,
don't know what is going on, okay?
yeah,
Remy. There's
I
no way
see.
we can defend this kind of a thing, right? If
I'm not
anybody is
defending.
telling
I'm just trying to tell you
no,
the
I
angle Patrick
understand, but
says.
if anybody is telling you that they are going to budget some billions, right, for them to bring something to see most of the things that they want to bring, most of those things they should just trash it. Take for instance now the Ajaokuta. Dangote told us the truth that Ajaokuta will not work. There's no point. Don't bring anything back. Sell it. I
Oh,
think
so he's going to buy it at a scrap. It's nonsense. Are
I
you going
think
to
the
buy it as
government.
an investor?
I think no. If they still want to sell it, they will still see people that are ready. See,
And if Dangote now come forward, you want to buy it, how would you feel? Don't you think that is a good businessman already?
how
The
will I
market,
feel? How will I
you
feel?
already the market is now. You want to buy it.
Because Remy, if Dangote buys it, that thing will work. Government does not have any business in doing business.
Yeah, you're right. I agree totally with that.
If
The
Dangote
reason
buy
why
that Ajaokuta, I'm telling you that Dangote will put it to work.
the reason why I'm not against
Okay,
Dangote.
Remy. Oh no, Remy. Remy, it's your turn. I need like 5 more seconds so I can be done. And lastly, to Remy or Larry, how much would a worker in Nigeria that earns 70,000 naira pay in taxes?
Okay, I will answer your question. A person that earns 70,000 Nigeria is paying virtually nothing because at 70,000 times 12, I think that's about 840,000. But by the time they deduct some of the expenses, it's virtually paying nothing, I guess. And if he's going to pay anything, I don't think he's going to pay up to 1 or 2% of his
It
income.
wouldn't, Mr. Remy, let me answer him. Not only it wouldn't pay anything, and I think it will still have about 200 or 300,000 in tax credits.
Yes,
The tax
and
credit
apart
will
from
go
that,
towards that tax credit will go towards his housing because they have an allocation.
yes,
I think is how much is the housing allocation in tax credits? I think it's
200,000.
200,000.
Yes,
So it's 800,000 in before PAYE. So the person will be paying nothing, zero.
Yes, exactly. And
You
that
will
means
pay nothing and will still have another headroom for another almost 200,000 before he be liable to pay anything.
and most of the allowances are non-taxable. So what are we talking here? And when people come here and talk about the tax, it's not going to affect people that are in the lower income threshold of
Okay,
Nigeria. It's not gonna
there's a reason why I asked that question. You know, I'm done. But the reason I asked that question, how come you guys don't explain to a Canadian
It
what
does
you guys
not
are
allow you
talking
to
about?
explain. He's just looking at the sentimental part of it. They must put something in place before they pay tax. That is not the way now.
Please, Daddy, don't mind Ekele. Ekele is not interested in those things. And I
Yes,
know why Ekele is afraid, right?
yes.
Ekele, as a businessman, has not paid tax before. He said it on this platform that he hasn't paid tax before. And in January, Ekele is going to start paying tax. Whether he likes
I can't quite say that. I'm sure he pays local government taxes and all these kind of
no,
things.
Ekele does not pay anything.
Personal income
Forget
tax or
about
tax from
those,
the business.
nothing like local government tax or all these, we're giving Agbero money. That's not tax. Because if you're a businessman and if you're into normal commerce, you are selling things, right? Invariably, you are so expected to charge VAT on those things. And that VAT that you charge, you are expected to remit that money, right?
I will
And
start off this way. Sorry, Larry. Just yesterday or the day before yesterday, you can about 250,000 Nigerians can register their company for free before everybody go out and be registering their business or have a business name.
Really? We
Yes,
CAC? Where? Online or where?
yes, online, free.
Let me quickly go and register business, so I beg.
So I think to me, what this government is trying to do is to bring accountability. Even if you are selling Iru or whatever you are selling, you can have a business name to your business. At the end of the day, you are not going to make that profit of 50 million or 25 million. So what's the big deal we are talking about? But for some people that their business is import based, there's no way they are going to run away from this tax because the record will show. So go and get your business name. If you have the means,
I don't think they'll be able to allow to clear their goods at the port without correct tax.
Yes. They won't allow, they must present their tax certificate.
Because that is digitized as well at the moment. They're going to digitize the ports.
So I think at the end of the day, but one thing I'm happy for is that at least the economy is stabilized now, and for the last 1 week, the naira has been continuing in appreciation level against the major currencies of the world. And if they tell you that this time around, more investors will troop into Nigeria to have business or whatever, look at what is happening in Ogun State, for God's sake. In fact, we are the luckiest, and I'm proud of the governor now.
when I leave our Ogun State, at least Ogun State now, we have Babati is not here.
I'm also from Ogun State, Larry. We are from the same state.
Okay, Remy.
So
Oh,
we should be proud now. We should be proud. We are not
our
people
international airport has started
yes.
working.
So
Abuja to now there is now Abuja to Iperu. As I think I checked it yesterday and it's fully booked. Value jet Abuja to Iperu, very cheap. 1
So,
2,000.
Larry, sometimes I wonder, what are the governors of Oyo, just a little bit, Oshun, Ekiti, what are they even doing? Are they in this world, for God's
Hey,
sake?
holiday. What are you
It's
talking
my,
about?
I am the one that is talking now.
Is he or should you mention Oshun?
Yes, I mentioned Oshun now.
Kí ló fẹ́ ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ tó máa jó náà ni na ibi dancing.
Remy, holiday.
But
You,
you're
you see,
trying, no.
before you talk too much, you understand. We, the former Ondo state, developed the Western region.
Are you
So the
kidding me?
impact, we the former Ondo state, old Ondo state developed Western region. And if you ask me, I will tell you. So the thing is this: those were the day of cocoa. You understand? Cocoa and taxes were used to develop the Western region. For those people that don't want to pay tax now, that keep asking us questions that government should go and do infrastructure and do all those stuff, I wonder how much do they think that infrastructure costs, that government if ever put infrastructure in place. And these are the people that they are the first set of people to run to the street and shout, oh, the government is borrowing. See, I listened to what Ekene was trying to push the other time, and someone told Ekene here the other time that is he not feeling that those people that he has been shitting those people that have been paying taxes? While in Nigeria, some of us paid through our noses. We paid. In fact, there's no way you work for a company like MTN and Co that you won't be paying close to 30% of your income as tax. And some people will be there and will be shouting, they are taxing the poor, they are taxing the poor. The truth is, nobody has been taxing the poor the way people think. There's a difference between Agbero collecting money from you and the government taxing you. Right. We understand that. Then, in Nigeria today, even if you are earning 2 million, it does not still mean you are going to pay tax. Less people that are carrying all this kind of a false information, let's just they just try to keep quiet, because it depends on the way they structure your wages. The fact that you are earning 2 million, the way this tax is going does not necessarily mean that they are going to overtax you. Look at it this way: in your wages, there will be some that are not taxable. There are some that will be taxable. Now, if you earn 2 million, if your taxable is not more than let's say 1 million, and the first of all net out 800,000 out of it, then the 200,000 allowance, then you'll be wondering what happens to the remaining 2 million. I still strongly believe that there are some non-taxable even in the remaining 1 million. So until we sit down and look into this thing properly, but for someone earning 500,000 in a year, or someone that we cannot even trace what is earning, to now be the loudest of the speaker, I can't just get this thing. You understand? So there's a time for us to be political, and there's a time for us not to be political. You are all saying, okay, you want infrastructure. Now tell me, how will that infrastructure come? You are not paying anything. Oh, you do your ball, you do this. Okay, good. Government want to take that borehole away from you. Government want to take that road you are constructing away from you. Government want to have the responsibility. As soon as you give the government to do it, I bet in an organized manner, because the way we do things in Nigeria today is a social threat. It's a social security threat.
So, Ola, let me continue. So I think this tax will also bring people to ask for whatever they want in their community. Because if you're paying tax, then you can hold your representative accountable. Oh God, you have to fix my road because I'm a taxpayer. It's not going to be the old blah 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 before. Because you pay tax, and a lot of people pay tax, then you can bring them. They also know you are a taxpayer. They have to do the right thing for the right people. And most Nigerians, sometimes we don't care. We just live our life as well. We have to be accountable for our deed. If you want your business to improve, you must also be ready to part away with the tax, because as your business improves and people do business with you, you may not be able to pay the right tax to the government. And then you yourself, you can also hold the government accountable for your business is that, oh, this I'm paying tax. Why don't you touch the road in front of my business office? Why don't you do this? Why don't you give us electricity? So you have the more right to even fight. But for now, everybody just do whatever they want. And like what they said, I hope they do.
Let me just add to that one, just short one.
Okay.
If I don't care about others, if you are from the western region, that means southwest Nigeria, even up to Edo State. I see Tony that was here to tell story or the other time. If you love Awolowo and you are against tax, then you don't know anything about your region.
Of course.
I think I blame those people that are not that are not doing social study very well in that primary, because see,
They fought Awolowo because of Owori now. Owori, remember Owori? They fought him now 10%.
Ishako, even before government came, there's something they call Ishakole in Yoruba land. What do they think Ishakole is?
It's a tax.
Ishakole. It's a tax
from the farmland.
So if you are a native, if you are an indigenous of that country, you don't understand that taxation precedes modernization or development. Then, oh my goodness, I think people should be sent back to secondary school, or maybe Nigerian, they should be made to pass. You understand, to pass social study now going forward before they can even become Nigerian.
Mr. Ola, do you know the problem? I think the problem is lack of education.
Yes.
People do not really understand a lot of other things. And that was what I was trying to make on Ekene understand. There are a lot of deductibles. Right? Take, for instance, now, if you open a business in Nigeria, pioneer tax, you're not even expected to pay tax for the first 3 years. So, first 3 years, you are not expected to pay a dime on your business. So, which means that within 3 years, you have the ability to, take everything in, try to grow. So, if for Kere to say, oh, they are trying to kill, nobody's trying to kill anybody.
And to add to what you are saying, sometimes they don't know the associated costs that come with your business, like your rent, your daily expenses. You have to get invoice and document it so that it will reduce the amount of tax you are going to pay, even if you are going to pay at all. And to me, I think what they propose is just a giveaway for the Nigerians. Medium or small scale, 20, 50 million, you're not paying tax. Oh my God. How many people make 50 million naira profit?
Remy,
Yes.
you know, the thing is this. There are a lot of Nigerians that make more than that 50 million that you're saying that do not pay a dime.
Yes, of course.
There are a lot of them. They make
But if we are going to put it to percentage, is it up to is it going to be 20% of working population of Nigeria that can make 50 million?
Take for instance, Ekene that is here. If you ask Ekene's turnover in a year, Ekene can tell you that his turnover is around 300 million, 400 million.
I don't think he will tell you that.
No, wait now. That is where the thing comes in, right? That's the first thing. Government will give you the ability to do your normal self-assessment. Come in and file something yourself, right? But Ekene, see what he said. That was why I asked him one question. He said, "Oh, he won't use back." I said, "If you want to do a transaction of like 100 million,
say you want to use cash.
Will you use cash for 100 million? Does it make sense to you?"
No.
And a lot of all those things, because at the end of the day, number one thing is people can say whatsoever. All these things that they are not saying.
Go and keep and invite armed robber now. Actually, you don't want to pay tax. Then you pay tax to the armed robbers. People don't even think what they say sometimes.
He will not be able to conduct this because he will not be able to do any importation. He will not be able to do anything. Okay, because look now. Okay, remember now that the federal government has unionized. They've made it possible. See, when you go to the port now, okay, when you want to import and clear your goods, there's now a singular window for clearing your goods.
Yes,
and it is digital. And you will not be able to do that without your BVN, without your tax clearance. It's 4%. It has been centralized at 4% or thereabouts, and it is a digital platform. You will not be able to conduct any importation, any export, any business. If you're a major business, you'll not be able to do any single thing without your tax and all this digitalization and all this. It's been centralized. We now have a data center. We now actually have an indigenous company that manages the data for the federal government.
if Tinubu is
I
able
think we
to,
have two. There is also the immigration data center, apart from the
Remy,
one you're
Oh yeah,
talking
the
about.
immigration too, they did their own, but that is public. But there's also
if
one, there's
if
a private enterprise that does
do you
a lot
know
of
that
data stuff for them as
That
well.
is helping us to do that passport. That's
do
what the
you
one
know
you're
that
talking
if
about.
those guys are able to get this thing right,
Yes.
Nigeria is going to make a lot of money.
Yes, exactly.
Nigeria is going to make a lot of money. And that's why, for me, if you ask me one thing why I want Tinubu to continue is the fact that he doesn't go back on his policies.
Yes.
Because this is what we need in Nigeria. People will shout, oh, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, the right thing just has to be done.
Larry, in addition, after his Independence Day speech, come and see people accusing their state governors. That means a lot of Nigeria, they are not abreast of what is going on in their country. Now they are trying to say, what is their governor doing with the money? There's a lot of money going to the
No,
states.
Remy,
Yeah.
you know why our people are no longer. I don't intend to use this in a foul language. Why we are no longer responsible citizens is that I think this taxation is isolating us. We are not really feeling the pains of development. How do I mean? You know, I grew up as a kid, even as early as small as 8, 5, 6. You understand? Listening to parents discussing politics, and all of us will be shouting about the politician. We love all those stuff, right? So then I remember that whenever you were going to farm those days, even your bicycle must have license. There was something we call development levy fee. All those stuff we used to pay that time. So all those parents they used to pay. So all those free education we used to talk about those days, they were not that free. You understand? They were only free after the citizen combined the resources together, and they now utilize that resources for common good of everyone. So it was not free that way now. Now, people actually thought that the United Kingdom, the United States developed just by, the infrastructure just shows somewhere, the government just conjure infrastructure somewhere, and they started taxing. Even despite the fact that the UK was going everywhere, capturing everyone, stealing people resources, getting involved in slave trade, or the colonization, all those stuff, their citizens were still paying tax. Taxation had been in the system before they even extended for more resources. So the question is this: people don't know that before human development, human modernization, before human being started doing this thing, it's just like you look at some people, they were making livings. Okay, we're not saying, okay, we need some common thing to work together, either security, either whatever. Okay, everybody start contributing. You understand? It's just like when you're in a religious setup. You understand? You want a building where you'll be staying, but you don't want to contribute to build. You say your religious place should go and borrow first to develop. It doesn't work. You see, religious setup, you do launching, you do a lot of things, you contribute, you gather resources together to build. That's how to build. When you build to a particular level, you will now have a leverage. I know that Nigerians, we don't even know our infrastructural deficit. We don't know. See, for us to be talking of all this Dubai we are talking about probably we'll be needing, maybe for the next 5 years to start with, maybe we'll be needing average of 100 billion investment in infrastructure. You understand? For us to now start talking of area like Dubai and all those area we are talking now. But we will say something like, say, you are living in America, you are living in this thing. Is that how they are? Guy, those people, they pay through their nose. They pay through their pains to build those areas that you see now before they start using whatever they have to borrow. So, guys, if you are thinking,
Ola,
it's not
come
about
and see
tax.
what they call tax in Scandinavian country or Nordic country. They tax the hell out of you. Tax the hell out of you. Your personal income tax can reach up to 53 or 54%. Our VAT is 25.5%. VAT, 25.5%, for God's sake. The only thing they know how to collect in Europe is they collect that tax out of you. You are not going to become that super rich man like that. They will make sure that they balance it, they even it out. How many people can have like 10 or 20 cars, like what they are crazy doing in Nigeria in their yard? Each car you are paying what you call road fee on each annually. And that is another way government can also generate money. That would put a lot of Nigerians in their thinking cap. Instead of you have 20 cars in your yard that you can only drive one at a time. So I think
even if I'm not even missing it now, you know, there was even produce tax in the First Republic. Produce tax. So people, you see, people should know that there was Nigeria before oil, because everybody all our oil. How much are we making on oil? For goodness sake, how much are we making? People forgot that we have 230 million, and we are producing less than 2 million barrels a day. And you know the way we talk about this oil sometimes as if there's no cost to that production. Oh, because they are selling barrel now, I do everything.
Recently, non-oil export. See, our non-oil export have overshoot our oil export in terms of armies. For the first time in the history of that country in the last 20 years, we are now exporting more than our import. That's why we're having favorable balance of payment. So things are really working for that country. And if somebody like Ted Cruz wants to bring religious to destabilize the country, we shouldn't allow that. Or people like Prince Daddy, we shouldn't allow that.
Remy. No, Remy. No, Remy. On that religious something, don't let us go there. You understand?
I'm not trying to say we shouldn't talk about that one.
We should put it in context. Let me tell you one thing: a person like El Rufai now cannot be said to be innocent of that situation. So yes, both Muslim and Christian are being pied, but there are some that add motive of religion. So, but it's only thing we cannot say.
You are right. It's only because
Southern Kaduna was a peaceful place until they established grazing reserve. You understand? But when
Mr. Ola, don't let us. I think we are modernizing what is actually a very old problem. Southern Kaduna was not a peaceful place until they established grazing reserve. Southern Kaduna has not been peaceful since in the time that Nigeria has been Nigeria, 1914.
That's not true.
Wait now, Mr. Ola, wait. In the time that Nigeria has been Nigeria, 1914, they had been having issues in what you now call Southern Kaduna before that. I want you to remember that Kaduna State, I want you to understand that Kaduna Metropolis is a modern development. Wait, Mr. Ola, let me finish. Let me land. I want us to put context into what we're talking about. Kaduna Metropolis that we are speaking about. Okay. In fact, when you talk about the new development metropolises, is one of the newest. Kaduna, their capital, the metropolis, is a very recent
Kaduna
development.
As a local government. No,
wait,
forget about
not
Kaduna.
What you call Northern Kaduna, okay, and what you call Katsina used to be part of the same place. I also want you to remember that. Kaduna State is the way it is organized right now is a very recent development, which is almost post-independence. Now, the issues that's causing friction.
You are going too
because
far.
I want us to contextualize this.
That's why I want you to put context. Hold on. That's why I want us to put context. When I say this one, I'm talking from independence to date. Because if we are going this way now, I will start telling you Ekiti Parapo. You understand? Even in
no,
Yoruba,
the problem is this: they've not resolved their initial issues. The Yorubas have resolved the Ekiti Parapo matter. The Southern Kaduna people have not resolved what is causing the conflict. They've not resolved it.
Among Yoruba, there was ethnic rivalry, all those
But Ati resolve here, Baba. Ati resolve Ekiti Parapo. We have resolved it. What is causing friction has been resolved.
Even not too long ago, if Modakeke was a typical example.
Even if Modakeke, we have resolved our problem. They now have no one wants to love any Modakeke. So local government
let me tell you one thing. They proposed grazing reserve around that Kaduna South as far back as the First Republic. Yeah, I think between 1947 and up to
Let us
that's
stop
what
this brazen. Just this grazing reserve.
hold it.
The issue causing conflict is this: there's
Hold
been
it.
Fulani people settled in Kaduna for over 400 years.
That
Some
is not
people are
even
claiming indigenous rights in southern Kaduna. That is the crux of the matter. Oto. But the
okay.
Fulani
Hold on.
people that they are claiming issues with have been settled in southern Kaduna for 400 years. That is fact. That is
Hold on. Hold
historical
on.
facts. However,
Don't
some
let us.
people are claiming indigenous rights. That is the crux of the matter. Forget any
Okay.
grazing reserve. Forget no grazing reserve. Other
Okay.
grazing reserve stuff is all very modern and very post-colonial. The
Okay. I
main
hear you.
crux of the matter is there's individuals claiming indigenous rights, and there's Fulani people that have been settled there for 400 years saying that they too should be considered to be indigenous. Issues even
I
as
hear you.
in 1992, it was the issue of the capital of the local government that caused the 1992 riots. The issue of where the local government was located is where, or the capital of the local government is located, is what caused the Zango Kataf. One of the things that actually caused that developed the Zango Kataf riots in 1992. And I think one of the problems in Nigeria is this: facts are not documented properly. There was a white paper in 1992, post the 1992 riots. A white paper was put together by the state government. And the problem with Nigeria is this: we do not document things properly. We do not make it available to the public so that people can actually look at the facts. And also, when different when all the different parties come to the table to talk, everybody does not come to the table and say the truth. Absolutely, everybody is trying to muddy the facts and trying to confuse the individuals who have been sent there to try and establish what the real matters is. It's quite simple. The issue in southern Kaduna has to do with the idea of indigenship. And that is why this new indigenship bill being put forward by this gentleman in the House of Reps is a very, very dangerous matter.
Okay.
Because the issue in southern Kaduna, it boils down to one single thing: the idea of who are the real indigens. End of
Okay.
story.
You don't talk your own, Abi. Then let me talk my own. You see, when you are putting contest, when I say contest now, I'm going back to contest since the independence now. Let's forget about the old one, because if we want to escalate, we can even escalate to 100,000 years. That is not what we are here to do. Let me tell you something. When they mark some places for grazing reserve in southern Kaduna, they did that in the 60s, probably I think 1965 or thereabouts, before this military before they struck. Now they were able to implement. Now, when you look at the level of crisis in those areas, when you come from that 1965 to those areas, there were no that serious crisis. There could be small farmer elder conflict here and there, but not even like a one of thousands of what we witness today. Now, between that 1960, you understand, up to the 1970 to 80s, when the Shagari were trying to say, okay, National Life Stock Development Program, trying to get that place, they were unable to actually implement. They were actually unable to implement anything, right? But then, when it came to the proper problem, now started from 1990s. That is where the real escalation really started. You understand? So when you see the crisis around those places, even since the time they established, they put that grazing reserve. When you go to Kasia local government, Kangoro, all those Augusta, whatever, I don't know how to call that place, grazing reserve. Now, when you now see that land ownership and all those conflicts, some got tough, and when politicians come enter their midst, come they use them. Now, the problem now comes start proper. You understand? From around from the 90s to where we are today. If you see the crisis that documented in the 90s now, there were about 4 serious ones just between 2000 and up to 2008 alone. Then when you look at 2011 to 2014, another major one around all those places. Then when you look at 2016 to 2018, then we have about one,
Ola,
two, three,
you
four,
made
five.
mention of network, and I was trying to point out what happened in Zongo Kataf. Zongo Kataf, I think it was in the 80s. Yes, it was in the 80s. that's it was during Buhari's, sorry, Babangida's regime, or what happened.
Babangida,
I
yeah,
think it was during
yeah.
Babangida's regime. When suddenly one day they just woke up and southern and people of Zangon Katab, who were predominantly, Christians, attacked all the Muslims that were living there and did a massacre, a mini genocide of some sort. Uh, uh, if not, it was a military regime. If it were to be like now, where everything is so loose, it would have turned into something more deadly. And that is why that I feel that since Nigeria became a democracy, our security has been becoming more looser and looser and looser. There is somebody was making a point the other day about how we are no more like connected. This feedback that our politicians keep reinforcing our differences has made the country less secure, and it is the freedom of speech that the democracy gives, and the kind of way in which our politicians do their campaign that is you know, ethnic based and have a lot of riling up language and things like that that has, caused these things. But these things have had origins far, 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 far long ago. And considering that Kaduna space that you were talking about, Kaduna was a city that was established by the colonialists. What they actually wanted was a place where they could govern and that part of Nigeria relatively well. So they were looking at where to situate it. The real meaning of Kaduna is actually gotten from the word kada. Kada in Hausa is crocodile. So and the plural of kada is kadina. Kadina. So the real name is Kadina, but the Oyibo cannot say Kadina, so he says Kaduna. So that is how the name Kaduna, because in that place there are a lot of crocodiles, like because of actually more of a jungle. Now let me correct one fact again about the Fulanis claiming the land 400 years ago or something like that. That is not true. You have to understand that Zaria, Zaria, that the land that is Kaduna is under Zaria. It's like the kingdom of Zazdam controls, owns the land where the Christians of southern Kaduna, but when the missionaries came, they went there and then converted a lot of them into Christianity. A lot of them were actually doing their traditional, worship. But then, and Zaria did not, you know, force them to convert to Islam, even though they were under the territory was under their domain, is because the reality of the matter is that they used to go there and raid those areas because uh, uh, they were not like they are small groups of tribes, and most of them have like they are not as coherent and they are not there are so much different small tribes doing different things and do not have one way of defending themselves, and more militarily less superior. So they go there, they raid them for slaves. They raid them for slaves. And the, before the Fulani even invaded and controlled and became part of the royal families in Zaria, uh, there are a lot of royal families in Zaria who were traditionally Hausa. You hear of the Queen Amina of Zazzau. She actually ruled from Turunku. Turunku is one a local, it's not even a local government, it's a headquarter of another local government in Kaduna State. It is now so insignificant. But another thing actually pushed the headquarters back to Zaria, and then it was at that at his golden age that Zazzau actually grew a lot. That it became so known. The reality is that before the Fulani came, right now the person that is occupying the throne of Zazzau is not even actually of Fulani origin. He's not even of Fulani origin. There are four ruling houses in Zaria. There are the Fulani, there are the Bari, there are the Bamali. Uh, those Bamali are actually Malians. They came all the way from Mali during the golden times of Mali. You know, there was a time Timbuktu was so strong that they could conquer anywhere. So they came and they took over and Zaria and ruled for some. So and the way they do in Zaria, the monarchy is that it is not just because it's not like Fulani. Fulani, there are four ruling houses. These four ruling houses have princes. If you are from that family, then you are automatically a prince and you can become a king. So when a king dies, then there is a possibility of the power moving from one ruling family to another. But all of them have different origins. So when the Fulani came, they became part of a ruling family. They just added to be one out of the many that were there before. So there is even the body, but the Kanuri, there was because of if you go back in time when Kanuri was so strong, they actually invaded to took over Zaria and ruled for some time. So they became a ruling family to there. So to just actually say it's a Fulani thing, that is not actually the case. And the history is replete with a lot of inhumane and things that are morally just repulsive. But in those times, uh, the reality is different, and the way people looked at things were a lot different than the way they look now. And it is unfortunate, but that is the reality. And the reason why, um, even in Borno here, you see there are a lot of Christians in Borno, and you wonder since the Kanaboro Empire existed and these people are still under their influence, how come they did not convert them into Christianity up until, the missionaries came and then converted them to Christianity and to Islam, sorry, up until the missionaries came. The reason is insidious, wicked, and sinful. Let me explain it to you. And I know it's not much different from maybe what some Yorubas do and some, kingdoms that were close to the coast did to other smaller tribes and that were not organized in the Atlantic slave trade. So it's the same thing that happened in the transatlantic slave trade, in the sense that bigger, more organized kingdoms raided smaller, unorganized, tribes and took people and then sold them out for money and for gold, for whatever it is. Now, in Islam, it is haram for you to hurt a Muslim or to if a person is a Muslim, then you can never make that person is not a slave. He can never be a slave. So the what they did now is to intentionally not convert them, because the moment they become Muslims, then then that means they cannot be taken as slaves. And now slavery was one of the means of getting money for such kingdoms. Now you may look at it from hindsight and today's moral code and think that that is repulsive, and yes, it's repulsive. But considering the times, um, there is this saying in in general sociology that there is nothing good or evil on its own. It is the meaning that people ascribe to it that makes it good or evil. So right now it is morally repulsive, but back then Africans have been slaving other Africans even before the white man or the Arabs came to enslave us. So that is the true reality of it. It is easy now to just bring it down to the Fulani and just put it like that. So history is more complex and but then it adds context to these things and simplifying it and putting out narratives like this can be dangerous and misleading if you don't actually understand what is happening. That's all I wanted to say. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you, Azan. You see, one thing is this, you understand? I know it's a dangerous narrative, right? But you see, one thing, if we have religious leaders that not are not giving the right orientation, you understand? You know, I don't mind if we start giving licenses to priests in that country, and we must know how they are mentored before they become priests. So the thing is this: I know it's dangerous, but then to some extent we cannot pretend that they are not some kind of so at a particular point we cannot say there are no religious tone. You understand? There are some that are religious tone. There are some that is pure terrorism. You understand? So to me, if it was true, you understand, there was a time that if I'm not so sure, but maybe when I'm sure, maybe when I sure I posted that, maybe someone quoted that El Rufai was so happy that the ticket in Kaduna now can now be Muslim or whatever. But I can't really remember how that person quoted, because when you see that thing, the way El Rufai changed things, I know that during June 12th, that Muslim ticket never made any difference to Nigerians, because in the western part of the country, for example, you know, when you say a Muslim is going, except you're having the like of Aregbesola, you understand. But when you say a Muslim is going to become your president with another Muslim from the north, so Western country, Western Nigeria, we not care about that, because it's not a threat to them. But when you see a person like El Rufai and what he did and the way he handled that Southern Kaduna compared to the present governor or in Kaduna, man, it is difficult. It is difficult to exonerate the like of El Rufai. Very difficult.
Mr. Ola, I think we are criminalizing El Rufai. I think his problem in Southern Kaduna is the fact that he decided, you know what, these people want to kill themselves. Let me leave them to kill themselves. Really, that was his main crime in Southern Kaduna. Because when I look at it, who was his head of the individual that was his head of security, his SSA of security, was from the same Southern Kaduna. The problem with El Rufai, when I look at the Southern Kaduna conundrum, is the fact that he said, you know what, these people want to kill themselves so bad. You know what, I'm not going to waste my energy trying to worry about them. Let them kill themselves.
Okay.
Those individuals in Southern Kaduna, I think we are looking at it we are very far from them. Their problem is a very local problem, and it's a problem that they understand very well. And to be frank, they want to be left alone by government because they are both invested in killing and wiping themselves out. End of story. And El Rufai said, you know what, damn the consequences. I'm going to go with it. Because really, they've been running a Muslim Christian ticket in Kaduna for since the Second Republic. What has that ever gotten them? Nothing. They've continued to kill themselves.
Guy. You are missing the point. Okay, look at it now. Initially, a person like me, I was
you know what? I was happy to the Muslim ticket in Kaduna, because that shows that, you know what, this matter is beyond religion. That matter is a matter that is of vested interests.
No,
those individuals in Southern Kaduna, they want to. Mr. Ola, do not be mistaken. They want to kill themselves.
Guy.
Militias. Those people have militias on all sides, in all the different villages. All of them have their different militias, and the only thing they want to do is the opportunity to kill themselves, and they do not want the government to be involved.
Guy,
They want the
let,
government to
let,
just stand aside and let them kill themselves. That is it. That's the
let,
fact.
let me tell you something. Whenever I'm doing this thing, first of all, know that I'm accusing the leadership. The common people, they are powerless. If the leaders are not manipulating the followers along religion or along ethnicity, it might not really carry weight. Just get that thing right. Now, for you to tell me
Mr. Ola,
that
El
El
Rufai, El Rufai was the first governor in Nigeria that tried to introduce this thing that you're saying, to try and actually introduce a board that will censor religious preaching. Do you know that?
Okay.
You know what they accused him of trying to do? Of trying to gag freedom of speech. El Rufai was the first person. Now, El Rufai, I don't like the way he's playing his politics these days. I think he's playing the politics of desperation. Okay, but El Rufai was the first governor in Nigeria. This same thing that they're not doing in Bono, that the Niger State governor has now introduced, and nobody's causing ruckus up. El Rufai tried to introduce it.
See. Before I turned on El Rufai, I used to be his fan just because of the way he handled that Abuja. But after becoming the governor of Kaduna State, my opinion changed about him. Don't forget, see, let me tell you one thing. I may be biased when it comes to the matter of Southern Kaduna because I'm used to Southern Kaduna as someone that used to travel to Kaduna there. You understand? I said it here before. If I found myself in Kano around 2 a.m., I must return to Kaduna that day because Kaduna, it is Kaduna or nothing. Mina, even if I did Mina for like 9 p.m., even as bad as that road, I must return to Kaduna. See, I know that Kaduna used to be peaceful. I know. But this your governor that you are promoting today, this El Rufai, is on record today. If Nigeria was a place where we take things seriously and we are the institution, if the institution is well positioned, I'm telling you, El Rufai is not supposed to be walking around Nigeria today to say this is for me any coalition. This guy confessed openly. You understand? It may not look like sponsoring. You understand? Banditry to you. Where do you find that you understand? You use taxpayer money and the money you realize as your allocation to go and settle some people, telling them you don't with a peace. God, don't come and pay our people again. People that already took arm against your people without even having enough money. Are you now say you are settling them?
Mr. Ola, you're sensationalizing.
Guy,
El Rufai was
no.
El Rufai was also the first governor. El Rufai was forget political. El Rufai was also the first governor that El Rufai was the first governor that I heard on TV that said it is pointless paying bandits. It was after the 2015 elections and after he got in. I can remember I granted an interview. I said that shortly after he took over the governorship house, that he was told of an incident that happened post the 2011 elections. That he was told that there are some individuals in Niger that were promising that they were going to retaliate their tribespeople that were killed in Southern Kaduna while moving through Southern Kaduna, returning to Niger post the 2011 elections. That he said, you know what? It's going to wait, Mr. Ola. No, because El Rufai granted an interview. El Rufai granted an interview himself on Channels TV and he said this. Wait. He granted an interview. He granted an interview on national TV himself, and this is exactly what he said. That post the 2011 elections, that individuals claimed that they were passing through Southern Kaduna, that their tribes people were killed in Southern Kaduna, and they were threatening that they're going to avenge that. That he paid them off for that. But El Rufai was also the first person, the governor that I heard on public TV, okay, years after that said it was pointless paying bandits because these individuals were going to do what they were going to do either ways if you paid them or not.
Stop this
rationalization. I don't care about El Rufai. He's not my family member. I don't care about him. I'm not a Fulani man. I'm not a Southern Kaduna man. I'm just a man. I'm just a busybody from Ile-Ife. But I'm not going to. One thing about it is I like the truth to be told.
Save this energy. El Rufai on national TV said he paid those people those people, those bandits that came just to stop buying his people. He said it on national
Yes,
TV.
I'm
And I
not.
said,
I'm not. I'm not contesting that. I'm not contesting that he said that. He said it. He said it on Channels TV. He said it on
hold on.
Channels TV. I can
Let
even
someone
pull out
talk
that
now.
interview.
Let someone talk. Let me talk to. Let me talk to now. You empower bandits. Only for you now to now come after. There's no point. After you've empowered them, what are you talking about? You are justified. The question is this: if ordinary person had done that, that person would be facing firing squad or dead by hanging by now. And you are saying that, okay, this guy did something after they wrecked a lot of life, after they did a lot of terrorism in Southern Kaduna, and you are now saying, oh, he later came.
Nah, Mr. Ola, you are misrepresenting the facts. He did not say that he empowered bandits. He said that individuals whose kinsmen were killed, who were passing through Southern Kaduna post the 2011 elections, that they were claiming that they were going to avenge their kinsmen that were killed. They were not necessarily bandits. They were just tribesmen from Niger that were passing through Southern Kaduna, who claimed that they were going to have, because they claimed that their cows and their kinsmen were killed. I think and I'm not talking about one or two people. The people that were killed then post 2011 elections were well over 40 individuals.
Yeah.
And those individuals claimed that those individuals claimed that those individuals said that they were going to avenge their people that were killed. And he said that he paid off those tribesmen, not militia, not bandits. I think one of the several. Don't let us confuse people. Because it's just like saying, I think we should be very careful how we present the facts.
No. I'm finding it difficult to understand your interest in this matter.
Clear. Yeah, what you are trying to suggest is that he paid off individuals who he had established were criminals. That is what you are trying to say.
Okay. Now look at it this way. Just hold it there. Now, how do I say it? Okay. You understand? A took arm. You understand? As of the
time he paid them off, they are not become bandits.
There's no point of arguing if we cannot have conversation. You understand? The question is this: whether what El-Rufai did he enable criminality or didn't enable criminality? That's what I'm after. Someone took arm against people, and you said, okay, it's okay, don't worry, don't do this again. I'm going to pay you so that you don't pay our people again.
No. I watched that interview. At the time he paid them off, it was only a threat. It was there had not been an actualization of the threat at the time.
So what
was only a threat.
What now happened after I paid them? Ask the question. What now happened after I paid them?
No, I don't care. I'm not talking about what he paid. I know the fact that he paid individuals that were threatening to avenge their kinsmen that had been killed in Southern Kaduna is not in doubt. He said it himself. But I don't want us to misrepresent the fact that he was intentionally paying individuals towards an end. No, don't let us do that. Mr. Ola, Emma Sunujoko. No, you know the Lomoti. No, Mr. Ola, Yoruba Boboa. Emma Sunujoko and the Malojalo.
You don't need
to. No. It is important that we do not solve people's names because no. My interest is this. My interest is this, Mr. My interest is this. Is simple. I'm human, and one thing that I learned. Okay, I didn't grow up like you in the interland with strong Yoruba values, but I've come to, as a Yoruba person, I've come to personally identify those Yoruba values. And one thing I learned, okay, is this: Abanijeni is very careful. We should be very careful how we present the facts. Extremely very careful.
If I look at it properly here, I'm not someone to be blackmailed emotionally. You understand? That Yoruba proverb you are making very well. You understand? You have to put a very good context. Now, you are assuming the mind the state of mind of El-Rufai. But me, I'm telling you of the escalation based on his activities. You understand? Now, it's just like someone, a drunk person, that knock person down. You understand? Of course, he didn't have any intention to knock people down, but what he did by being a drunkard led to that consequences. You understand? But what I'm telling you is this: you call yourself a leader, you call yourself the state governor, the chief security of a state. You have two people, you have a group of people involved in crisis. And okay, assuming okay, they say okay, they buy some people cow, they enjoy the family, they did a lot of things. You understand? Why didn't you instead go after the criminals involved? Why will you separate some people just because you say you want to pacify and you decided to give money, even not minding whether those people were even Nigerians? So if they were not Nigerians, what's your duty as a state governor to settle someone that is foreign to your country in the name of saying you are looking for peace? And then the aftermath of that your settlement now came at even the worst security situation. And we are here as Nigeria, and we are now trying to do political correctness. Let's visit this thing together now. So what are we saying here? The situation escalate after. So what happened to those people that were affected after? Some people, they didn't have strength, but just for you to say, okay, let's settle these people, and for those people not to stop. Then what did you do after? And we are here now rationalizing El-Rufai.
No, we're not rationalizing El-Rufai, but what we're trying, what I don't want you to do, no, what I don't want you to do is to run away with your conclusions and claim that that is a consequence. No. I don't want you to claim that is a consequence. No, because it's not valid. I don't have to counter something that is not valid. It is pointless.
I tell you, in a functional country, a person like El-Rufai should be in jail, should be in prison.
For what crime? For what crime exactly?
Guy, let me tell you one thing.
What crime has he committed? What crime has he committed that literally almost all the governors in Nigeria have not committed?
Okay.
The Nigerian government itself, the federal government was playing militants. The militants were exactly doing tinko now. They were kidnapping people and firing people in the creeks. You think the militants? They were complaining the other day that some militants, some bandits came to a town and they were riding motorcycle. I saw a video of militants carrying GPMGs openly in the creeks and actually having settlement meetings.
I stay within the context. I'm not expanding the scope. Let's stay on the scope.
So what are you talking about? Well, the Nigerian government has been paying all the kind of irritants and militants up and down the country for decades.
Let's stay within Kaduna scope.
How do you think they settled the Modakeke crisis? You think the Modakeke crisis was settled by military?
Let's stay within the scope. Let's stay within the scope. All those.
So what are you talking about? People have been paying people up to pacify them for decades.
Are you saying it is good to compensate criminality?
No, I don't believe in that. No, I don't believe in it. No.
So what did El-Rufai do? What did El-Rufai do?
No. And I think that is where you are getting it wrong. El-Rufai did not compensate criminals. He compensated kinsmen of individuals who had been killed who had been killed in Southern Kaduna post the 2011 elections, not criminals. And that is one thing that we should be very careful to. We should be very, very careful how we choose our words. He did not pay off bandits. He did not pay off criminals. He did not pay off militias. He paid off the family members of individuals who had lost their kinsmen and who had lost their cattle post the 2011 elections who were apparently from Niger, who were threatening that they were going to avenge their kinsmen. They were not criminals. It was just pain. It was just a compensation, in fact. Nothing more than that. They had lost their means of livelihood, and they had also lost their kinsmen post the 2011 elections. And he said it on public TV. It is a publicly available content we are talking about. He paid off their kinsmen. That's exactly what he said. He paid off their kinsmen. And it's nothing that has not been done before. Kano State is peaceful today. How do you think Kano State has come to be peaceful? Sokoto State is a lot more peaceful than it was. How do you think Sokoto State has become peaceful? What is Sokoto? What is Zamfara?
So
But they don't have the issue.
No, what you are just saying that if anybody now wants something from the government, now should just take arms against the fellow
That is exactly how everybody has been doing it for this since independence.
No,
The militants in the creeks, they've twisted the hands of the government. If the federal government had given Nnamdi Kanu several billions of naira, Nnamdi Kanu would have gone away. That's the fact of the matter.
You in particular, forget about. Are you saying it's a good thing now to now be
absolutely not.
Then
I do not believe a serious government has any business. I do not believe a serious government has any business paying any miscreant a single dollar. If you terrorize anybody, if you commit a single crime, you should be put in the book, or a bullet should be put to your head. End of story. That's what I believe. That is what I personally believe.
Let me tell you the danger in that your explanation now. Let me tell you one thing. A policeman came to Canada to seek asylum. Just by the virtue of association with SARS, it was denied because they said SARS, they have a known record of abusing human rights. Although this individual, there was no evidence that he has abused anyone, but for merely belonging to that. Now, let me tell you one thing. If anybody right in Nigeria then openly confess to justifying Boko Haram, if you enter Canada, he can even be detained. Just to tell you, you understand? It's not as if he's giving money or doing all those things, just to say something, be able to rationalize why they are able doing all those things. They catch the person in the border at the border in the US or in Canada and probably the UK, the person is going to be in soup. I'm telling you now that
Boko Haram's primary negotiator for decades, for years, was a preacher in Australia now. Not even, it wasn't a Muslim preacher, a Christian, was a bishop, was a cardinal in Australia. The Australian cardinal was their primary negotiator for decades.
I just use that one as an example. I'm not giving you an example of a governor of a state. Now that the only way you can resolve criminality, that you can bring a peace, was just for you to go and give compensation that later escalated the insecurity in the state. Why is the current governor not doing the same thing? How come? Now, tell me.
Wait. What do you think Sonny is doing? What do you think Sonny is doing? You think Sonny?
I don't know now. Tell me.
That's exactly what Sonny is doing. What Sonny is doing is meeting up with all the different tribes people and literally pacifying them with money. I guarantee you that is what he's doing. What El Rufai did, okay, however, was after he paid them. Wait. This is fact because me, I follow these matters and I follow it with documents. What El Rufai's chief of security throughout his term, all his years as the governor of Kaduna State, was a man from Southern Kaduna, from the same tribes that you're talking about. I hope you know that. Now, what Sonny is doing exactly is pacifying individuals. What El Rufai, however, did that escalated matters, okay, in Kaduna is this. He actually said, you know what? I do not care anymore. These people can kill themselves. I do not care. Let them kill themselves. I will just turn a blind. What he did is crime in Southern Kaduna is he turned a blind eye to it and said, you know what? I do not care. Let them do whatever they want to do to themselves. I do not care. These people are an headache to me and I do not care about them. And I'm not going to waste my energy or my effort caring about them. That is his principal crime in Kaduna. And that is one thing that cannot be argued. Even I know this. That is for me as a governor of a state, that is a terrible thing to do. To turn your back and say, you know what, I don't care. And the second thing he did was this. He said, you know what, this idea that we have to have a Christian-Muslim ticket, that everything has to be predicated on religion, that I'm going to show that it doesn't have to be like that. And he went for Muslim to Muslim tickets, and that ticket won. And I think if we're Nigeria as a country is going to develop, that is not a bad idea. Gowon actually had a deputy for years and years and years that was a Christian. Gowon was a Christian from the North Central. His deputy was a Christian, and the heavens did not fall. Buhari was a Muslim. Tunde Idiagbon was a practicing Muslim. If people think that Buhari was a practicing Muslim, Idiagbon was in fact even more a Muslim than Buhari was. And not only that, Idiagbon himself, his mother comes from Fulani stock. So technically, we had the Fulani leadership, and the heavens did not fall. So me as an individual, I think it is going to come to a time in Nigeria that this matters actually are inconsequential. So El-Rufai's Muslim to Muslim ticket is not something that I'm against in any form. Because I'm telling you, I've read about that Southern Kaduna matter. And I've actually, my conclusions on X, okay? And the thing about it is this Southern Kaduna matter, there's every single time they kill themselves, every time they occupy themselves, every time they have a riot, there's always a government white paper. And it's public document. Go and try and read some of it. You will see the fact of the matter is this. These individuals are invested in finding themselves.
Guy, all these things you are talking about.
The only thing Sonny is doing, okay, is that Sonny is paying attention to it delicately. And the other advantage Sonny has is this: the chief of defense staff, your back of all the defense people in Nigeria, be you military, be you air force, be you army, be you navy, be you whatever you are, is a man from that region, and is invested in peace in that region. And the way that they are enforcing peace in that region is through communication and through negotiations and pacifying individuals. And that is what El-Rufai failed to do. El-Rufai turned his back on them and said, you know what, go and fight yourselves, I do not care. And what Sonny is doing is actually used, and even Sonny himself went on TV and said it himself. What he is doing is he's investing his time and he's investing resources to pacify the different parties. And he's actually bringing them to the table and actually resolving the matter. Resolving the matter, which is like I said, this matter is simple. It's a matter of the rights about indigenship, of who is an indigene, who is not an indigene. And all it takes is a leader to sit down and say, you know, this thing is really not complex. Can we come to the table? Can we negotiate? Can we find a place where we can meet up? Can we find a ground? Can we find a place where we can actually agree on? And that is all. And El-Rufai, as a leader at some stage, turned his back on all that negotiation and said, you know what, let them go and fight themselves. All these people have militias. Mr. Ola, let me not deceive you. All these people are criminals, and all these people are killers and murderers on all sides. And they will not hesitate to kill you.
Ola, the one you are talking, Ola, is no more in the platform now. Ola has left.
I don't know, because I don't know why he left, because we shouldn't lie now. We don't let us. This matter is a matter that is not simple, and I don't want us to start simplifying it.
No matter what you are going to say about El-Rufai, that's his name. Unfortunately for him too, I think he's extremely biased also. So no matter what, he didn't rule that state very well for that 8 years. We know what happened throughout. There's so many
He really failed. Yes, he really failed as a governor when it comes to security in the Kaduna. He really failed. He really failed. And I don't contest that. But I don't want us to now say that he was paying bandits to buy people. No, that is a very dangerous statement to make.
But at the same time,
that is what Mr. Ola is suggesting. And I think
he didn't settle the quarrel very well, to be frank.
Exactly, he did not settle the quarrel.
He didn't settle the prices very well.
Yeah, look at Billy. Me, I'm a bandit. I need to be arrested. People, we hate the truth in Nigeria. Look at Benue State. Look at Benue State. They've for all of what the president went to Benue State. When they did the investigations of what happened in Benue State, like for 2 or 3 months, has come out. What happened is locals that can find themselves. But what we were told is that Fulani bandits came from somewhere they find a lot of people. Well, locals are they find themselves.
Remy, sorry, I did not leave the forum, but the question is this: when you're in a dialogue and you are trying to give something, and when the thing is becoming a monologue, I just have to recuse myself. You understand? Remy, I'm coming. I told you the consequence of what El-Rufai did. Now, there was an allegation that Ubasani is pacifying using money And as far as I'm concerned, there's no public record, whether on TV, whether on media print, is that. But we are talking of someone that self-confessed. As a matter of fact, he said he regretted. El-Rufai was actually saying he regretted paying those things, you understand. Now, Anna said about what were the consequences of what El-Rufai did. There was an escalation. This thing is in the public media. You understand? I don't have any special interest in any politician. No special interest. All I'm concerned is about good governance. Once there's no good governance, I try to fish out why the problem is. So
both of you are right. Both you and Arugba were right. Maybe
I don't know. No, see, mine is not. I'm not here to be right. I'm not here to be right or to be wrong, but I just want to tell you.
Let me say this.
What I think
to
is
be
happening.
frank with you, the way El-Rufai handled that crisis was far-fetched. It's not the right way. Maybe he has good intention. Maybe he thought if he settles some people or victim, maybe everything will be fine. They will not be fighting among themselves. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, he did not achieve his stated aim. And because of his arrogancy and the way he also marshaled his statement, I think sometimes all of these people, sometimes they should, when you are in public domain or TV station, you should at least manage the way you talk. Sometimes you talk down people, sometimes you talk like you are a lord, you are nobody. You are nobody for God. Even if we are talking about politicians in Nigeria of high caliber, it cannot be. It's not among them, to be frank. He does not have any political clout. It's not that he has a followership. Nobody. But unfortunately, we're in a country where things have gone south and things are not doing at the right time. Sometimes I felt for the people who are living in this northwest and northeast, the ordinary people. I think their leaders in that region have failed them because of their own selfish interest. How come for this is 2025, we are still talking about out of school children? What have you done in those states to elevate the progress of each individual, the citizenry in that place? None. Everything you are fighting for allocation. Everything you are looking at it from a very, very, how to say, not the interest. I don't know. So sometimes when some people have an opinion that the rest of the country is developing, but there they just stagnate. Look at for the last 20 years.
Remy, sorry. Remy, sorry. I just want us to say, if you can read this thing, if it's clear enough, look at the direct quote from El-Rufai. Now, he said, we in the Kaduna state government took a decision not to negotiate with bandits. We don't think it's a good practice. We have seen the experience in other states. It has not worked. It is a futile effort. In the past, yes, I recall that in 2016, we had to pay bandits. They kidnapped the emir of Kajuru's brother, and we had to pay them to get him back. At that time, there was no security forces in Kamuku and Kunyabana forest. They were in control of the place. We had to pay them to free people. But we have now taken a position. We will not give any penny to any bandit. We will rather use the money to equip security forces to fight them. I don't get it. We are saying someone self-confessed, but here, someone is defending.
Okay.
Mr. Ola, now you are actually hyper conflicting the facts. Every single governor, including the federal government of Nigeria, has paid a bandit to release a kidnapped victim, including the Nigerian police force, including independent families in Nigeria, including the what they call the CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, including even what they call this Muslim one, what they call that useless man from Osun that is always shouting. All of them, even communities in Nigeria, they gather money to release kidnapped victims. So don't let us conflict the paying of bandits to release a kidnapped emir and pacifying. We are, and even this incident we are talking about is an emir not in southern Kaduna. Remember, the emir that they are talking about that they pay the bandit to release is not an emir domain whose domain is in southern Kaduna. We should be very, and I think one of the problems in Nigeria is this. There's never been a time that southern Kaduna has been peaceful in my lifetime or in your lifetime. that is without doubt. There's never been a 5-year period in the history of Nigeria where they've not had a riot or they've not had a breakout of mass hysteria. However, in the times of modernity, me and you now have a mobile phone with which we can pick up our phone and which we can watch a video of what has happened in Southern Kaduna. If anybody were to record what happened in 1992 and they showed it to you, you would swear to the world that you have never seen that kind of brutality before in your life and you might not see it again in your lifetime.
Okay, on a lighter note, I just want to okay, and I think Larry is still there. No, maybe no. Okay, Prince Daddy, you are there. There was a report that was going around yesterday and the day before yesterday that Americans have started seeking asylum in Australia. Prince Daddy, how far is that true? If it's there, maybe Ola knows about it. I don't know. Is that true?
I don't know about that one. No.
That report shocked me. They say about 46 Americans have seeked for asylum.
Mr. Remy, there's a record number of Americans applying to be citizens of United Kingdom. I don't know if you heard about that. That was made public by the mayor of London 2 weeks ago.
For seeking asylum, true asylum, to become a legal resident of that country, especially in Australia and the UK. These are the two countries.
Anybody can seek asylum anywhere, but I don't know why.
But it's unbelievable that Americans themselves can start seeking asylum, because because they said that in America now, because of political persecution, economy is going down south, so many other factors they consider. So Australian government bring out that in Australia about 26, is it 16 or 26 have already seek asylum, and the number continue to increase.
Well, I don't. Funny enough, I don't have that.
Unfortunately, Prince Daddy is not talking. I want him to talk about that, and also Larry, but they are not here on the platform now. I think. So, what do you think about Jonathan's statement and counter statement that he did not say Buhari was the one, the Boko Haram, to negotiate when he was the president? I think Jonathan should just go and sit down. What did he even do? I don't know who are even propelling him to.
No. Can you say that again? Can you please repeat that again?
I said Jonathan had an interview with somebody. And in that
it wasn't an interview. It was a public statement. He went to launch the former chief of army staff, his book. This man, what's this former chief of army staff? The guy from Nigeria, from Delta State, I think. I can't remember his name anyway. He went to Irabo launched the book, okay, about his experience, because he used to be the GOC. Covering the area. He used to be in charge of the JTF, so the Joint Task Force, and whatever you call it, that looked over the Boko Haram insurgency in Rabo, and before he became the chief of army staff. So he launched the book, and Jonathan was one of the keynote speakers, and he made a statement to suggest that Buhari was Boko Haram's negotiator, that Boko Haram wanted to negotiate with the federal government, and that Buhari was that they, which is true. The Boko Haram militants, they tried to co-opt Buhari into being their negotiator. So that's what Jonathan said, which is true. It's not false. That is true. However, the way Jonathan presented it was poor, because it seemed to present it that Buhari was kind of like I don't know, like that's no Buhari was there. Buhari himself did not come forward to. No, it was the Boko Haram militants that wanted Buhari to be their negotiator with the federal government, which Buhari himself refused to do, because Boko Haram tried to buy Buhari more than 10 times. So I don't know how they could be trying to buy someone that they wanted to. So I think Jonathan should have been very careful with his statements. And that is what it was.
There is nothing Jonathan need to be very careful about. It's only that people were not paying attention to Jonathan. when he said his ambition is not worth the blood of even a single Nigerian that time, he knew exactly what he was saying, because the like of Iba Gani Adams and so many people were already raising the appearance of some kind of a camp in the forest that time. So one of the APC people here even talk about how they brought in militants, that in case they were thinking that Jonathan would not hand over. So see, there's no see. I don't know. It could be some kind of carelessness or whatever. I'm not a fan of Buhari, so let me just put that in straight. And for a head of state to even be careless, with that is a dog and baboon, getting soaked in blood, all those reckless statements, all those stuff. So I won't put anything beyond Buhari. But then, do I think all these leaders know some of these Boko Haram? Of course, yes, I'm not stupid. You understand? Even Obasanjo, there was a time Obasanjo was trying to do a committee for negotiation. You understand? So that's that Buhari is aware of all those. You understand? Of course, yes. There's no way those people would not be aware. There's no way.
Mr. Ola, come on now. Let us Nigeria. Of all the people in Nigeria, if they told me that there's people that could tell me that they're affiliated with Boko Haram, that I wouldn't even think about it. Buhari, if they talk of someone that's so indifferent, that is so passive, it is Muhammadu Buhari. I am without a doubt certain that the man does not care about them. He doesn't know who they are. They are Kanuri. Buhari himself is a funny Fulani man, because as according to his own children, the man cannot even speak a single word of Fufude. You know that Buhari's mother is Muhammadu Buhari cannot speak a single word of Fufude. He does not understand Fulani. He understands it, he can't speak it. No, his daughter, his own daughter went on TV and said, he gave an interview. You know, the daughter used to take photos. There's one of his daughters that used to like taking photographs. There was a time she granted an interview to one of these podcasts, and she said it clearly that her father cannot speak Fufude very well, which is true. His father died when he was very young. It was his father's people that are Fulani. His mother is Hausa. He wasn't raised by his father's people. He was raised by his mother's people.
Okay, let me tell you something. Interpret this statement.
The Boko Haram people, the Boko Haram elements are Kanuri. Wadi, his mother is Hausa, his father is Fulani. He wasn't raised by his Hausa people. So please, what is the link between both of them? They tried to kill him more than 5 times.
Okay. Please, interpret this thing on April, in April 2013. Then, when Buhari said the Boko Haram attacks on the north is an attack on the north, right? That's Boko Haram side, right? When the government fight Boko Haram, they say they are fighting the north, right? So some versions say an attack on Boko Haram is an attack on the north. So did Buhari say that, or he didn't say it?
Wait. He said that wait. Please make the statement again.
An attack on Boko Haram is an attack on the north.
Okay, that is the statement, yes. Now tell me, was that granted? Was that an off the cuff remark, or was that part of an interview?
It doesn't matter whether it's part of interview, but I'm talking of leaders sometimes. You
can say he did not articulate himself very well, which we all know that Buhari is not a particularly articulate individual. So that could have been part of a bigger interview where the statement has been taken totally out of context. Mr. Ola, we are both very intelligent and enlightened individuals, and we know for a fact.
Stop emotional and all this.
I'm not blackmailing you emotionally. I'm just making
no. That's what
you know for a fact. You know for a fact that statement could have been. For instance, you made the mention of the dogs and baboons. The dogs and baboons statement was in fact an Hausa adage that has been extremely misrepresented.
I hear you, but as a leader,
it's just like a politician saying we're laughing with it.
Can I come in now? Can I say something also? I think during Buhari regime, even what Jonathan said was a reckless statement. Even throughout 8 years of Buhari, Boko Haram was dealing with us. He's the one that even brought it down to some certain lower degree. Sometimes I see Jonathan for who? Who is this guy? The person does not even have a single followership. He does not have the clout. Everything he got in that Nigeria is just by luck. It's pure luck. Not that he worked for anything. But I want him, if truly he wanted to contest, no, let me finish. If truly he wanted to contest, then we now see the real. Let him go out there and campaign, and let's see what is going to happen. His time was, oh God, it was a terrible moment.
Let's even forget
with
about
all
that.
the money that country gets during his time. He is not a good leader. He is not.
Let's face that sentiment. You understand?
It's a dummy head.
Did APC shifting say that towards that 2015 election that they brought foreign militia? Was it recorded on national TV?
What's the name of the chieftain, Mr. Ola? What's the name? Who said it? Who it exactly? Mr. Ola, I like you very much, but I want you to tell me who said it.
No,
which
don't like me.
No,
don't like me. No patronage. Don't like me.
No, Mr. Ola, who said it?
That's also a lie.
Hausa adage. It's an Hausa adage. It's like saying we're nothing with it. That's all it says. That's exactly the interpretation of the adage. If you think you are tough, which will show you that we are tough. If you rig the elections, we'll show you that we're not going to go down easy. That's exactly the interpretation of the adage, and Hausa adage. But Mr. Ola, who exactly is the APC chieftain?
Before that election, everybody already knew that Jonathan will lose. It's simple. Because you have used the 2 years remaining of Yaradua, and the northern people also voted for you for that 2011 to 2015. There's no way you are going to win.
It was even the 2011 election that I made this statement. This statement that people are talking about, was made during the 2011 elections, after the 2011 elections.
Because he cannot get to the southwest.
Jonathan won the 2011 elections, so plain and simple.
I'm talking about Buhari. Buhari in 2011 does not have the vote in the southern part of Nigeria. Most of the votes are from the northern part. And then Jonathan was able to win because he got all the votes of the southern part and get some votes in northwest and north central.
North central, yes.
And that's all. Yeah.
But Mr. Ola, which APC chieftain made this statement? But which APC chieftain made this statement? I think. Yeah, I have no doubt. Okay, I have no doubt that there's political sponsorship of a lot of this insecurity in Nigeria. Without a doubt, we know already because.
And I think sometimes I wonder why some politicians are using them to buy themselves unnecessarily. And because I like what the Southwest governors did. They have done them.
Even the Southwest governors are not serious. Even the Southwest governors are not serious
at all.
They are not serious. But the advantage we have in the Southwest is this: we are ethnically.
That thing that happened to Kwara within the same Nigeria, and they cannot apprehend the perpetrators. I bet this country sometimes.
They will find out the story of that Kwara, and when they find out the story will be come out one way. But one thing I know about Nigeria is this: a lot of the political elites are not serious, and also in the Southwest we are ethnically homogeneous.
I think the best thing for that country is a kind of true federalism, where states will control themselves. Because if you ask them to go to region, that means you are indirectly dividing the country. That's it. Because if you want us to go back to regionalism, just tell us that we are dividing the country to six countries and everybody go their way.
But Mr. Remy, if we divide the country to regions, fair enough. The Southwest and the Yoruba people, we might get along. But what's going to happen to the North Central people? You think they are buying themselves at the moment in North Central? That's none of my business. If you think that, but Mr. Remy, what is going to happen is this: we are thinking that we are going to be peaceful, but we will not be peaceful because our neighbors were the people in the North Central. What do you think they're going to do? All of the people fleeing. No, apart from themselves, all the people fleeing insecurity there. Where do you think they're going to go to? They are going to go to the region that is calm, that is safe, that is organized. And what do you think is going to happen to us? Really, you think they're going to? Well, we'll block them in Kwara. How feasible is that? We will block them in Kogi as well. Kogi and Kwara are very extensive borders.
to the
Yeah,
north to the
but
southwest. So how are we going to block them?
This is the issue now. We cannot continue to live like this. We have been at this insecurity for more than 20 years. We have to put a stop. We cannot continue because some people want to progress, and some people still believe that using this insecurity is the way to get power to themselves. And even when they get the power, they also don't care about what. Look at what Buhari did. Turn a blind eye. It's not good. I think
I don't think insecurity is a function of power. I think it's a function of resources. Look at this Quara. One man played it over here. It turns out that in that place in Quara, what do they have? They have a lot of resources. They have a lot of gemstones. They have gold. They have resources. I think one of the problems in Nigeria is this. A lot of the insecurity, I'm convinced now, is being sponsored by the Chinese people. You already know that there's actually a Russian connection and a Ukrainian connection involved in Zamfara, mining gold. I saw a video of that is some Ukrainian or some Eastern European fellow or Belarusian or something. And they are mining gold in Zamfara. I mean, some Belarusian is mining gold in Zamfara in the same place where there's insecurity. I'm convinced that a lot of the insecurity issues that we have in Nigeria, the supposed insecurity and the supposed bandits, I'm convinced they are being sponsored by elements who are invested in mining. Illegal mining, every single day I wake up, I look at every single news story of insecurity, of a new village where they invaded, of a new village where they fight people, and people are getting it, and I'm convinced every single day that is a function of illegal mining and resources. And there's every single day I wake up, man convinced.
Local collaborators too.
Of course, everybody wants to make money. Someone in America wants to make money. If some guy in Belarus wants to come and make money in Africa, at the same time, someone in the locality, everybody has a bad child, and that bad child in that locality wants to make money as well. Look at the creeks. I mean, I don't know why. The reason it looks like I'm coming against Mr. Ola today is because one day, this issue is going to come to the southwest. Because look, I know Mr. Ola is passionate about this matter because in Ekiti, for instance, I know they have issues in Ekiti. I know they have issues in Ondo.
You mean they just go to Ekiti and go and buy them like that? Then we are done.
And the reason Mr. Ola is passionate about it is because this
comes to that side. That is when we start here.
No, but Mr. Ola is very passionate about it because it's very close to home for him.
I want to say the truth. If there is this thing going to come to the southwest,
it will come to the southwest. It will. I can guarantee you.
If it come to the southwest, I don't believe in separation of the country. But if it comes to the southwest, then we should just separate because
the issue is, Mr. Remy, the issue is this. The only way we can solve insecurity is for us to identify the problem and to state it clearly and to not politicize it and to not sensationalize it.
No,
that's the only solution.
The only solution to it is that when you talk about the solution, our people, they don't want to join the military anymore because you don't have
I believe it.
Manpower. So if that is the case, then you have to empower the state or the region to provide security for their people.
Why don't they want to join the military? Why don't they want to? I had a passion to join the military. If I didn't, I had an eye injury in the 2000 in the mid 2000s. That's why I didn't join the military. I was literally going to sign up for short service, direct short service in Nigeria.
They don't want to join the military, but they complain that maybe the way they use them, the salary is not good enough, and we have a lot of stories too, whereby their general they don't pay their allowances on time or something like that. So many problems. But I think it's high time instead that the quickening up state police or the quickening up regional police.
So state police if Tinubu does not get state police through the door by next year, he should not even bother bother campaigning in the southwest.
Yeah, I think we should just get it done because it's just unbelievable.
If he cannot get state police in 2026, come campaign in the southwest. In fact, me personally, I will campaign against him.
Come from nowhere. And they just buy people like that and they just go scot-free. They will not even buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 20 something people and just go away.
Exactly like that. Now. Telling you I don't blame people because if you buy my family member, me too, I'll be waiting to avenge it.
Of course not. That is what is going to happen. Don't you
Because
think
I know there's no justice. For me, the reason, with the way I look at Nigeria is this: the reason Nigeria is so bad is because there's injustice in Nigeria. They buy my people. There's no justice. I can't go to court. There's nobody to give me. I'm gonna try and get some self-help of some sort. God help us in that country. But if we can't tell ourselves the truth, we are going nowhere. 2025. Look at what we are talking about on an international platform. We're talking about the fact that we cannot even deal with simple criminality, murder, the highest of crimes. That someone will buy someone and they will go scot free. The more back in the day, you kill someone, now. Look at it. God help us in that country.
The only thing I do not appreciate in the approach this evening is you are not looking at the irresponsibility of the leadership. Anyway,
I am, Mr. Ola.
Anyway,
I am absolutely.
Anyway,
absolutely.
hold on, just hold on. Now, sorry, I think I'm mistaking Bala for APC shifting. Apologies. It's actually the PDP member. I'm sorry about that. You understand? So I know Fani Kayode and all those. What's his name of this guy? Fani Kayode and this. What was this? Fayoshe. They talk about that, but that Bala was even the one I was even thinking APC member, but unfortunately, he's a PDP member. That senator, I think he became a governor too of Bauchi. So he made that in publicly. You understand? And to be honest with you, I heard this thing from a private citizen before him. So, but just for maybe if you go to the it's good to mention the politician that mentioned it, because we had a private citizen that said this thing earlier, apart from public figure like Iba Gani Adams that said it. Even Asari Dokubo, all of them, they all said all this thing about the foreign militias. As a matter of fact, they counted the number of camp, the camp that started emerging in our forest that time, that they alerted the security people. So people came out to say this thing publicly. But where I do not appreciate, I've always had my own side to all this kind of bargaining. I don't know if anybody has done it here. You understand? God bless his memory. Even Yadua, despite the fact that I used to, I will not deny the fact that I like that Yadua senior. The approach of even doing settlement for that militancy in Niger Delta, I've criticized that it was just a very bad approach that they were sending bad precedent, but it's just a matter of time for people to be seeing what you are doing. If Nigeria has not been compensating or rewarding criminality, I tell you, probably we won't have the level of kidnapping that they have in Nigeria today, because there's no way. Even though as bad as Abacha was, even though I would say I did not really like Abacha, but Abacha made mention of something that if there's insurgency that is more than 24 hours, was it 48 hours, that government knows about that. And from everything that will be seen in that country is that government knows about this thing. Obasanjo, correct me if wrong, because I start to be corrected. If I remember, there was a time that he was making a move to resolve this issue of this Boko Haram, all those negotiations. How will you negotiate if you don't know anything? Jonathan himself came that there are Boko Haram members in his government. You think it will be so reckless to make such kind of statement? You understand? So the way the conspiracy is in Nigeria, that is why a person like me, I want us to go back to the regional government. I want us to go back to that regional government. The reason being that if I'm in the regional government, my value as a Yoruba person is different from the value of someone from the north. You understand? If you are going to use my money to sponsor someone on pilgrimage in Ekiti, you will have to explain why pilgrimage is so important that you have to sponsor. That it's not education that everybody can benefit from. That is not other infrastructure that you have to sponsor person.
Ola, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think you're also not looking at it from
no. Let me just round up. I will give you the room. So the thing is this: honestly, I was surprised the way you were defending Erufai, Erufai this evening. You understand? Because to me, the misbehavior of that man is well documented. Even the one he's doing now, the way he's ganging up around now, is well documented. You understand? A person like me, I like buying book, but I still stay within what I can find online. Especially from the media, you understand, at least the upstream media. So to me, Erufai, there's nothing you can tell me about Erufai tomorrow. That guy destroy Kaduna South. And I think Ubasani is building. And there's no record so far, both on TV and on print media, of where Ubasani has paid anybody money. If it's paying without my knowledge, I don't know, until maybe if they publish the statement, the financial statement for Kaduna. If I see needed there, maybe I will believe. But as of now, but for that of Erufai, I'm just talking of what he used his mouth to confess. Nothing more than that. Thank you.
Yeah, so what I want to say is that first, when you look at that country, the population keep on increasing, and the manpower we have is not enough. They say all the total police we have, they are not up to 1 million. How can they manage policing more than close to 200 million, above 200 million?
Mr. Remy, the Nigerian police force has a personnel of less than 300,000 people, of which only about 100 and 200,000, probably less, will be active in fighting insecurity. So the Nigerian police force is surely less than 250,000 individual personnel.
It's not enough. Coupled with the orientation of the citizen itself. Look, when you look at yourself, compare you with generation of like 20 years ago that they are above, maybe around 18 to 24. Look at their orientation they are when they are growing up. They did not have that fear. When we are growing up, I don't know, the fear is there that you must respect the authority. You must be, your name, your father's name is very important to keep. But nowadays, nobody cares anymore. Everybody just want to do. Look at in Yoruba land, it's average 17 or 18 years old boy want to do rituals. And we come in with 20, 30, 40 million vehicle. I don't understand. And even look at our girls, look at the way they are, and when you talk to them, they say economy is not good. It's just a lie. When we are growing up, is economy good? At least people can be proud. Okay, I cannot go to school. I go and learn tailoring or plumbing or whatever. Or it does. And I remember that time people go outside and buy material, and then you can sew a pant or shirt or whatever, and you are good to go. Everything is all about money. The orientation is bastard, I don't know, in a terrible shape. So the Nigerian government, we have a lot of work to do in terms of reorienting the citizenry themselves, because things are so bad now that they don't even know how to talk to people. So the manpower to police is not enough. Orientation is terrible. People does not care. It's all about money. Anything they can. The society just worship money, and unfortunately, we live in globalized world. Even the so-called Europe here, you can still see a semblance of normality in their young individuals. They don't just do anyhow like our people just do like that.
Mr. Remy, we have problems in Nigeria. Okay, let me tell you one problem. We have technical problems in Nigeria, and I'm very passionate about Nigeria, but I'm passionate about what is right and what is wrong. I'll come to address Mr. Ola as concerns what he thinks is my defense of Erufai later.
Sorry, Aro, if you don't mind. I want to ask all these tax experts on this show. Would those people dealing with weed, marijuana, and drugs, would they be able to pay tax as well?
Well, if they declare their earnings, yes, they will be liable for tax.
Just like the prostitutes, right?
Yes, every Nigerian will be, according to the law, because there's 4 laws.
So the proceeds from
Adewale, see that in as figure of speech. See, let me tell you one thing: prostitution is not legal in Nigeria. Because even though if Nigeria is not even saying explicitly that because we have the northern part, we have the southern part. You understand? You know in the northern part for sure it's not. You already it's illegal. But in the south, it's not stating it explicitly. But by the time you look at the mechanism around it, you understand it's going to interpret as legal. Like in Calgary now, where is in Calgary here in Abada, prostitution is not illegal, but sourcing for prostitution, you understand, paying for prostitution from prostitution activities is illegal. Then what does that tell you? They don't get a gauge. Even if you are going to get a gauge, it should be free. So what we are saying in this is that that's just a figure of speech. Government at any time, let's say in Canada now, can look at your net worth and look at what you are paying as tax. Okay, you are not paying tax, but you have property worth that is worth about $2 million. And they can see, they will flag you, they will audit you. By the time they start auditing you, they want to know the source of your income. There and there and there and there. They will uncover what they are supposed to uncover. You understand? So that man was just using an example because if someone is an Olosho, you are getting house on Banana Island, and money is entering your account, and you are not paying tax. Maybe one day they just pick you and audit you. That tax we are going to pay. That's what he's saying. So it doesn't mean that it's okay, Olosho, go and stand. No, the person speaking, is a pastor. That's why he didn't want to use that kind of analysis. So it was mere figurative. Yeah, Yahoo boy that if you can buy a house in the Kojina and they are seeing transaction in your account, if they flag your account for audit, you are going to pay. Why not? At least who is going to give you? Who is going to give? Okay, you have house in Koyi. Who is going to give you $2 billion as a gift? Except maybe you are from family of Dangote. So to me, it's just a welcome development. For some of us that were paying tax, for those people working in the bank, telecom, oil and gas, they are not afraid. Those people that are not be paying before, they are the ones to be afraid. And unfortunately, those people are not even the targets. The targets are those big men that are not paying.
I think also criminals. I think we have to look at this matter in how you fight criminality and why you fight what you might call some blue collar and white collar crime. Because when you look at New York, for instance, when you look at America and New York City in particular, and California and New Jersey, when they were going to fight the scourge of the mafias, the Italian mafia, for years they couldn't convict a lot of the mafia bosses for murder. They tried to convict them for murder, for manslaughter. They tried to convict them for racketeering. What did they convict them for in the end? Tax evasion. A lot of the mafia bosses in New York, in California, in New Jersey, and in most of the United States, in the end, what they were convicted for, what we call the RICO laws, at the start of the RICO laws, a lot of what those individuals were convicted for was for what? Tax evasion. Simple. And even in the UK and in parts of Europe, when they try and convict a lot of kingpins, what they convict them for in the end is the fact that they cannot. In where I live, they call it the cab rules. The government can seize your assets if you cannot state clearly how you came to be able to purchase those assets. Unexplained wealth. And I think really what we should look at these tax laws, not just as a matter of government increasing revenue, but also as a form of fighting crime. Especially when it comes to advanced frauds. If you cannot declare your taxes, your income, and you cannot explain how you've come to be able to explain to secure the assets that you have, well, the assets will be seized by government.
Exactly. That's the way we should be looking at all those stuff. See, we all agree that why our country is not developing is just the revenue problem. We all know. We've said that in here for like 2 years now, and that's what government is addressing now. My popular example is you are realizing 50 billion.
Olani, in all the previous head of government, which of them have these balls to do something crazy like this? Which of them?
West, the only person, not that
Obasanjo.
Obasanjo would. No. The problem with Obasanjo, see, Obasanjo wanted to do, but Obasanjo is a brilliant guy, no doubt. But I think, despite being the former head of state, brought a large level of exposure of Tinubu. And I'm being serious. I'm an Obasanjo person, because what Obasanjo was trying to do to subsidy was what IBB was trying to do, because IBB was the one that started trying to remove that subsidy, but it was being gradual in it by increasing fuel pump price. So Obasanjo tried several times, but the thing was not changing. Instead, that is a subsidy that is journalized in 1977 started biting like that, because the more they do, the more these people kept coming with subsidy. So fortunately for Obasanjo, he was still able to get some money during his time. So probably he won't think towards that way. He managed to pay the debt, managed to save the money, and the subsidy scam was not like this. I think the subsidy scam escalated when they first issue 18 licenses, then later it went to about 31 licenses for refinery. But then they now gave those guys the I hope the information I'm giving was right, because that's what I think I learned about that. They now give them licenses to be importing fuel, paying the time they were going to put that infrastructure in place. They did that in the cement industry too. People were importing bulk cement, and they have some kind of subsidy in terms of waivers, all those stuff. But you have to put infrastructure in place for you to be manufacturing. So they brought this idea of a local content. So when they have multiple people now with those licenses now, they were only interested in only bringing fuel, importing fuel. And there's indirect way of embezzlement. That is exactly what a subsidy is. So that your 30 billion you have, not only they targeted that 30 billion, and they targeted it because they were targeting it from two fronts, from both direct collection of boy subsidy and from that dollar subsidy. So they were subsidizing fuel, they were subsidizing dollar. So this group of people, they were benefiting from a forex that is subsidized and benefiting from the fuel that is subsidized. So basically, there's no money to do anything just because they are afraid of the people. So they are no ball. You understand? They are afraid of the people. So, but people like Tinubu, just because of the level of exposure, the level of education, everything, they just damn the consequences. This is the kind of thing Awolowo would have done. Because many people didn't know that Awolowo taxed people that time. But today, what do we talk? We praise Awolowo today because of that free education and everything. But how many people remember that they were paying taxes during the Awolowo period? You understand? Even in the history, to tell you how Yoruba was even paying, people were paying tax. What led to Agbekoya? Agbekoya.
The Shakole now, or the Oyo Empire tried to demand the Shakole from the Ikiti.
So yeah, even that Agbekoya still did something up to late 50s or early 60s.
Yeah.
I know that's why even the historian one, I'm even talking of the recent one. You understand? Google Agbekoya, you will see the.
Now I know they had the issue. They had a riot about Owori in the internet.
So see this revenue we are generating. People believe that security alone is all about carrying police. As far as the figure I'm looking at now, we have about 400,000. We have about 5. To me, we have more than 400,000 police, and I will tell you why. This is what I think. The regular police you see in uniform, that they wear Nigerian police, they are like their type of police. Federal Road Safety Corps, their type of police. Civil defense, their type of police. Then even last man, their type of police. Whether we like it or not, even as you speak today, Amotekun, that type of police. But the problem is this: it's not the number of the personnel that matter, because if we aggregate the numbers we have now, probably be talking of something close to 500,000 or more. That's not the problem. The real problem of our policing is that structure of the structure of the police, not personnel. As a matter of fact, if we structure our police institution very well, I think we can get better output from them. Because number one,
Mr. Allah, the personnel as well. Don't let us discount personnel. I don't think it's sufficient. Even according
no. I'm saying we have enough. If you have to be
no,
sincere.
we don't have enough for our population. Per 1,000 citizens, we don't have enough police. Per 1,000 citizens, we don't have enough police.
Let me tell you why I say so. The regular police now they're about 400,000, right? DSS
active. You have to look at active personnel as well, because you have to look at the Nigerian police force, and you have to look at active members who are invested in the communities doing policing, doing everyday policing.
No, let me see what the NBS is saying. I think the NBS is reading the other time that we have close to 400 active. Because current active personnel roughly 375,000.
No, that are engaged in community policing, in conventional community policing.
That is that. You know, I said our structure. I said the structure of our policing. You understand? When I say structure, it covers that. Because the way it is now is this: even if you have 1 million police now, you may just be surprised that maybe the Senate president used to have, let's say, 10 in his holiday before. That 10 now may just increase to like 40. They will say a jacket. So whatever that we are doing, that even if I go to Nigeria today, as I speak to you, just because I know one area command police person now, I can just go and meet that person, and they can just give me like 4 police, a private citizen. You understand? And they carry police around. So there's a problem with our structure. So that's why I say the number of that personnel is not even the problem. But why do I personally, as a person, why do I need to go to the police and get police to follow me? You understand? So whatever that is happening there, we have to solve that. It's just like if I go to Calgary police service now and I demand for police now as an escort, won't they be looking at me? Are you stupid? You understand?
Well, you can if you have a reason. If if I feel my life is threatened, I can apply in my locality. I can apply to the directorate in my locality.
I got that.
And the superintendent would have a policeman stationed in front of my house. They will be changing shifts. And for how many weeks, for however they decide that I need the security for whatever security.
No, that I got. But no, I'm just talking of general context now. I got that. You know, those are even rare situations. I got that point for sure. You understand? Even I know here that I don't even necessarily need the police. I can even get the private security, and that they will give me the exact thing that the police will give me. I know. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that, okay, I find myself in Nigeria today, and I want to travel to Ekiti now because I know someone in police. Oga Ejo, many police Mary. And before you know, they will give me. Sometimes they are giving you for free, but it's not free. Maybe because I've probably maybe I've given the area command like maybe 2 million before I even arrived. You understand? So what I'm saying is that why we have some people using our police for transaction. You understand? Those are the part of things we look at. If, as you speak today, if we are using the police effectively the way we are supposed to, the structure is very okay. The problem is not supposed to be as this serious. Then, part of what is going to help us with security is that the state of our economy. You see, one thing I can give example of some of us that we managed to grow up in. We managed to live in the unlike some of you that live in Ikoyi or those banana island. No, but some of us that live in Agbado, Jayi, all those areas. You understand? Can tell you about some guys that actually wanted to do yahoo, but unfortunately, some of them they were not lucky. But maybe their friend didn't show them way, or maybe they didn't have enough capacity, because this yahoo we are talking about too. You need capacity to even do it too. So it just but what I'm saying is some of these guys immediately they even got job to work with what's the name of this Nigerian German chemical this is that producing pharmaceuticals, or they have one factory, those people that way. You'll be surprised. Someone that was even thinking of even becoming a bad guy before, just getting factory work, All of a sudden, his life is focused. What I'm saying is this: by the time you revive the economy, some of these Yahoo boys you see, you understand, organically, some of them will migrate away, so that they will now be left with the core criminals that be left. But fortunately, if our financial system is robust enough, I believe we can track some of these people down, because as someone that I've been privileged to execute to get involved in a project when we're doing ship and pin in Nigeria, we were able to eliminate card fraud in that country up to reduce that in up to 98 to 99%. You understand? There was a time they were cloning card anyhow. You understand? Just for someone, you are using ATM now, someone is standing somewhere, is catching, he will be capturing your information, and will clone the card. You understand? That's why you'll be in Lagos and someone will be withdrawing your money in a Kaduna. You understand? Introducing pin and chip that time, through VEF card, we were able to solve all those problems. You understand? So there are many problems that this tax, something that we are talking about, can solve for us in that country. It has capacity to solve a lot of problems for us. So to me, I look maybe okay, like was it Aro or Remy that said it the other time, like Riley said, it's going to solve more than revenue issue. Because a Yahoo person, you have to explain one day where you are getting your money that you are not paying tax.
But I still agree that with Aru that we don't have enough manpower, because most of the people you mentioned before, they don't have authority to arrest. For example, Federal Road Safety Commission cannot arrest you. They cannot. It's the police. They can only give you a fine.
Mr. Remy, see, the problem with a lot of our law enforcement agents is they themselves don't even understand the laws. Yes, they actually, contrary to what you said, they can actually arrest. Because like you and me, sir, there's a law that actually guarantees citizens arrest in Nigeria. Do you know that?
No,
I can arrest
Yes.
you
I know,
if
but
I see you.
I don't
If
think
I see you
federal
committing a crime. If I see you committing a crime as a citizen in Nigeria, I can detain you and arrest you. Pending the time that
how many Nigerians will do that?
pending the time that a police officer or a law enforcement officer will arrive and then detain you, according
I
to the
think
law,
that's
read you your
at the
Miranda
end of the
rights,
day. At the end of the
and
day,
detain you.
is it brother to distinguish what you are talking about? We still have to have whether we
The
call it
issue with
regional or state
NSCDC,
police.
sir,
We must have
issue
it.
with yes, we must have it. But the issue with NSCDC, okay, and the issue with civil defense, sorry, not civil defense, but what they call the ones that stand on the roads that wear green and red, is they didn't have federal road safety. They didn't have the rights to carry to bear arms for many years.
Weapon.
But I believe NSCDC now have the rights to bear arms. I don't know about road safety. So
They don't
because
have now. They don't have it.
in Nigeria, the common citizenry does not respect anybody that does not have a gun in his hand.
Yes, so
See, the way I address you, if I'm rational. So that was the issue. But in Nigeria, they do have a right to detain you. Okay, they do have a right. Or however, in Nigeria, only the directorate, okay, technically, even not the police, only the directorate of prosecution can actually prosecute you for a crime you commit. That is one thing, and I think one of the only states that actually makes a clarity with that is Lagos State. It's like Lagos State is the only state that seems to have their head correct, because in Lagos State is the only state that actually charges you for murder correctly. Sometimes in Ibadan as well, but in Lagos State, if you commit a crime, you'll be charged appropriately.
Do you know what I noticed in Lagos State? Because it's not so big like Ibadan or whatever. You will see police or neighborhood security with vehicles and arms patrolling the street. Going to Ibadan, you cannot see the police patrolling the street. They only patrol major roads and it's over.
Even major roads, even Mr. Remy, me and you lived in Ibadan. I lived in Ibadan. I was about 13 years old when I finally left Ibadan, and I didn't have to live in Ibadan anymore.
You should know about
but you and I know between gates, the only place where you will really see police presence
Bashorun, up and down that BCOS, from BCOS
That's all.
to Soldier Bashorun, all the way to BCOS to Gates. Then
I
from
can be
Gates,
chanting it, Jare.
Gates,
You will see
then
police
Kilokwe, then
probably.
Iwo Road. Iwo Road, DBT, that's where they have their main Kilokwe in Iwo Road. There are customs,
Yeah.
there are plenty around that customs area. Customs, Awolowo. There are plenty around customs,
Bodija
Awolowo.
area. And you
Bodija
probably see
area,
them in challenge.
Jericho, Jericho. What?
Probably you might see them in Okeado sometimes. Patrolling.
Now think
But
about it.
not every
Think
time.
about these places we talked about. That is the smallest part
What
of
about the
Ibadan.
inner streets? You can never see them there. They will not
Nobody
go to the
cares
street.
because Ibadan is substantially more than those places that we just talked
So
about.
that is why that place is under policing.
It's under police.
Police always patrol the street.
You see
The rate
exactly
of crime will
that's the problem I have in Nigeria. You know, like as we are, like I said now, I'm so excited because to me, I've been monitoring Nigerian revenue because next year I'm not expecting anything less than $100 billion. You understand? And that's why I know that all those people that are earning 70,000, they are not the one to give us. You understand?
No,
People
they are
that
not
can give
touching
us.
those ones now. It's those ones that are making noise unnecessarily.
Baba, waiting now. You understand? Because we need to know all those people that are living on Banana Island,
Yes, so
VGC, Lekki Phase 1, all those people living in Asokoro, all those areas. You understand?
yeah,
When you
Katape, all of those rich areas.
when you
Tell us
put
where they get the money.
when you put fire and pepper for the this thing, you understand? Then go bring all those taxes out. Because that's why
But
I'm saying when I see someone living in a face me and face you in the Yanamera, in a Agege becoming
what
a
concern me now? They don't trouble those ones now. They just let
you
them live
understand?
their life.
Because they are the ones shouting, they are taxing the poor, they
Because
are
they
taxing the
don't
poor.
know. They thought they are going to pay tax. Nobody is touching touching whatever you are doing.
And Larry was the person I wanted to challenge the other time. You understand? I said public servants that pay more tax than honestly, I can always bet it that there's no way.
I know the reason. No, look, listen. The reason why it is said so is probably that one have a good record, a record you can follow. I know that private company probably you guys will pay more tax than the people working in the public sector.
You understand? Let me tell you one thing. If I bring the tax I paid, that I pay only while working in the bank.
But how many people apart from organized banking and organized insurance, even insurance, some of them are not organized very well. How many people in other private enterprise? I'm not talking about bank, telecommunication, or maybe Dangote. I'm talking about small factory. Do they even pay tax?
No, that's what
They
I'm
have a
saying.
record for their
You
workers. They
don't
don't
get
have a good
you don't.
record.
No, I want you to get me right. I want you to get me right. See, when you see Lagos talking of his taxes today, it's not because he's going to Alaba to collect money. It's just because, okay, look at when I was in Intercontinental Bank. We were 12,000. I was the entry level as at that time when you are from what we call it employee training or whatever they call it. You understand? I think it's around the 1.5 or 1.6. You understand? I'm talking of organization that we tax you proper. When you now go to Access Bank, it's even worse. You understand? Then you have MTN. You have people working in mobile. So there are a lot of there are a lot of corporate organizations in Lagos that they pay you a loan that the taxes that is a pay is what they call it. You understand? Pay as you earn, right? So a loan was enough. So it's not about the taxes going to all those Yaloja or all those kind
Please
of things.
take this question along with you. The way Naira is just appreciated, I don't understand anymore. Because I follow it through the euro to Naira.
I don't
Naira
even want dollar to be too strong.
Naira is just shooting. Naira is just killing euro like every day. It's just gaining about
Mr. Remy, Mr. Ola, Naira Yema also came up because Mr. Remy wants to do something for me soon, and it is not to my benefit that.
No. Naira
shoot Lord straight away.
Remy Arogidigba, do you know why I don't want Naira to shoot up? See, let me tell you one thing.
You see now.
No. I will tell you. You see, one thing is this: a strong Naira, too strong Naira will encourage importation. And I don't want that now. So before Naira can appreciate, I want us to first of all take all the critical sectors that are already being hijacked by all these crooks. You understand? Oil and gas is one of them. That's why they are trying to desperately hold Dangote to ransom. You understand? Well, you understand? So when you a power sector remove that subsidy too and deregulate everything everywhere where all these crooks in the government are profiteering now. So we don't, because we don't want people like Emefiele and people like Malami to come tomorrow and come and manipulate the thing again. Take everything and let everything stay with the private people, and don't give license for importation. Let us develop our textile, our oil and gas, our electricity, everything. If Naira strengthen after that time, I don't have problem. But as of now, if Naira is very strong, and some cooks start importing noodles, cooking noodles in London and importing to Nigeria, I don't want that again. I don't want a situation whereby we have strong Naira and be importing toothpick. So, but a weak Naira, we boost our export. And once we build a solid the solid base for our export, then we can now talk. We cannot talk about, okay, let us strengthen Naira, but a strong Naira now does not benefit us, to be honest. It doesn't
Mr.
benefit us.
Ola, Mr. Ola, can I speak for a short while? I know I've spoken quite
Right.
extensively today, and I would like to beg for your forgiveness. I know me and you, we ran back and forth for quite some time.
No problem. I know that argument will be like that. That's why I moved to the back. That's why I moved myself to the back end, because
so
I don't want
it is not to disprove your passion, but I would like to ask everybody to forgive me. I'm not
you didn't
excessive
offend
in my nature.
anybody.
No. But I want to address something that was said by Helios, Demilios, or whoever in the background. And it has to do with his contention that Naira went from 490 to 1490 or to 1700, whatever it is. I'm not someone that likes to speak enough. I don't like the sound of my voice any more than the next person. But please grant me this audience to speak, please. There's never a time that our Naira was truly 490 to the dollar. I think there's a misconception that people had that when the Naira during the times of Jonathan was 150, that the true value of the Naira was 150. It was never. To the best of my understanding, what I've been able to cobble together is that the Naira has always been subsidized as far back as sometimes around maybe mid-70s. From the mid-70s, the Naira has been subsidized. So we have a misconception to the public, to the general public. The Naira was 150 Naira, it was 490 Naira, it was whatever, 560. Up until the time when this individual called Bola Ahmed Tinubu came in and said, you know what, we are not going to expend the federal funds. We are not going to dig into the money which should be for the Nigerian people for other purposes, and we're not going to use it to defend the Naira. So to you and me, we were buying the Naira at 560. However, the central bank and the federal government were defending the value using their own cash. End of story. There's a terrible misconception, and I think the biggest problem with Nigeria is there's mass ignorance in Nigeria. I don't have a business being so passionate about Nigeria. I have the benefit of being raised in a very when they say this statement that some people have what's that statement? They're privileged. I was born into a privileged circumstance, and that is without a doubt. I have no business defending Nigeria. My father was born into a privileged circumstance. I'm passionate about this country because I'm passionate about my identity. Individuals that have not been as privileged as me should be very passionate about it and be very passionate about the truth. Because I have a place to escape to. Whatever happens, I will land on my 2 feet. Other individuals that are Nigerians do not have that privilege, and that's a fact. So it's very important that individuals that are in that circumstance need to realize the truth. They are being taken advantage of by the elite. And for those that don't understand privilege, let me put it to you very simply. As of the 50s, when most people's fathers and their grandfathers could not afford the bicycle, my grandfather drove a Rolls Royce. So if you don't understand it very clearly, you need to understand it very, very well. My forefathers were not poor.
Don't worry, they call you bandit leader. Everybody just do whatever
When
they
some
like.
people's fathers and grandfathers could not afford a bicycle, could not afford a single cent, my grandfather could afford a Rolls Royce. So if you don't understand privilege, I want you to situate that fact very, very clearly. Very, very clearly. It is to your interest that you know the truth and you define the truth and you do not let the elite take you for a fool. There's never been a time that the Nigerian Naira has been 490 or 150 in recent times. As far back as the end of I think from 1969 is when the Nigerian's problem was very, very bad. So don't think for a second that you've not been taken a fool of by the elite. The elite have been taking advantage of you since. It is very important that Nigerians know the truth very well. And Mr. Allah said something about Tinubu. Tinubu happens to be a president that has come to be the president of Nigeria at a very fortunate time. He himself is a child of fortune. Because look at Nigeria. 1966, Tafawa Balewa was killed. 1966, January 1966, Obafemi Awolowo was in prison. January 1966, Akintola was killed. That was the end of organized government in Nigeria. Because after that, the one who was only in his mid-30s became a president. He was a military man. He did not understand finances. He was led left and right by all young people who had their own financial principles about fiscal policy and monetary policy. After that, we had a brief Murtala Mohammed, who did his own part. But it's only, and then we had a teacher, this gentleman, what's his name, from the north, that came in 1979. What's his name? This not Shagari. Shagari was a teacher. He was a teacher, and the reason he was made president was because he was a loyal individual. He was a simple, loyal individual that didn't have any excesses, and he wasn't personally corrupt. That is why the political elite pushed him to the front. After Shagari, we had Buhari. Buhari did his part, but his own principle was war against indiscipline. He didn't understand fiscal policy. And then after Buhari, we had IBB. IBB, it was led by IMF to do SAP. IBB SAP, he was misled. It wasn't that he intentionally was bad or evil. After that, we had Abacha. Abacha spent 6 years trying to defend his government and trying to transition from a military government to Alagbada. And then after that, we had Obasanjo. Obasanjo tried to get rid of all the political military men, and he tried to stabilize his government. But at the same time, by the middle of the second time, he was thinking about third time, and that derailed everything. And then after that, we had Yaradua. He didn't spend too much time. He had all good intentions, but he died. And then we had Jonathan. He was a stupid drunkard. He was led left and right by all sorts of individuals. And then after that, what did we have? We had Buhari. Buhari, for all his good intentions, he was just trying to come and redeem himself and sign the scorecard that he was a president as well as Alagbada president.
I agree on Buhari, honestly.
But to be frank, Tinubu is a child of destiny because he's the only real president we have had since 1966. Since January 1966, the only intentional individual that has become the head of state and the president in Nigeria is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that is a fact we need to realize. And that's the
Okay,
reason.
I agree on that. I agree.
That's the reason he's the only individual that had the balls to implement reform. Nigeria has been unfortunate since January 1966. We need to understand that fact. And I think sometimes as Nigerians, we do not appreciate our history.
Gidigba, let me say something about so that it's just for us to learn together. You see, Shagari was not a teacher he was a teacher in the 40s, but World was no longer a teacher at the time he became that president. So
he was the secretary. He was the secretary of the party. But I'm just trying to say that the simplicity. It wasn't.
As a matter of fact,
he wasn't an accountant.
No, as a matter of fact, his political career started in 1954 when he went to the Federal House of Representatives. So, since that time, so it was in politics for a very long time before he became president. So, you know,
what I'm trying to impress is he wasn't a sophisticated individual when it comes to fiscal policy and all these matters.
There's a reason. There's a reason for bringing that. You understand? Because I could even tell you that at the same time that Ajashin was a school principal, but in real sense was school principal, but he had been a follower of Awolowo, learning the role, not just like that. But so reason I'm saying this thing because we must not allow the situation of Buhari to happen in that country again. To me, when you take Buhari out of it, normally I don't have problem with some. Yes, I have problem with Atiku. I must tell you that far because I think I have problem with Atiku. Other than that, if we have the proper structure in place, I think my national target will be moving toward Kwankwaso, for example, based on the recent knowledge I have about him or other stuff. Now, the issue is this. When we don't have properly mentor politicians like Buhari, because we know that military brought us to our knee to where we are today, we have to be very careful. And unfortunately, people do not respect Jonathan. That I understand, but if you really look at the record Jonathan set, the way he set it, apart from this senator that messed up his government, honestly, in some area you will still want to prefer Jonathan to Buhari. You understand? Because Buhari had two opportunities to do very good, but the guy destroyed the economy on those two occasions. So he had the first chance, he had the second chance, and the second chance was even worse than the first. So my own conspiracy, my own theory, my own sensitization is we should never at any point in time allow a person of Buhari to be there again. And that is what I will carry to the people like Obi. Anybody that is telling you that I will fight corruption, I be disciplined, all those stuff. They are just they are just boastful because to me, the like of Tinubu has proven to me, even though himself may be corrupt, that he can fight corruption more than all those people that use I will fight corruption as a mattress. How did I know this? You understand? You facing that issue of subsidy once and for all, you save the country instantly. You save the country about $38 billion annually. That's the money being wasted on all those crooks that got refinery license.
Ola, where is the money now?
Wait, forget where the money is another thing. Let's just even talk about where is another thing. It's stop that. No,
you have to tell us where the money, not just give us all this local theory without where the money is.
Really the argument. No, it is better to listen to this. We come to where the money is later. You understand? At least the money were being shared by oil importers and those people around them. You understand? Just like those people that fought for refinery, you let us return the refinery, national security, you understand? Since 2007, when they returned all those refinery, what happened? Nigerian government spent about $18 billion, and yet the refinery is not working. That's how they share our money. Now we are coming to where's the money now. I will tell you where you can find some of those money. as of today, about 510,000, if I remember what the president said in his broadcast, got student loan. Not only student loan, they got upkeep allowance too. Do you know how to look at that impact? Because I see some people are just 510. No, it's not 510. For example, I came from the family of 7. In the family of 7, if one of us got student loan, so that means that you've relieved the burden of the entire family, because the father and mother will no longer concentrate on that person that is draining the resources of family for school, because student loan is taken care of. That means that the entire family of 7, we are relieved. So if you calculate average family to be average family of 7 in Nigeria
Jesus
today,
Christ. See mathematics.
it's not mathematics. It's
How can
logical.
you say when they pay for one person, then they need 7 people? What kind of mathematics is this? Oh my
Okay,
God.
hold it to Nigeria, hold it. Okay, now let's say family income is 500,000, right? And in that family income of like 500,000, now you now have a student among you now. His school fees is 400,000. Out of your 500,000 income, you pay school fees and every expenses of 400,000. What happens to the remaining 6 members? So they will be suffering based on that 100,000. But now, school fees now, you take school fees out of it because it's student loan now. You still keep your 500,000 to yourself to maintain the welfare of the economy of the family. You understand? That's how you calculate. You don't just calculate on one person. The impact
Oh,
on
no,
the
no, no,
entire
no, no, no,
family.
no, 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 my brother. Forget all this Agbado calculation. If you do, what they are counting there is per head. So it's not a family of 7, one person get a loan, then the family is not better. No, that is total. I think that is
Okay.
not
No,
accepted in any way.
Ola, let me help you here. The Ola is telling you the impact of the federal government helping
Don't
you
bring
to
the
pay
impact.
one
There
of
is no
your student
impact, guy.
loan.
Don't
There is
give your own
impact. How
scenario.
can you say there is no impact? Let me break
Don't
it
give
down
your
for
own
you.
scenario. There is no impact, guy.
Let
Don't
me
change all
quickly
this thing.
break it down. Let me
You
break
should
it
stop
down
all this
for
thing
you.
now.
No. Let us say something. This is not about emotion. I have 3 children. One is in the university. The 2 other are in the secondary school. I need to pay my child, the one in university, 200,000 every year for the next 4 years. Now, federal government gave a loan to that one. That means 200,000. I'm not going to spend any more for the tuition fee. That
Mm-hmm.
200,000 can take care of my other needs like food, books, and whatever for my 2 other children. That's what we are
So
saying.
before,
That's a
so
very
before wait now,
positive
God,
impact.
one by one, talk I talk, talk I talk. Don't go along all this long. You don't go to
Okay,
Ranchi.
go ahead.
See, let me
Say
tell
your own.
you, before federal government approve loan for students, those how many people have trained their children out of school? Train 5, train 6, train 7. What are you talking? You relieve
We
one,
are
so
talking
it now
Okay,
about
became a
okay, okay,
benefit of
okay,
7.
okay, okay. Mister, I don't know who is talking.
It's me, not
I
the
Nigerian man.
girls.
think we
It's not to
are
Nigeria,
living.
it's not the girls.
No, you know the girls. Okay,
Nigerian man. No be Nigerian
Niger
Yeah,
man.
man,
yeah.
Niger man. We live in Europe, and I think one of the problems is many of us live in communities where we don't even understand the guiding principles of how those communities are formed, how those communities are maintained, and the fiscal policies that the government puts in place that actually maintains the communities we live in. And we don't actually have a means of actually rationalizing the human effect of those policies. I take into account, I want you to go and look at an interview that was granted by a gentleman called Yemi Farumbi. Yemi Farumbi is a notable individual when it comes to the media. I won't call it media, but when it comes to broadcasting in Nigeria, when it comes to broadcasting, BCOS and the Western Nigeria Corporation and whatnot. He talks of a situation where his father, who was a priest in the Anglican mission, could not afford to send him to secondary school. Back in the day, I believe they used to have modern school and they used to have secondary school. Okay. And he talked about a situation where his father couldn't send him to secondary school because his father was funding his other cousins.
It happened to
Wait,
my
let,
Wait,
father. Oh.
wait.
let me
Wait,
finish because
nah, no. Wait, see what
what
you
I want
said.
you to no Mr.
Wait,
Wait, I want you to
I want to give
no
you.
Mr. No
Wait,
Mr. Idios, I'm
nah,
going to finish this. I'm going to
don't
finish
shout,
this.
stop
No, I will
shouting.
not. No, I'm
Wait,
not going to
no, I
let
want
you
to tell
talk
you
until
something.
I
Continue.
finish
You will continue. You will
because
continue. See, you said something now. You said we live in abroad. Most of us doesn't understand the policy. And still same you now. You are telling us another this thing in Nigeria that the father cannot
no.
send it to school. Many people
I'm
are
trying.
still here. Wait, now.
I'm trying to.
Let me start with
I'm bringing you an example that you can relate to. I'm trying to situate the matter. Okay, Mr. Ilias, we are intelligent individuals, but I'm trying to situate because, like I said, I try to look beyond what is because I think the problem with a lot of humans these days in 2025, it's a painful matter. And it's not a Nigerian thing. I think it's a general thing. Like I said earlier, I used the term there's mass ignorance. It's not a Nigerian thing. It's the reason why some people continue to be extremely wealthy, why some people continue to be extremely poor. The information that makes it possible for the individual that becomes extremely wealthy to become wealthy, and the information that makes it possible for the individual to become extremely poor are the same. It is what you do with what you have. But what I'm trying to bring to bear is the human condition. And I want you to listen and listen very carefully. I made it very clearly on that I have no business discussing all these things. I come from a very, very privileged circumstance. I want you to be very, very clear when you listen to me. I come from a very privileged circumstance. I have no business discussing this. I should actually just turn my back and let you people just do what you want to do. But I'm telling you this. The human condition is this. And like Mr. Remy tried to make it very clear to you, there's a lot of families in Nigeria that have had to take decisions that is counterproductive because they had to send all their children to school. There's people that have sold land. There's people that have sold property, that have
Jesus,
sold
what
their
are you
only house.
trying to say? I don't hear this one.
There's families where the father has had to sell his only house that they have to send their children to school. And you know one thing about this part of the world, and one thing that is general, okay? Because you have to understand the fact that families have, and there's people where there's young women who have had to compromise themselves. I want you to understand the human condition. Forget this, forget federal government, forget government policy. I want you to see it from the human condition. Because I think one thing with the black man is the black man sometimes is not unable to see the big picture and actually rationalize it to the human condition.
Now, let us talk now. It's okay. Thank you.
Now, I want you to understand the human condition.
Okay.
There's young men, there's young women, there's individuals who are your fellow citizens who have had to compromise themselves so terribly because they could not afford school fees. You know how many women who are now doing Olosho? And the pathway to them doing Olosho was because they could not afford school fees, simple school fees, because they wanted to disabuse themselves from ignorance. They wanted to educate themselves so that by educating themselves, they could
That is not
actually.
Nigeria thing now.
They
That is
could,
not Nigeria thing.
wait, no, it's not. It's a general human condition. They wanted to escape poverty, and for them, the only way to escape poverty is education. And the only way for them to educate themselves, because their mother and their father could not afford to send them and their 4 siblings to school, is to get, because they got introduced to Olosho. From being introduced to Olosho, they got introduced to other things. And you have to understand that the society is destroyed.
Everybody not need to go. Everybody must not go to school. Everybody must not go to school.
Everybody must not go to school. Everybody must not go to school, but everybody
even
must
abroad,
be able to.
Secondary school, primary school, university, here you get low. Abroad, the majority of the white that doesn't go to school. So I don't see what
I
are you talking
understand.
about.
Only about 50, only less than 40% of Europeans actually have a degree.
So
Okay,
they don't go to.
I work with people that only have a diploma and they have a good job. With that good job, they've been able to buy a house. With that good job, they've been able to support their family. Okay, but everybody needs to be enlightened enough and be able to gain a skill that allows them to put a roof on their head, to put clothes on their back, and to put food on their table. It might not be what you call school, because I think the problem with Nigeria also is we've actually made the bachelor's degree so important, and some of the bachelor's degrees we offer in Nigeria does not translate to a skill that allows individuals to gain an employment.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing about it is this particular policy that the government has put in place does not just apply to universities offering bachelor degrees. It also applies to polytechnics offering skills, level 6 and level 7 skills, that allows individuals to gain skills, that allows them to gain an employment, that allows them to be functional in society. I don't want you to reduce this matter, because I know of families where fathers and mothers have compromised themselves to
But you
send
are
their
not saying
children to
this.
school.
You are not. No, you
No,
are
no,
just
no, no.
saying.
I don't.
No,
I
you are
don't.
not.
I don't want you to
Wait.
because I
Wait
think
now.
you are reducing on it. This is a human
No,
condition,
but
and you
no.
are
Leave my
reducing
own
it.
opinion. Leave my opinion. The way I think, like I can. You cannot think for me. Let me think for myself. The way I like to reduce it, I can like to rubbish it. That is my opinion. Doesn't change anything. The same majority will have their way. Minority will only have their say. So me shouting from that to tomorrow, if it's only me, it cannot change anything. So that let that. Yeah, but you have to remember, like here and I in abroad, when you finish school, there's something that is done in Nigeria, and we always want to praise all these people who are just rubbishing in us. They don't have any plan for the citizen. Want to come and be fighting, speaking for that. So we are the spokesperson. Here in abroad, if you finish school, before you graduate, whatever skills you have, you go and create job. There is opportunity for you to get a loan, but it's not in Nigeria. That is why we have more professor, engineer,
Okay,
doctor, lawyer. Nothing to
Ilios
do. Nothing to
Emilius.
do.
Ilios Emilius. Do
So
you know that there's
Nigeria
a
not
bank
a
of industry? Hey,
so everybody to
Ilios
go to
Emilius.
school.
Okay,
The one
can I
we
make it
have
very clear
already.
to you?
That's why you find
Can
a
I?
graduate doing conductor. You find a graduate doing
Can,
Okada. What are we
there's
talking about?
there's mass ignorance in Nigeria. Do you know there's a bank of industry that if you have a business, and if you have a business, if you actually structure a business properly, and you actually have your business document, and you actually state it very well what the intention of the business is, there's a bank of industry that's going to give you money, a loan at less than at 1% or 2%. That is less. That is less.
Look at everybody.
Wait.
When they do like Nigeria,
No,
another
no, no,
word
no, no,
now.
no, 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 Mr. Elias, in this same Nigeria, the bank of industry will give you a loan at 1 or 2%,
If you want a
2%.
loan here, how long does it take to give you a loan to start a business here?
CBN are offering loans.
No, I'm asking you, wait now. How long does it take you if you want to take a loan here? May I open a business in Spain
People
before?
are
It might
ignorant.
not take a
People
long
are
time.
ignorant.
Let me
People
talk
are ignorant in
now. Let me
Nigeria.
cannot hold this thing now.
Let me
Mister,
answer him, please.
you are talking about people taking a loan from a commercial bank. I'm talking about the bank of industry
Let
and the
me
CBN
answer
are
him this
offering
way.
loans, and there's people that have not even paid back. I know
Even
people
UK,
that go
yeah,
to
there's bank
Canada
of
with
industry. You
200
know that.
million.
Arugida, let me answer him this way.
People are so
Before the
ignorant in
commercial
Nigeria. There's
bank,
so many opportunities, and people taking advantage of it. People are
Many
there.
opportunities.
People
Many
like you are there.
opportunities.
This
Like,
let's make
individual.
it quick.
all these things you are doing, all these you people think you are doing, just either 4 years, 2 years more, or 6 years more. You understand? Everybody should just keep painting evil and call it good. You understand? Keep painting
Okay,
evil and
let
calling
me
it good.
respond to you because you want to make it short. In Europe, if you are sourcing a loan from a commercial bank, if you are lucky, you can get it within 2 or 3 days. The reason is very simple, because they have a record, a register to go and check your data, whether your credit rating is positive or negative. It is from that angle that they will know. And before you even apply for the loan, there are some things they will ask you to do. They will ask you, are you servicing any debt before? How much is your income now? Because all of these things, they can access it freely through the tax office or through the police. So it's easy. I'm talking about Finland here. So it's easy for them to give you the loan. But in Nigeria, we have not developed our data to that extent. But still, I know a lot of people that get a loan from this what they call industrial bank and also agricultural bank of Nigeria. We are right. People complain a lot in Nigeria without knowing the information or does not know where to go. And if you have opportunity that you have 3 children in university and the federal government is giving them a loan without no interest, so why not take advantage of that and then send your kids to university and you still maintain the life you want to live or even improve the life you are living.
Mr.
If
Ilios,
you
So
go
we
to,
cannot,
let me tell you,
so in
Mr.
conclusion, we
Ilios,
Remy,
Mr.
cannot,
Ilios,
let me finish this way. Let me
Remy,
finish this.
let me talk
In
now. Let me
conclusion,
talk. Everybody got
and
the
you will
attack.
talk,
Got the,
just give me 1 second now, you will talk. I have not been talking. In conclusion, we cannot be wishing or thinking about negativity every time. This country, we have to move a needle. We have to move ahead in life. It's not the same way. Is it not Nigeria? It's terrible. It's bad. It's this. It's that. So that's my
okay.
Remy,
thank you.
let them talk about negativity, but the truth is this: if you look at something now, more and more people are keeping quiet because there are some obedient now. They are just beginning to retrace their step because they realize they are being used and they decided to be factual. Because when people are saying they are not seeing the impact of the savings, and yet you are seeing Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, you are seeing Lagos Super Highway, you are seeing the development of Murtala Mohammed Airport, you are seeing a lot of infrastructure in the north and in the east and the southwest, and you are still saying, see, the thing is this: no matter
Which one is all
how
these things you mentioned now, La, which one is completed?
that's not so okay. So when a child is given birth to today, so the that child
So we have seen
becomes
all
the
these things. They said they started. No one ever completed.
no
So
no
don't give us all these things.
Are they
the
going to be
question
completed
is
in one
this.
day? You think a road is going to be completed in one day? What's
What,
this?
That is
what are
what
you
I'm
talking
asking.
about?
Why are you using it as a yardstick, as if it's something that we have not heard
But
before? They want
but
to do
but,
this one. At the end of the day, nothing will come out of it.
okay. We gave you example of the student loan now that has been disbursed now, but you quickly sidetrack it. Then we are talking of the infrastructure that is ongoing now. You are still trying to sidetrack. The question is this: when this government arrived, as at that time, Nigeria was using 97% of the revenue to pay to service, so not even paying the
No, Mr. Ola, more than 97. I know this for a fact. They were using well over
you
100
understand
and something. They were
exactly.
borrowing. They were borrowing to pay interest.
Exactly. But today, they are using less than 50% today because it's less than 50% today. So now, when last did you hear that state governments, even though they are not spending the money the way we expect them to spend, when last did you hear that they are owing salary? When was the last time? You understand? Even as bad as the country is today, you may not want to give the credit to the government. When was the last time you heard of people queuing at the fuel station? You understand? So
How can I be paying 1,000 naira? You're telling me to go and be queued.
my goodness.
How can I be paying
Mr.
1,000
Ilios,
naira
Mr. Ilios, I know
from
you lived in
230?
Spain. I know, Mr. Ilios, you have
From
lived in
230.
Spain because no, wait, you have lived in Spain. You have lived in Spain. 1,000 naira is less than far less than a euro. How much do you pay for a liter of petrol in Europe?
Okay, now God bless you. God bless you. See your comparison. Let me follow you on that one. In Nigeria, they say today minimum wage is 70,000. You tell me how much
Forget
is that per
minimum wage.
hour and how
Forget
much is hour
minimum
in
wage.
Spain? Wait now.
A barrel of petrol is internationally is set by OPEC. It's
That
not
is what
set
I'm
by the
telling you
Nigerian
now. Wait.
government.
Yes,
Tell
now you
me
are
how
right.
much a barrel.
You
Tell me
are
how much
right.
a
No
barrel.
shout, Oga.
Wait. Tell me how much a barrel of petrol of crude oil is, and tell me the production cost of crude oil is not anything.
Oh my
Okay, yeah,
God.
you can look at over.
Why
You can look
people?
at over.
Why
You can
are you
remove
gaining all these
overheads.
things?
No,
Okay,
because
that's fine. You are right.
you're being a
Oga, you are
simpleton
right.
when you talk
Now I
about this
accept
stuff.
you. I accept. I don't accept. Well, you're right. Mark, I give you mark, pass mark. Okay, now let me see ask you now. You that Spain, how much is per hour? Per hour. That they pay per
Yeah,
hour. Then how much is per
no.
hour in Nigeria?
You are comparing apples and oranges. It does not
Oh,
matter where you are. Hey,
you are comparing abroad with
Mister, it does not happen.
they don't have
It
fuel.
does not. OPEC does not care how much you earn an hour. OPEC sets the price of crude oil.
That's what
And
I'm telling you. Spain doesn't have fuel.
the production cost of crude oil does not care about how much you earn per hour. It's the production cost. The overheads are
But
overheads. Okay,
do you
production cost, how much it costs to bring a liter of petrol to the pump. It doesn't care about how much you earn per hour. It is what it is.
I totally disagree with you. 100%
Really?
lie there.
How is that? No.
100% lie. Let me poke on what you're saying now.
Okay. Yeah, put it. Yes, rationally.
See, let me tell
Do your
you.
best.
Libya, when Libya change
price of a liter of fuel in Libya. They have oil, they have food.
Libya is subsidizing. Hey, Libya is subsidizing petrol. Brunei is subsidizing petrol. I know this to be a fact. Even in parts of the world, they are subsidizing petrol. So it's a matter of do we want subsidy or do we not want subsidy?
Okay, Nigeria is subsidizing the citizens become an evil.
Okay, in that case, then the argument you need to make is that you want the federal government to subsidize the product. But
no, I don't know why, because you are the one that brought that argument now. You are the one that brought the comparison with Spain and Nigeria.
Mr. Nigerman, we have, according to the laws, when the PIA bill was being passed, okay, all of you had an opportunity to go to the federal house there and argue proficiently and riot and say you do not want the federal government to stop subsidy. You did not do that. We all agreed according to the laws that we passed because we elected officials to the federal representatives who all decided to pass a law to remove subsidy. We have removed subsidy, and that is a collective conclusion.
Yes, because they told us if they remove subsidy before that PIA, if they remove subsidy, subsidy is killing Nigeria and is corrupt. They are taking our oil to other part of
it doesn't matter. If we have made a conclusion, let us sit on that conclusion. We have removed subsidy, so don't compare Libya where they have subsidy. Libya does not operate.
Spain now. Spain doesn't have fuel.
Let him say what he wants. Let him say what he really wants. If he wants subsidy back or not. Go ahead, please.
Spain don't have a fuel. You are comparing Spain to Nigeria that have a food oil. Spain doesn't have food oil. So why are you comparing that one? You are not comparing the salary. You are not comparing the living condition. Everything you want to say, what about America? What about? Is Spain and Nigeria the same? You compare Nigeria with countries that they have independent at the same time.
Okay, you want to bring subsidy back?
What exactly do you want? Let us ask him a very good question.
You want to bring subsidy
back? Do you want subsidy to be back or
before
what?
they sign the PIA, the PIA, what they told Nigeria, majority of Nigeria, that corruption is in the oil sector, that they are taking our fuel to other part of Africa country, you understand, and they collect the subsidy in Nigeria. Everybody, a good Nigeria, a patriotic Nigeria, we never allow that one. We support that one. You understand? So at the end of the day now, wait now, you say it's a
on what exactly do you want the federal government to do? The subsidy should be back, or what are you saying? Because I don't understand you at all. Because I don't.
You cannot understand because I'm not saying what you like.
Your argument is neither.
Let me finish now. Maybe we understand now. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
My God.
Don't shout on people.
Don't shout. You are the one shouting now. And are you the shout, not be me. Okay. Let me talk. Sorry if I'm shouting. See, now, if the government remove the subsidy, since they remove the subsidy now, at least all over abroad we have, they subsidize 1 or 2 things or 3 things. Abi, okay, welfare is there. Okay, Nigeria, we don't have welfare. It's the capitalist country. And they remove the subsidy since May 2023. And till today, they are not telling us this is what we have saved from this subsidy we have removed. This is how many those who are the criminal, those who are the people we are destroying the country, who are looting the subsidy money. We are arrested all of them. We are penalized them. Nothing like that. Still, it's this same story. We are still hearing Nigeria.
Nigerman, you have decided to close your ears to the facts. They've made it very clear. Last month, okay, all the commissioners finance commissioners from all the states, they go to Abuja every single month, and the federal government makes it very clear how much every single state gets every single month. Because you have decided to be ignorant to the fact does not mean that the fact has not been stated clearly. If you decide to be ignorant to it, I do not intend to insult you. Because you have decided to be ignorant.
No, that's your politics now. The way you can play your politics.
It's not a matter of politics. I do not care.
Okay, you are telling me now they come wait now. 20 February 2023, you give me $1,000. I change it. It was it's 470,000 naira. July, you give me $1,000. I change it. It's 1.4 million, 0.5 million. You are telling me you give me extra.
Let me tell you something. That is your voice is cracking. Your voice is cracking.
It's
That is
the
a fake life, and your voice is cracking.
There's a problem with your microphone. We'll be like
That's
saying,
a
Nigama, don't
yeah.
do your
So
microphone.
let me answer Niger man. That is the fake life your country has been living for so many years. Because that naira that you said is 400 or 120 or 500 to $1 is because your government is borrowing money to subsidize it. When it gets to the turn that we have been stopped, no, let me finish. When it gets to the turn of Buhari, the international community, they don't want to borrow you money for your recurrent expenditure anymore. If you know what we call recurrent expenditure, that is expenditure that you are generating month by month to service your local, your senator, your rep, your presidency, your governor, and the rest of. But today, there are no more borrowing money for recurrent expenditure. They have more revenue, and they are sharing it every month. I also want to use this opportunity to tell you that somebody close to me received 50,000 naira as intervention fund for 3 months from the federal government. Some received 20,000. So if you don't know, let us tell you what is
Now,
going on.
you must see everything all over the 230
No,
million. I'll
that
let you
is the
this year.
problem with you.
Now,
That people are telling you the truth. You don't want to believe it. You don't want to. I think it's all about negative. To you, negativity. Okay,
1 million of people have been asking.
okay. Let
Did
me
anybody
tell
on
some
the social media or
Let me tell
TV?
him this.
Nobody ever said they receive one cover.
Sorry,
I'll let
Dajama.
you with their abroad.
Let me tell you this thing. Now I will tell you this thing. What you want to hear? Do you know that since Tinubu came to being, all the citizens of Nigeria they are very poor. In fact, they cannot even eat beans and gari. Their life has been so miserable that people are dropping dead on the road.
It's true now. It's
Their
true
life
now.
don't make
It's
you
true.
happy.
No, this is
That's
true
what you
facts.
want.
People are jumping in
That's
Lagoon. Don't you see
exactly
people
what you
jumping in
want to
Lagoon
hear.
last
That's
year?
what you want to hear. That's what you want to hear.
Don't you see people jumping in Lagoon?
Nigama, let me tell you something. You understand? Let me tell you something. See, we will keep bringing this thing to your attention for you to know. You see, at a particular point in time, our elites, they could not just go and be dipping their money directly into the treasury and be investing like they used to do it before. So they just have to find some mechanism to do that. And those mechanism is defending Naira. You know, defending Naira is a kind of subsidy. And that of gasoline. So they just have to put something in place and just to share that money. Now, the thing is, when they share that money, the money that is supposed to be meant for development is no longer there. So Nigeria had no option than go to borrow. And we borrow to the extent that the international community, they were no longer borrowing, lending us money. So we started printing money. We printed that money to the point that it became a problem. It was just a matter of time for that economy to bankrupt. People don't use bankruptcy for country because they believe that country cannot go bankrupt. But in reality, when you look at the situation to bankruptcy, it's just totally the same. So the point is this now. That was we're operating. You know what it means when you don't have money. You borrow something that all your salary, you understand, all your salary, you use it to service the loan that you got before. And not only that, now you now start borrowing again from friend and family to now service that debt. That is exactly what is happening in Nigeria. You will borrow money from people so that people will start avoiding you because the person you are owing you are not paying. So they will no longer give you money again. That was the situation left in Nigeria. Airlines, foreign airlines, they start leaving Nigeria. You understand? It's just a matter of time. You will even have your money. You would like to fly out of that country. You would no aircraft will be on ground to take you just because your country can no longer honor that part where they need to repatriate their money. I think because this thing never happened, people don't know. And it got to a stage that the like of that Obidients were comparing Nigeria and Argentina. I hope many of you that were comparing Nigeria and Argentina at that time, you are so proud of that Argentina now that we can wish you to Japan and go and live in that Argentina as we speak now. That Trump is trying to bail out. See, guy, Naira.
They are proposing. You are saying all this, but nothing for common man yet, or whatever you are saying is. But they are proposing salary increment for increasement for politicians, and then they say, "Abi, that one is good." Will we
Okay,
not
okay.
deserve the subsidy?
Hold on. You see something about energy in this life. Let me just hold on. You see something about energy in this life. Human being, you have the quantity of energy you can dissipate at the same time. That is why that when you go to the conservation of energy, energy can never be destroyed but can be changed from one form to another. Right. Your energy, when you want to, it's just like you want to read today now. You can decide either to just go and be watching a Nollywood movie for like say maybe 10 hours and you face your assignment. I guarantee you by the time you spend 10 hours watching Nollywood movie, you won't be able to read again. So what will you do at that point? You want to prioritize so that you don't want to waste that energy. You want to concentrate your energy. See, if anybody became the president of Nigeria today, and the first thing you want to do is to start fighting those people that steal money, honestly, you will spend 20 years and achieve nothing. Now, the best thing to do is to look at how are these people stealing that money. You stop it first of all. Then, when you stop it, you use whatever you get from that stoppage. You create some kind of social safety for people. You build infrastructure. You do some kind of welfareism, all those stuff, and with time you gain popularity from the people. Then after doing the right thing, that maybe you now need extra money, then you may start fighting, or you build institution that will be fighting all those people technically in the future. But if you really want to do something for the people, you spend your time in doing important things. So what are those times that Tinubu managed to spend? You take that subsidy away. You are not even running after those people that were eating that money. Those people that were benefiting are the ones that want to grant Dangote today. You allow the light of Dangote to face them. Why you know that Dangote is fighting them, right? But
I know that will help.
you are giving Dangote some kind of a leverage. You know, Dangote is fighting all those cabana on behalf of government. You understand? Dangote is going to send them out of business. That's the way to fight. Hold on.
So, Ola, what I asked,
Take this question
you said,
along with you.
okay, why are they proposing increments on for politicians? That is what about, and they are telling us.
Ola, please take this question along with it also. Please, can you tell us that economy is so bad that some states now increase their minimum wage to 120,000, and a state like Imo is now 120,000 minimum wage. A state like Ebonyi also put
It's not
extra
120,000,
20,000.
but it's 106,000, 105,000. It's not 120,000. I beg, Oga.
Okay,
I don't know. No matter what, every other state is 70,000.
But you
No,
still know some states are paying 2,000 as pension till tomorrow.
we are not talking about pension. I'm talking about minimum wage now. I said
Oh,
economy is so bad,
you have to put all
that
together.
Imo State can pay more above 70,000.
Nigeria man, that is why we are saying that as a citizen, you know, when some of us are saying we want regional government, you understand? We know that this money they are sharing, we know some governor will still be using that money to send people to Mecca. Some will be sending people to Jerusalem. You understand? Just to go and contribute to the economy of those countries where your own economy is suffering. We know some people will still do that. That's why we are saying regional. So if you give Ekiti money now, if I have to take my madness to my governor, that's nobody is going to use our money to go to Jerusalem for any pilgrimage. You understand? It's easier for me to fight at my state level than to be fighting at the front of 36 states. You understand? That's why some of us are saying, look, that they want to increase politician money. You understand? That's another thing entirely. See, all those things, they are distraction. Trust me, I'm not saying it's good to increase the money while others are suffering. That's not what I'm saying. Those things, they are unnecessary distraction. Why they are saying they want to increase that money? Okay, we hear you want to increase, but let us be arguing that, okay, we want to increase security around our farming. We want to be doing 365 days farming and keep mounting pressure on our own government that, okay, come and create dam here, come and create that, instead of us fighting those people they want to increase. Let us be telling the government about what they are supposed to do. You understand? I don't give back on your.
Okay, now see what you are saying now. Is it not what we're supposed to be doing? That somebody will come be telling us the country is Eldorado, the country is more than Dubai, the country that what are you where we go every day. where what we see. Go to the street of Nigeria.
Your device
People are begging.
just tap on it like 2 times so that it can bring it to studio. So what we are saying is this: no,
people are begging, people are crying. People can't buy drugs.
Najama. Let me tell you something. You know why some of us we are praising Tinubu for what he's doing, because we understand the gang up. People gang up against Jonathan. We know that there was a corruption in Jonathan government. But when someone said Jonathan was totally useless, it's not true. Jonathan, even though he performed below Obasanjo, but we can't still compare his performance to Buhari. Buhari was a disaster.
I beg, last topic, Jare, both of them are terrible.
Tinubu
will never spend 2 years better. Jonathan, where he spent 6 years. You are living well.
Jonathan was useless. No. Jonathan was useless. You thought you were living well. You weren't living well. You weren't living well. You thought you were living well.
Maybe during Jonathan, you went to Nigeria.
Now.
She said, Tinubu, you never go Nigeria.
Nigeria was in a terrible hand.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Nigeria, we were borrowing to sustain ourselves.
We are claiming bus for 110,000 naira.
Jonathan, Nigeria, this is beyond doubt.
Car with 220,000 with a load. You are telling me.
Nigeria, during Jonathan, we were subsidizing the naira, we were subsidizing the petrol. During Jonathan, we were borrowing to
pay. Was good. No.
Wait, during
crude oil was in the high price. You have to subsidize. Everybody subsidize. The country you are here, UK here now, they subsidize things for you. What are you talking about?
Nigeria, I pray that people like you never come near governors in Nigeria, because people like you make the white man happy. Okay, during Jonathan, Nigerians were paying to pay the salary of workers. And do you know where they were getting the money from? They were getting the money from banks, from white people in Europe that were rubbing their fingers and saying, "Look at these stupid black people."
Was 120.
People like you are the destruction. People like you are the destruction of Africa. People like you are destroy Africa. And I hope people like you never come near government.
Destroying Nigeria. You and your Tinubu government is one destroying Nigeria.
No. Hey, Najama, hold on. See, Tinubu is what we are even discussing. You understand? I know why I said Jonathan was better, but you engage Jonathan with insecurity, and that's distracted that guy. Credit of Dangote refinery today and the sustainer, the being net exporter of cement today in around that. You understand? We can give that one to the economic team of Jonathan. You understand? We can go back to all those stuff. So we don't look at it as all those things, but you look at escalation. Just like I will credit that of telecom and a broadcasting of Nigeria, broadcasting the deregulation in Nigeria to IBB. IBB himself was not that popular, but you cannot take something away. So Dangote refinery we are talking today, you understand, is a child. It's one of the children that Jonathan gave birth to. The same thing of that sustenance in cement.
What do you mean gave birth? It's that guy.
Remy, don't derail us.
Everything about Jonathan want to rubbish it, but you want to paint disaster good.
Don't derail us, Remy. Let's go back to that Tinubu. Now, Tinubu we are talking about today. You understand? You are saying why we are promoting Tinubu is this, because we know the strategy of the crook elites. We know how they ran campaign against Jonathan, and that campaign they ran against Jonathan brought disaster Buhari. You understand, to us, and Nigeria is worse off because of Buhari.
But Tinubu was the campaign, was the one that ran campaign against Jonathan.
It's not the president that time now.
No. I don't even take that kind of thing. Didn't Tinubu support Ribado? Why didn't you vote for Ribado? It's a cheap excuse. It's a very cheap excuse. An educated person cannot.
Don't you see Wale Soyinka, see Tinubu, see Pastor Baka, and all of them in the street?
Tinubu did not impose Buhari on you. That is supported.
No, I'm not saying impose Buhari. That all of them do a protest against Jonathan now.
But that's normal. Now that is politics.
Okay. Are you
so why are you guys crying that people should go to their state and do protest? Not to do protest against Tinubu.
Are you not?
You want to destroy the state?
Oh my God!
Remy, wait. Are you not complaining against Tinubu? Why is Tinubu standing by his own position? Are you not ganging up against Tinubu? The question is this:
Don't mind them.
as a leader, if you know you are doing the right
About arresting everybody, anybody that said anything, even DSS now become a tools to kill people.
Hold on. When Jonathan sent soldier to Ojota, didn't everybody disappear? The question is
Yeah.
this: as a leader, if you are doing the right thing, you stand by that. Not because under Jonathan we have Desiani and some people that were stealing money gradually. That was why Jonathan could not have mouth to talk fully. If Jonathan has stood by that subsidy remover, you understand? You understand? Nothing will have happened. And meanwhile, when Jonathan wanted to remove that subsidy, you didn't come through the instrument of law. You just wanted to use executive power to do that. It was not going to work. But look at how APC removed it. They passed B, they passed law. So if you want to move against the law now, it is the law that removed subsidy in Nigeria, and the president made sure that he implemented the law. Jonathan didn't do that. So you can't give excuse that they move against Jonathan or those stuff. Jonathan failed in that subsidy removal.
No, they move against Jonathan, but we see the protest. So, and the same thing Tinubu day against, he now come and do it.
I'm a Jonathan person, but I won't take that from you. Jonathan failed. Sometimes when you support person, you should be able to say to tell what it is.
No. No. If you say Jonathan have the flaws. No, I agree with you on that one. But we are talking about that protest. We are talking about that protest of.
Okay, hey, Niger man. What day did Jonathan remove? Niger man, Jonathan's removal of subsidy is what brought me to become active or interested in anything that has to do with Nigeria. Jonathan removed FOB subsidy. Christmas
from
period.
$85 to how much? To just
Wait, on January, he removed the FOB subsidy on the 1st of January. While most people were in their village, they had paid to go to their village, they had expended themselves in their village over Christmas, they could not afford to pay to come back to wherever their base was. Jonathan removed subsidy. He removed subsidy, not by, like Mr. Allah said, he did not remove subsidy by law. He removed subsidy by fiat. Without any notice.
When Tinubu removed subsidy, people that go to his inauguration in Abuja was able to come back.
Baba, Tinubu did not remove subsidy. What about that?
My God, who removed subsidy?
Rampant ignorance. Buhari did not remove subsidy. Buhari signed into law the PIA Act.
And that
Minister of Finance came. When Minister of wait, let me explain.
Minister of Finance. Wait, you don't know what you're saying. Minister of Finance went to get a supplementary budget. Buhari's government was the first government to actually pass a budget that is January to December. Throughout the Jonathan government, they were running an April to April budget. What about that? Buhari's government was the first government to run a budget, a national budget that went from January to December. Okay, a calendar year, a Georgian calendar.
We are talking about you are going to another again.
The Minister of Finance.
Before Buhari left office.
As of December, wait, no, Mr. Nigerman, I will not allow you to.
Subsidy, not
no. Yes, we are talking about fuel subsidy because the fuel subsidy is a budgeted matter. And that is one thing about Nigerians. All of you are living in rampant ignorance, and I will not allow you to continue.
You are living in ignorance. You don't want to hear anybody. You are saying ignorance.
No. It's a matter of fact. It's a matter of
fact. You don't even know what you are saying. The Minister of Finance came and tell us.
Yes.
He said they will leave it for the next administration to come and decide on subsidy.
No, wait. The Minister of Finance, what's the job of the Minister of Finance? The primary matter of the Minister of Finance is to prepare a budget. The Minister of Finance prepared a budget that ran from January 2022 to December 2022. At the end of December 2022, the Buhari government said that there was not going to be no more budget, of which the labor union said they were going to shut the Nigerian government down. The Minister of Finance then went to get a supplementary budget. The supplementary budget was going to end in June 2023. Tinubu came into government in May 2023, and Tinubu on his inauguration day said that there is no budget for subsidy. The only failing of the Tinubu government when it comes to subsidies, they pulled it back from the end of June. They pulled it forward 1 month. And they didn't even put it forward. All they did was because
when I said you don't know, when I said you only say have to, you don't know have idea. Want to claim you know.
Let
me tell you one thing.
No, it's not about I don't know. It's a matter of fact.
You see all
It's a
these
matter of
people. That's
fact.
the people
It's
that
a
not
matter of
like.
fact. The only reason we had subsidy.
Let him talk.
How
Let
can
him
you say
say
matter
what
of
he
fact,
wants.
matter of fact, matter of fact,
It's a
matter of
matter
fact?
of fact
And
because
you are calling
it is
people
public.
ignorant, right? You are the more ignorant person here now.
It is public knowledge. It's a matter of fact. It's public knowledge. I'm not saying I'm not making something out of the clouds. It's public knowledge. The only reason we had subsidy up until June 2023 was because
It
we
was
had a
in the budget.
supplementary budget. A supplementary budget. It wasn't even the regular budget. The supplementary budgets that the Minister of Finance had to go and get from the legislation. Why are we muddling up the facts? Why are we deceiving Nigerians? Let
So
the Nigerians know the
let
truth.
him tell his own side of his story. Let him go
Niger
ahead.
man.
Ola, let him say his own. Ola, let him,
And
please, I beg you,
let
let
him
him
speak
say his
now. I
own
want
side.
him to speak if you want to speak. Niger man. Okay, maybe it's not on his desk. See, the thing. Okay.
You see all this agidi to make points. Without you are talking to yourself, you are not talking to people, you can never change anything.
They gave
Whatever
you
I
chance.
believe.
Say your own part
Wait
of the
now,
story so
God, look,
that
I
we
talk.
can
This is the problem. When
differentiate.
somebody want to talk, what people doesn't like, all of you will gang up. You don't want to talk. Nobody can shut my voice. Because I don't want to shout this morning, I beg. Please. Be talking, let somebody talk. You want to come, you want to interject, you want to bring you want to change it. We are coming from Jonathan protest. Now we are on budget. My God, now wow. The Minister of Finance come. When the Minister of Finance announced that they are going to leave they are going to leave the subsidy. Or that was I think it was in February or in March for the next administration to come and decide on what to do. You understand? That is in June. Before then, there was a transition committee. Tinubu already know all these things, that transition. He already know that there is no budget, there is no money. That is why they come and announce it. So don't be telling me Buhari announce
Okay, can we ask you a question? Can
my
I
God.
ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Remy, you ask him to speak. You let him land now.
Okay, he has not landed. I
let
thought
him
you had
land.
finished. Okay, go ahead, continue.
Oh yeah, Niger man, please go ahead.
Talk, because the way your mouth is
Okay,
crashing is too much.
my
Talk, not
question
arrest.
to you is this: do you think Buhari in his budget of 2023, do they budget for subsidy from January to June?
No.
So how did they get the money to subsidize the petrol from January to June?
To May. Abi?
Yeah.
From
How did
January
they
to May,
get
Abi?
the money to May? Yeah, to May, whatever.
No, to June. The supplementary budget was from January to June.
How did they get the money to pay for that subsidy?
To May, Abi, because it's made that Tinubu announced it like, because there was no more subsidy in June.
Even if
No. It was in June, Mr. One Man, the Niger man, the
Why is
subsidy.
it increased now? Since that same day now.
Let him answer, please. I beg. Let him just answer. Even to me, tell us how
They
they
make
get the money to pay.
but there's no money there. There's no money to pay for it. So what are you talking? The first day,
So you
the
mean they
29th, that the
they did
president
not subsidize? You mean they did not subsidize the petrol from January to May, right?
from 29 again was
No, from
29 of
January
May.
2023 to May